Let's remain standing for a moment of silence and meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, I think we can start now. Thanks for your indulgence. Bakudutama dumelang. Re dumedise le Honorable Premier in his absence, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the Integrity Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, ba so fitlhe ba bang ba ba tlo re etelang, mme ba ba leng mo mogaleng bona ke tshepa ba re lebeletse dumelang le amogetswe. There are no announcements that I have received, at least requests for announcements. I have not received any.
Speaker, we have an announcement.
Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to make an announcement that the TB caucus of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature attended a TB conference, the 9th South African TB conference, under the theme VUGA, Let's Unite Towards a Free World TB. We took part in a panel discussion which was focusing on the work of parliamentarians and legislatures in making sure that we prioritize and benchmarking for TB monitoring and TB implementation of programs that are aimed to end TB. We are quite happy that the TB caucus, all in its form, was part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none.
Madam Speaker, it's Member Abrams. We've got an announcement for the economic freedom fighters.
Just hold on, Honorable Member. Honorable Abrams, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters invite all members, supporters and residents of Gauteng to attend the June 16 Youth Day rally to be held on Tuesday, 16 June 2026 at the Union Building in Pretoria. This historic gathering will commemorate the bravery and sacrifices of the youth of 1976 while reaffirming our commitment to the struggle for economic freedom and social justice. We encourage everyone to attend in their numbers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, there's none. We have, honorable members, received requests for member statements, 5 of them, and I'm going to allow all 5 of them. A reminder, honorable members, member statements are allowed only 2 minutes. Member Nyati, your 2 minutes.
Cela ukubingelela usomlomo kanye namalungu esishamthetho. Njengenhlangano yomkhonto wesizwe kanye nezizwe zonke zaseMzansi sithi asizwakalise ilaka lethu ngalolu daba olusematheni kulezi insuku lwabantu abavela emazweni angaphandle. Abantu kulelizwe abeneme neze ngalolu daba, kanti nohulumeni wethu ubamba uyayeka, akafuni ukuphumela obala. Kulihlazo ukuthi eminyakeni eminingi kangaka sathola inkululeko kanye nokubuswa kwezwe ngentando yeningi, kodwa abantu abanazwi. Uma bezwakalisa ukungenami kwabo ngalolu daba lwabokufika, umbuzo uthi iyiphi kanti lentando yeningi okukhulunywa ngayo isebenza nini futhi isebenzela bani? Bancane abantu bokufika abeza namakhono esingenawo kuleli, kodwa amathuba avuleleke kuwo wonke umuntu ofikayo futhi ongalethi ikhono eliyivela kancane. Inhloso ukuvalela abantu bakulelizwe ngoba kucindezelwa amalungelo abo. Uma singabheka kwimboni yezokwakha i-construction, kugcwele bona abantu bokufika abangafikanga nakhono lokwakha, kodwa kudlalwa ngabo ukuze abanikazi bezinkampani bezokwenza inzuzo. Uhulumeni ukwazi kahle lokho kodwa akakusukumeli. Kunalokho uvumela ukuthi kutshalwe ingqondo engaphusile ukuthi ibona abantu abakhuthele. Lokhu kungukubukela phansi abantu bakulelizwe. Lemibhidlango egcwele imigwaqo yakuleli mayelana nalolu daba izinkomba zokuthi abantu abanazwi, kumele baze basukume balwe.
Your 2 minutes is up, Honorable Nyati. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Mokhobe.
Thank you so much, Speaker. 3 days from now, it will be June 16, Youth Day, where we'll be celebrating fearless young people who rose against the brutality of the apartheid regime and altered the course of our nation's history forever. Speaker, their struggle was not merely against the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. It was a struggle for dignity, equality, freedom, and a better future for all South Africans. As we commemorate this historic milestone, we are called upon not only to remember their sacrifice, but to recommit ourselves to the unfinished struggle for social and economic justice. The youth of 1976 confronted an unjust system with courage and convictions. Today's generation faces different battles, one characterized by unemployment, poverty, and equality. The spirit of June 16 remains as a powerful source of inspiration and a call to action. Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate this sacred occasion, the ANC joins the ANC Youth League in strongly condemning the abuse of alcohol and illegal substance during Youth Day commemorations wearing uniform, particularly to anyone wearing school uniform. June 16 is not a festival. It is a day of remembrance, reflection, and recommitment. The school uniform is a symbol of the brave young people who marched for freedom in 1976. To wear that uniform while engaging in drunkenness, substance abuse, irresponsible conduct is to dishonor the memory of those who sacrificed their lives for our democracy. The youth of today have got a lot to achieve. Forward ever, backward never. Sizophumelela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhobe. Honorable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 50 years ago, on June 16, 1976, two young men full of valor took to the rostrum at the Morris Isaacson High School in Soweto to address fellow students on the planned march against the draconian and racist Bantu Education Act of 1953. This act was primarily designed to provide substandard education to black people while enforcing racial segregation and white supremacy. We remember the generation of 1976 led by the courageous Tsietsi Mashinini and Murphy Morobe. Their efforts marked a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The June 16 March of 1976 was not a militant push for war, but rather a peaceful demonstration advocating for equality, dignity and the right to receive an education in a language and system that respected our humanity. The apartheid police force opted to respond to the peaceful march with brute force. Consequently, many young lives were tragically cut short that day and in the weeks of defiance that followed across the country. Although the legal barriers of Bantu education have been successfully obliterated, the pursuit of free, quality education remains an ongoing struggle. Let us dedicate ourselves to ensuring that every young person in our country can live with dignity, purpose and freedom. We call on the youth of our country to register with the IEC and vote for the ANC in the upcoming local government elections. Free and quality education for the marginalised is only possible under an ANC-led government. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schneemann. Honourable Masoleng. Honourable Masoleng.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to you, members of the House and the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, this year marks 50 years since the historic June 16, 1976 youth uprising, a watershed moment in our liberation struggle when young people placed their bodies on the line in pursuit of freedom and dignity. June 16 remains a defining chapter in our history, reminding us of the courage, sacrifice, and determination of a generation that refused to accept oppression. As we commemorate this milestone, it is equally important that we look forward and ask how we build upon the gains for which they fought for. The economic freedom fighters will mark this historic occasion with a June 16 rally at the Union Buildings, the seat of state power in South Africa. We gather there to reaffirm the principles and aspirations of the generation of 1976 and to advance the view that economic freedom remains the unfinished task of our liberation struggle. This rally takes place at a time when South Africa faces deep social and economic challenges. Youth unemployment remains among the highest in the world, with millions of young people unable to find work or meaningful economic opportunities. Many have lost faith in government ability to confront poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We therefore call on the people of Gauteng to join us as we reimagine a new vision of South Africa. The South Africa envisioned by Tsietsi Mashinini, Khotso Seatlolo, Sibongile Makhabela, and countless other young revolutionaries who believed in a society founded on justice, equality, and human dignity. Madam Speaker, this rally also takes place at a critical moment in our country's history, marked by the rise of anti-foreign sentiments, growing tribalism, and acts of violence that increasingly resemble the divisions that characterized the dark years of black-on-black violence during the 1980s and 90s. The EFF calls on the people of Gauteng to join a movement that rejects all attempts to divide Africans on the basis of nationality, ethnicity, or tribe. These divisions were cultivated by
Your 2 minutes
colonialism
is
and
up.
apartheid.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masoleng. Honourable Ali.
Madam Speaker, my soul is downcast. My spirit is heavy within me. I was actually debating with myself as to whether or not I should attend this sitting in person or virtually, because I have grown disillusioned about what it is exactly we do in this House. Yesterday, for the whole day, members of the Economic Development Committee were lied to by the department around matters of the forensic investigation. We were lied to, plain and simple. Because the truth in this case, about how hundreds of millions of rands that were meant to empower legitimate black businesses ended up in the pockets of corrupt political elites who are set bent to make sure that they steal, they plunder, they kill. And in this case, the truth that the officials withheld from us will not set them free. That truth will send them straight to Kgosi Mompur. On a separate matter, today I spoke to residents of Dantlome mega project in Rand West who are here begging for help. They received houses last December only to find leaking roofs and geysers, faulty electrical distribution boxes, non-functional inverters, leaking sewer pipes, burst water pipes, and inadequate accessibility features in homes allocated to people living with disabilities. And I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that the money that was allocated to mitigate against such shoddy work was eaten by officials and comrades. Kuningi, Madam Speaker. And it's getting kuningia. Cadres, you steal from the poor, and many officials do so too. And I, for one, have grown weary of your thievery. Anithuti ganti. Stop, repent. Today, Madam Speaker, I call on all heaven and earth to bear witness that these thieves have been warned, and they have been warned sufficiently. Their tradition of skullduggery has deceived them. Their days of looting is over. Change your ways and do right by your people, or your iniquity will cause your demise. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ali. I'm not even sure if that is allowed, Honorable Msimanga. That gesture. No, dumela, but that gesture, yona, like it said, standing rules di a reng. Honorable members, giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there's none. Apologies, I don't know if it's left already, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Muriati. The apologies we have are from Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Rasidingwani. They've indicated that they will leave early. I don't know if it's left already, but anyway, the apology is noted. We also have an apology from the Chief Whip, Honorable Makubela and Honorable Di Klebere. And the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mtlagaza Manamela, is feeling under the weather. So those are the apologies that we received. Honorable members, we have in our midst, some have not arrived yet. We do have, anyway, stakeholders from all the 5 regions, from Tshwane, from Garankuwa, Ekurhuleni, from the Cool Youth from Davidton and Barcelona, from Johannesburg, Soweto different areas, community members, from West Rand, Kokosi Housing Forum, then Tlome, Right to Housing Forum, and from Sidibeng, Bophelong community members. Bagolo le amogetswe mme ke tshwanetse gore ke le tlhalosetse gore tsamaiso e ntse jang. Ga la dumello go berekisa di-cell phone tsa lona o tsa dinepe ka mogare ga ntlo. Ga la dumello go opa matsogo or go nna le puisano le bakhuduthamaga. Ka gore yalo ra le amogela ra itumela ge le tlile. Secretary, please read the first order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mikwe.
Thank you very much and good morning, Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive Committee led by the Premier and leaders of political parties and all members of the legislature, including the people of Gauteng and our guest. The committee consideration of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature 4th Quarter Performance Report for the 25-26 financial year reflects mixed performance with sound financial control and acceptable compliance, but with delays in project implementation, public participation, and some support functions. The report shows that the legislature continued to operate within an accountable reporting framework, although several planned activities could not be completed on time. Madam Speaker, let us consider all the areas that are not read as read for management of time. The legislature was allocated an adjusted budget of 1.2 billion for the 25-26 financial year, of which 370 million was allocated for the quarter under review. By quarter end, 250.86 million had been spent, representing 67% expenditure against the quarterly allocation and underspending of 119 million rands, or 32.2% below projection. The main reasons for the variance were vacancies, lower than expected personnel cost, delayed procurement processes, and postponed activities in several programs. The underspending in compensation of employees was mainly due to unfilled vacancies. The expenditure under goods and services was affected by delayed confirmations, late finalization of terms of reference, procurement bottlenecks, and the postponement of planned events, engagements, and support activities. Capital delivery was also constrained by weak implementation capacity, late appointment of service providers, and project planning delays, particularly in relation to space optimization, ICT work, and building-related interventions. In respect of financial performance, the legislature achieved only 67%. Resolution management remained an important oversight function. The legislature continued to process and track resolutions, but not all matters were concluded within the expected timeframes. The committee considered this area important because it links oversight recommendations to executive follow-up and final action. The GPL highlighted that the travel policy is under review to ensure, amongst others, consistency in number of candidates, the category or class of flight seats for officials and members, the number of trips per committee, and value for money assessments before approval. Petitions management also showed mixed results. The legislature responded to petitions during the quarter. The public engagement was one of the weaker areas of performance. The report further reflects delays in project management and organizational development initiatives, particularly space optimization, institutional redesign, ICT upgrades, and building-related work. On compliance and governance, the legislature continued to demonstrate administrative discipline. Reporting obligations were met, control processes remained in place, and no major compliance failures were highlighted in the quarter under review. This confirms that the institution maintained a functioning governance framework, even though implementation challenges remained in some areas. Overall, the committee views the quarter as one of the mixed but manageable performance. The legislature was financially controlled, reported timeously, and achieved a substantial portion of its planned targets, but delays in project execution, public participation, and certain support functions continued to affect full delivery. The committee therefore calls for stronger project management, improved vacancy planning, tighter procurement processes, and better coordination across programs so that future performance can more closely reflect the approved budget, the annual performance plan, and the public expectations. Public engagement, resolution tracking, petitions management, and oversight support, which remains central to the legislature's mandate and should continue to receive priority attention. OCPOL also received the in-committee report pertaining to the recruitment of senior officials whose contract is ending during the 26-27 financial year. Legal advice was also presented suggesting separate roles to be played by the Executive Authority and the Accounting Officer in the recruitment and appointment of senior officials whose term is ending soon. The committee appreciated the report as presented, however, raised the concern that the legal advice does not take into consideration the statutory provisions of FAMPLA provided to the Accounting Officer for the implementation, management, and ensuring compliance with legal financial requirements, GPL human resource processes, and operational oversight. On concerns, the committee is concerned about the underachievement of 16 against 20 planned targets. The committee is concerned about the SAM challenges that are adversely impacting the performance of committees, lack of reporting on the tracking and implementation of resolutions. On recommendations, the committee recommends that GPL must ensure that strict adherence to Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 10 of 2009 in the recruitment and appointment of officials by enforcing transparent and merit-based processes, maintaining proper records, aligning all appointments to approved plans and budgets, and strengthening oversight mechanism to mitigate risk of irregularity and undue influence. It is recommended that a clear and proper plan with timelines to be submitted to the committee. GPL should provide corrective measures put in place in meeting the planned 24 as opposed to 16 public participation targets achieved in the quarter under review. The root causes for this variance should be provided as well as the timeline for improvement. GPL should also provide interventions measures to address SCM challenges and progress made to date. And GPL should provide implementation status of resolutions for trips undertaken, outcomes achieved to demonstrate tangible benefits and value for money to justify travel expenditure. The submission date for all these responses should be Friday, the 31st of July 2026. The committee appreciates the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Acting Provincial Secretary, Mr. Mwali, and the senior management team during the consideration of the third quarter performance report. I would like to express my gratitude to the honourable members for their hard work and dedication. Honourable Makubela, Dr. Masugu, Dr. Mukheti, Dr. Chokwe, Honourable Msimang, Dr. Bloom, Mr. Makwala, Honourable Ngobeni, Honourable Miso, Honourable Nkani, and there are two Ngobeni, there's FK Ngobeni and F Ngobeni and Ms. Ali. The committee would also like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. Vaz, Senior Researcher, Ms. Lamini, Senior Committee Coordinators, Ms. Mundisi, Ms. Mahato, Committee Researcher, Mr. Mukhule, Research Intern, Ms. Ginindo, Senior Information Officer, Ms. Nechivuyu, Committee Administrators, Mr. Sitole, Committee Intern, Mr. Ngono, Hansard Recorders, Ms. Singh and Ms. Zondo, Service Officer, Ms. Katisi, and Communication Officer, Mr. Similane, for their commitment during the process. After due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on the GPL's fourth quarter performance report for the 25-26 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee hereby submits this report to the House for the adoption. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mekwe. Do we have a second, honourable members? Honourable Muketi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. Okay, the report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, the second order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Office of the Premier for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mikwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also rise on the observed protocols. The Committee Oversight Report provides the assessment of performance of the Gauteng Office of the Premier during the quarter under review as planned on the APP in line with the quarterly budget. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier recorded a moderately strong performance in the quarter under review with 84% of the APP targets achieved, indicating solid progress against planned objectives. The Office of the Premier's financial performance registered 174% expenditure in the quarter under review, where 445.6 million was incurred against a projected quarterly allocation of 256.6 million. The Office of the Premier justified this deviation as mainly driven by substantial overspending in Programme 3, which is about 394%, indicating weaknesses in budget control and expenditure planning despite high service delivery outputs. I will table that all the areas that I will not read be considered as read. The Office of the Premier's delivery programs reflected notable overperformance in areas such as fraud case finalization, special assessments, and service delivery monitoring. Additional achievements recorded in the quarter under review include 100% of valid invoices paid within 15 days from date of receipt and 48% recovery value of assets lost through financial misconducts. This reflects essential financial recovery strategies, sound investigation processes, and a clear commitment to accountability and consequence management. And the committee is of the view that while the Office demonstrated strong capability in implementation, coordination and oversight in several areas, its overall performance was constrained by critical non-achievements and financial management challenges. Gauteng has made a commitment to be the first province to stock and distribute the HIV and AIDS defeating vaccine, which is lenacapavir, when it is made available. The aim is to defeat HIV. We know that it has been made available already, but by the time we considered this report, it was not yet available. The aim is to defeat HIV and AIDS, which is a bold and visionary step towards ending the scourge of this virus. The committee is of the view that this proactive stance reflects decisive leadership and a clear sense of urgency in confronting one of the current pressing public health challenges. This also demonstrates that Gauteng is not only prioritizing the health and well-being of its people, but also setting a powerful example for the rest of the country. The Office of the Premier reported that different forms of energy mix, including waste-to-energy, microgrid supply, solar gas, and other sources are being considered as part of energy and security strategy to provide a sustainable future. However, the office acknowledged that pathway to energy security initiatives may take away municipalities' revenue through the involvement of PPPs and IPPs if the unintended consequences of this initiative is not addressed. Additionally, the Office of the Premier highlighted that the review of the white paper on local government is considering different classification of municipalities, since electricity and water forms part of the revenue generation streams in municipalities. The office reported that the province is supporting the City of Johannesburg on the Waste to Energy initiative and acknowledged that government would tap into the wealth of knowledge and experience that cooperatives gained under the Josie at Work program. Senior officials of the Office of the Premier were vetted first as exemplary to the rest of the government departments. The Office of the Premier is continuously working with the State Security Agency in addressing challenges relating to lack of feedback to employees who have been vetted. Notwithstanding this initiative made by those of the Premier to contact the Presidents on this matter, feedback still remains very low. The Office of Premier acknowledged the deliberate move by certain contractors who earn per call by executing shoddy work to exploit government of multiple calls to fix the same problems instead of permanent repairs. In response to the committee concerns about the hazardous conditions of the solar transport, the Office of the Premier reported that detailed information on roadworthiness of solar transport can be sourced from the Department of Education. The Office of the Premier clarified the committee concern that activities performed at the initial stages of project implementation, such as formation of committees, are related to monitoring and evaluation matters reported by committee members during the presidential summits. The Office of the Premier acknowledged that whistleblower protection is costly, but the province is strengthening its whistleblowing system. The hotline and the Ethics Council is waiting for the new legislation to be finalized. The issue of teenage pregnancy was also recognized as a major concern, and the Office of the Premier highlighted that monitoring, data reporting, and better use of available information and databases from NGOs and formal institutions such as SAIS are important in understanding and addressing this problem. A consensus was reached that better coordination of government land is also needed, and that the three spheres of government must work together through integrated structures for quicker response mechanism. In terms of non-improvement in the number of youth employment, the Office of the Premier explained that youth employment challenges cannot be addressed by government alone. Private sector is the bigger employer of the youth. In addition, the office highlighted that in addressing weak coordination of youth programs, government has concluded the skills master plan linked to the provincial economic plan to address and train unemployed youth in different industries. Committee findings and concerns. The committee is concerned about the 174% expenditure in the quarter under review, where 445.6 million was incurred against a projected quarterly allocation of 256.6 million rands. What was or were the underlying causes of weaknesses in budget control and expenditures that led to substantial overspending in Programme 3, despite high service delivery outputs? Were these budget control weaknesses not detected before the budget was expended? The committee is also concerned about the reported 0% as opposed to the targeted 100% safe and healthy working environment in Programme 2. What are the interventions mechanism identified to address OHS non-compliance challenges that led to the temporary closure of government offices that include Imbumba, Umnoto House, and Department of GDAT, Environment and DED. Committee recommendations. The Premier should actually outline mitigating measures to address overspending in the quarter under review, where expenditure reached 174% of the allocated budget. The response should also cover the provide intervention strategies, clarify how existing control measures are being applied, demonstrate how these measures will strengthen financial discipline, providing mitigating measures to address the underperformance of recorded 0%. Outline intervention strategies implemented to address OHS compliance of those two offices. There were no implications on lawmaking identified by the Office of the Premier's quarter performance report for 25-26 financial year. The committee acknowledged all those members that are listed there that have been indicated also in the previous report, but acknowledging the role played by the Premier as well as the DG and the team of officials. I wish to, in accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report for the committee for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mekwe. Do we have a second, honourable members?
I rise to second the report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Msimanga. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary Tsamaiso ya boraro.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present the oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 25-26. And I'll also request the House to consider parts of the report that are not going to be read out loud to be considered as read, just as a purpose of saving time. The committee assessed the fourth quarter performance report of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the financial year 25-26 to evaluate the department's financial and non-financial performance, achievement of strategic priorities, and implementation of planned programs. Overall, the department has achieved 37 of its 44 planned targets, while spending 518 million against a projected budget of 508 million, representing the expenditure of 102% against quarterly projections. The annual expenditure amounted to 2.4 billion, representing 97% of the adjusted budget allocation. The committee noted the department performed well in its core service delivery programs, particularly within the Provincial Secretariat and Traffic Management programs, which achieved 92% and 93% of their targets, respectively. Program 1 Administrative achieved only 33 of its targets, largely due to financial management and cash flow challenges. The committee also welcomed the department's achievement in policing oversight, GPVF intervention, community safety programs, road traffic law enforcement, public transport compliance, and road safety education initiative. Notably, achievement include support of over 5,400 GPVF victims and more than 125 household awareness visits by GPVF brigades, and also intensified road traffic enforcement operation and successful acquisition of the remote operating certificate, which enables the deployment of 38 drones to support crime prevention and law enforcement. The committee identifies several areas requiring agent management attention. These include persistent cash flow constraints affecting the payment of suppliers within 30 days, significant underperformance in procurement targets aimed at women, youth, and persons with disability, weaknesses in the management and sustainability of community police forums and community patroller programs. The committee also expressed concern that the performance reporting remained largely output-based, with insufficient evidence demonstrating the long-term impact of the interventions on crime reduction, road safety outcomes, and community safety. The committee further noted the termination of the helicopter lease contract following procurement irregularities and request a progress report on corrective measures, alternative aerial support arrangements, and potential operational implications. The committee further noted the overall improvement in the crime statistics for the fourth quarter 25-26, which reflect a 5.2% decrease in community-reported serious crimes, together with notable reduction in violent property-related and robbery-related offences. The committee welcomed the decrease in murder, attempted murder, rape, car hijacking, property-related crimes, while expressing concern regarding the continued prevalence of kidnapping and increase in sexual assault cases. The committee further noted the positive impact of a coordinated law enforcement initiative, particularly Operation Chanela 2, which resulted in 36,122 arrests, crime detection, and recovery of illegal firearms. The committee raised the following concerns: persisted underperformance against economic transformation procurement targets, the cash flow challenges resulting in delays in supply payments, sustainability oversight and support provided to community police forum and community patroller programs, lack of clarity regarding the functionality, performance, and impact of community safety forums, a continued high levels of road fatalities and crashes despite extensive road safety interventions. The committee noted the department report that the helicopter lease contract had been terminated following the identification of irregularities. However, it expressed the concern about the implication of the termination of the area law enforcement. The following recommendations, we present them, which needs to be a report that needs to be given by the 31st of July 2026, a progress report on measures implemented to strengthen financial planning, expenditure management, and cash flow controls, and improve to compliance with 30-day payment requirements, a comprehensive recovery plan to address underperformance in procurement for opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disability, a progress report on the intervention undertaken to strengthen the management, oversight, support, and long-term sustainability of community police forums and community patroller programs. Develop clear indicators to assess the functionality and effectiveness of community safety forums and submit a detailed performance report. A progress report on the measures implemented to strengthen the provincial road safety strategy, a comprehensive report on the procurement irregularities relating to the termination of the helicopter lease contract. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents its oversight report on the 25-26 fourth quarter report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for the adoption, concerns, and proposed recommendations made in this report, and extend gratitude to all the members of the committee, Honorable Mhlagaza, Honorable Gunene, Honorable Chilwane, Honorable Moody, Honorable Jwaku, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Nkani, and all the other honorable members, Member San, Member Mulder, and Member Moody, and Member Bosch, who continue to play an instrumental role in making sure that we're able to fulfill our mandate as a committee. I hereby present the report for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Is there a second, honorable members? Honorable Mulder?
Honorable Mulder, yes, Honorable Speaker, I'll second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the fourth order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Health, including its entities for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Letsolo, can you please hold on, Honorable Letsolo, just give me 2 minutes. Bagolo ke a bona go na le ba ileng gona ba tsenang baeng ba rona re le amogetse mme fela ne ke kopa gore le tlhokomele tse di latelang ga la dumelelwa gore le tse di tshwantsho ka difounu ka mo ntlong mo tsamaisong ya ntlo sa bobedi ke kopa le timeng difounu tsa lona or le di be on silent sa boraro gape ne ke kopa gore le gopole gore ga le otle matsogo ga le re di-comments le lebelele fela gore batho ba le ba romileng ba ira tiro wa bona bjang akere. Thank you for your indulgence. Honorable Advocate, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to honorable members as well as the distinguished members, the residents of Gauteng. Allow me, Madam Speaker, through your indulgence, to present this report. In summation, it's a very long report, 26 pages long. So I encourage the residents of Gauteng that this is a public document and that they should spare time to also go through it. So I will focus on the key and salient points of the report. In summary, the total adjusted appropriation budget for the department for the 2025-2026 financial year amounted to 68,503,000. And as at the end of the fourth quarter, the department had spent 67,858,000, representing a 99.1% of the adjusted budget. I think it's important to track the overall expenditure of the department. For the quarter under review, the department set a total of 108 performance targets aimed at addressing service delivery priorities. Of these, 72 targets were achieved, representing an achievement rate of 68%, while 36 targets were not achieved, accounting for a 32% non-achievement rate. I want to deal with some of the areas there. While under expenditure remains evident in certain programs, the committee notes an improvement in the department's overall spending performance during the period under review. The committee further welcomes the improved correlation between the expenditure levels and the achievement of performance targets, particularly given its previous concerns regarding the misalignment between the budget utilization and service delivery outcomes. The committee is further encouraged by the department's efforts to strengthen the linkage between resource allocation and the measurable service delivery improvements. Notwithstanding these improvements, the committee remains concerned about the continued challenges relating to the implementation of the digital health system across all health facilities. The committee notes that only 8.1% of hospitals were fully integrated by the end of the quarter against the department's target of 100%. The department attributed this underperformance to network instability, shortage of digital devices and funding constraints. The committee is of the view that the successful implementation of the digital health systems remains critical to improving patient management, data integrity, operational efficiency, and overall health service delivery. As such, the committee urges the department to expedite the resolution of the identified challenges and prioritize the full implementation of the system. So I'm highlighting that specific issue because it affects the patient, the flow. So everything that has got to do with the entry and exit, as well as the interface of patients with the healthcare facilities. Patterns of underspending and overspending are observed in the department's program during the quarter under review. Overspending is observed on administration, which stands at 103%, district health services 101.5%, emergency medical services by 112.2%, and health and support services by 108%. Underspending is observed on the following programs: provincial hospital services by 96.3%, which is a nominal regression; central hospital services 96.3%; health science and training, you will see the problem there, 86.8%. I think the department really needs to make mend insofar as that specific area is concerned. And I think health facility management was well within target, standing at about 99.6%. But there's a number of concerns that the committee makes, which are about 7. I'm quickly going to go through them. The committee is concerned about the slow implementation of the integrated health information systems. And I think I would have already given the reasons that have been advanced by the department, but we are worried about that. Secondly, we are also worried about the decline in the payment of undisputed service providers' invoices within 30 days, which increased from 80% to now 72%. The committee is also concerned about the continued underperformance in procurement expenditure directed towards the township enterprises. I think there's a greater role, especially with the commitment now by the president to grow the economy to 3%. So I'm worried about the overall procurement spend in the township. Fourthly, we're worried about the department's failure to achieve targets relating to women in senior management positions. I think we've debated this area. It's still there as an indicator, but there are those observations, although we've noted efforts by the department to really try to assimilate a woman there. Fifthly, we're worried about the underperformance in key maternal child health, HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis indicators, including postnatal care, immunization coverage, and ART retention, as well as 3B success rates, drug-resistant 3B success rates, which may adversely affect the health outcomes overall. Sixthly, the committee is concerned about delays in priority 1 urban inter-facility transfers, which may compromise timely access to emergency healthcare services and place additional pressure on the emergency medical services system. I think we have also said that other than the inter-facility transfers, we are worried about the overall responsiveness of EMS, even for cases that we may be outside of the facilities as well. And then lastly, we are worried about continued challenges facing or rather related to the availability of vital and essential medicines in healthcare facilities, which may disrupt the continuity of care and negatively affect the patient outcomes. And so on the basis of those concerns, there are a number of recommendations that corresponds with those concerns. And we are saying that the department must expedite, the rollout of the upgrading of the network as it relates to ICT infrastructure and the provision of adequate digital equipment. And all of those reports will come by the 31st of July. Secondly, strengthen invoice management to ensure that you fast-track the payment of invoices, particularly for township enterprises. And thirdly, enhance the procurement, the planning and supply development initiatives to increase the procurement opportunities once more for township enterprises. Fourthly, develop a retention and succession plan to improve the representation of women in senior managerial posts. The department, furthermore, should submit a targeted performance improvement plan for maternal, child health, HIV, AIDS program, the HAS program, tuberculosis programs, as well as ensuring ART retention, and progress against this indicator should be reported to the committee on a quarterly basis. The other one, the implementation, improvement in the implementation measures of EMS Priority 1 urban inter-facility transfers. But bear in mind that we will have said even beyond that, just the overall responsiveness of the EMS program. And then lastly, the department should strengthen medicine stock management systems. That report will also be expected to come in by the fall of July. On acknowledgements, I want to thank the MEC, the team, acting HOD, and all of the members. We really value your contribution. You know yourself. I don't have to recapitulate and state your names, but we want to thank you, including the administrative support that we have. And then on adoption, in accordance with the Rule 117, subsection 2, Proviso C, read together with the Rule 164, I hereby present this report for the consideration as well as the adoption of this House. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Advocate Letsoalo. Do we have a second, honorable members? Honorable Bishop.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bishop. Honorable Albert. I now put a question. Those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Human Settlement and its entity for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Muketi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members and to our people of Gauteng. Honorable Speaker, I will be presenting the 4th Quarter Oversight Report on behalf of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee as the chairperson. And I'm also going to request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department's main appropriation for 2025-2026 financial year, as at the 31st of March 2026, total expenditure for the department amounted to 5,826,000,000, which translates to 97% of the total budget of over 6 billion. The department underspent by 3%. This is attributed to the fact that the department could not spend all payments under equitable share due to the negative cashback emanating from previous year surrender funds. The department planned to achieve 28 targets across its 4 programs. However, they achieved 20 out of 28, which translates to 71.42%. Were fully achieved, whilst 4, which translates to 14.29%, were partially achieved, and 4, which translates to 14.29%, were not achieved and were in various stages of implementation. During the quarter under review, the department projected an amount of 852,922,000. The department spent over 1.3 billion, which translates to 153%. The department has overspent its quarterly allocation by 53%. In terms of the annual projections, the department has spent 97% of its overall budget instead of 100%. The department's service delivery is implemented through 4 key programs and allocated budget. They have allocated budget for this quarter as follows. Program 1 was allocated 143,206,000, and the department spent 92,177,000, which translates to 64%. On Program 2, the department managed to achieve 82%. Program 3, the department managed to spend, including Program 3 and 4, the total spending was sitting at 78 million and 616,000, registering an expenditure of 269%. The portfolio committee noted that GPF has spent 98% of its budget allocation and spent 88% of its quarterly allocation. The total budget for the 2025-2026 financial year was at 97 million, and GPF spent 95 million, representing 98% of their total allocation. The committee had some few concerns. One was there is currently no clear detailing report on the names and locations of the informal settlements that have been upgraded from phase 1 to phase 3. 2, the committee noted a lack of comprehensive reporting on the informal settlements that have benefited from the temporary municipal engineering services. And lastly, the committee noted that while the department reported that a number of housing ownership disputes relating to pre-1994 on the title deeds have been resolved, the report did not provide sufficient details on the outcome of the resolutions. Specifically, it was unclear whether the rightful beneficiaries regained ownership of their houses or were allocated alternative housing where appropriate. On recommendations, Madam Speaker, the department is expected to respond by the 31st of July 2026. The first recommendation reads as follows. The department should provide the names and location of all the informal settlements that have been upgraded from phase 1 to phase 3 to allow the committee to play its oversight. And 2, the department should provide a comprehensive list of informal settlements that have benefited from the temporary municipal engineering services, including the nature of the services provided. The department should provide the committee with a detailed report on all resolved pre-1994 title deeds disputes, indicating the outcome of each case, including whether the affected beneficiaries regained ownership of their properties, were allocated alternative housing, or receive any other form of compensation. The report should also outline the measures implemented to prevent similar disputes in future. On acknowledgement, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC Mutara, the head of the department, Mayor Khadebe Mabaso, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Member Schneemann, Member Gentile, Member Shirota, Member Duplessis, Member Fuchs, Member Masilela, Member Makhene, Member Abrahams, Member Mahlabe, Member Miso, and Member More. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation to the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Mpanjwambalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. S. Noneli, Committee Researcher, Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Muteki, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Nzimakwe, Service Officer, Ms. E. Manamela, Hansat Recorder, Mr. N. Mbonani, Senior Information Officer, Lebogang Ngube, Media Officer, Ms. Z. Mtsweni, and Triple P, Ms. R. Matebula, for their dedication and commitment. On adoption in terms of Rule 1172, subsection C, read together with 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance of the Gauteng Human Settlements for the 2025-2026 financial year and the recommendations for its adoption. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muketi. Do we have a second, honorable members?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, order number 6, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and Legislature Focus Intervention Study, FIS report from dialogue to delivery roundtable discussion with business owned by the people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The committee focus intervention study undertaken on the 13th of March 2026 at the OR Tambo Conference Center under the theme From Dialogue to Delivery sought to understand the extent of support provided by those of the Premier in ensuring people with disabilities ability to access and participate in economic opportunities on equal footing with their able-bodied counterparts. This focus intervention study sought to evaluate the implementation of the recommendations from the 2023-2024 financial FIS and the roundtable discussions, and to assess the effectiveness of intervention under Program 1, Administration Sub-Program Financial Management, in supporting economic inclusion of people with disabilities through preferential procurement spending. This FIS aimed to assist in deriving additional strategies to improve involvement and participation of disability-owned businesses in government preferential procurement contracts. Madam Speaker, consider all the areas that I'm not going to read as read. Stakeholders were cautioned to take as red flag all government RFQs sent through a Gmail account. And in addition, advice was given to stakeholders to compare RFQs received with those advertised on the government e-tender website to ensure validity. And in addition, stakeholders were cautioned of cyber attacks as government is not planning to close its website because of this challenge. Non-compliance of disability entrepreneurs to participate in government procurement processes was viewed as emanating from lack of government assistance, lack of knowledge, and lack of information to ensure compliance. Employees with disability from COGTA expressed challenges that even in government departments, people with disabilities are always excluded from training programs. The Office of the Premier highlighted that incubation programs for training and capacitation as a potential recommendation to resolve challenges faced by people with disabilities is also important. The committee informed stakeholders that GPG has taken a stance to prioritize GOD by ensuring that budget is allocated to disability-owned businesses. However, there are many formations coming forward as representatives of the people with disabilities with the intention of monetary gain and not benefiting people with disabilities. The committee noted a concern that only 2 out of 49 disability-owned entrepreneurs benefited from the Ratanda 8-day RDP project, which is in its 6th year of implementation, as well as the 4 other projects, including the VAL SEZ in this area, that are benefiting the same businesses involved in the RDP project. The committee is of the view that government should intervene by ensuring that other disability sectors receive SMME contract work from these projects. The committee emphasized that the Bill of Rights, as enshrined in the Constitution, maintains human dignity and value for life for every citizen. Therefore, the rights of people with disabilities must be respected and their issues be addressed adequately. The Office of the Premier highlighted that in ensuring mobilization of the rights of the disability sector, the focus is to ensure that the regulation for the Disability Act, which will not only incorporate procurement matters, but also issues of accessibility to address direct and indirect barriers faced by people with disabilities. The committee expressed that regular engagement should be undertaken by other GPL committees to ensure improvement and progress in resolving challenges faced by people with disabilities. On committee findings and concerns, the committee is concerned about the processing of government RFQs in the recruitment sector for people with disabilities due to the mandatory APSO membership requirement during the submission of RFQs. The mandatory APSO annual membership fees ranging from 5,000 to 8,000 depending on the level or category of a business is concerning as it pushes people with disabilities out of the government procurement process due to unaffordability. Furthermore, the legitimacy of APSO is concerning as it appears to be an affiliate organization and not registered with the Department of Labour. Two, the lack of government training programs for disability entrepreneurs who are deaf as visually impaired is concerning. It is further concerning that the provision of tools of trade for deaf and visually impaired employees is a challenge for COGTA due to costly equipment. What are the reasons? The committee raised what are the reasons that led to the employment of employees who are deaf and visually impaired without allocating budget for their tools of trade. The committee is also concerned that 2 out of 49 complained disability-owned companies have benefited from an 8-year RTP Ratanda project, which is in its 6th year of implementation. It is further concerning that 7 forums in Ratanda under Imbumba are influencing contractors on SMEs that should be hired to work on the project, and that the same contractors are still benefiting from other 4 additional projects. The committee is concerned about lack of access to funding for startup companies for people with disabilities to fill their tender or procurement contracts and projects in Gauteng. The points allocation system in the awarding of procurement contracts to GOD targeted groups is a concern, as it has been highlighted as a stumbling block to the achievement of the 7% preferential procurement spending for disability-owned entrepreneurs. The 6th one is lack of incubation programs for training and capacitation of people with disabilities, which is a concern that requires speedy implementation in resolving the challenges faced by people with disabilities for them to be able to participate in government procurement contracts. On recommendations, the Premier should actually provide clarity on measures put in place in advocating for the scrapping of mandatory EPSO membership, requirement of 5,000 to 8,000 rands to process government RFQs in the recruitment sector for people with disabilities, which pushes them out of the government procurement process due to unaffordability. Provide measures put in place to ensure the development of government training programs for entrepreneurs with disabilities who are deaf and visually impaired. The Premier should also provide measures to put in place to address the exclusion of disability entrepreneurs in the Ratanda's 8-day RDP project working with the Human Resource Department. The Premier must also provide intervention mechanisms in place to ensure access to funding for startup companies to fulfill tender and procurement contracts and projects in Gauteng. The Premier must also provide measures to resolve the points allocation system in the awarding of procurement contracts for GOD targeted groups regarded as a stumbling block to the achievement of the 7% preferential procurement spending for disability-owned entrepreneurs. The Premier should also provide a timeframe for the development and implementation of incubation programs to train and capacitate people with disabilities to ensure resolution of challenges that hamper their involvement and active participation in government procurement contracts. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier, Honourable Sufi, the DG, Mr. Musue, and the team of officials. I wish to thank all the members as indicated on that page 10, as I have alluded in the previous report. Furthermore, the committee would like to also thank the committee support staff for their dedication and support. I'm not going to mention all the names, as I have alluded to all the names in my previous report. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents a report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mekwe. Honourable members, do we have a seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dr. Chokwe. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, order number 7, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature Oversight Report on the details of Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 for the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mekwe.
Kiteuhets, Madam Speaker, today. Yeah. The 2026-27 budget for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature reflects a total allocation of 1.4 billion, representing an increase of 20.3% from the 25-26 adjusted appropriation of 1.2 billion rands. This growth in the budget responds to the strategic priorities of the 7th legislature term and gives effect to the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 mandate, which is derived from the National Development Plan's vision for 2030. In terms of budget allocation by economic classification, the committee noted the following: on compensation of employees, 533.9 million rand, an increase of 12.8%, driven by the inclusion of 27 critical vacancies and annual cost of living adjustment over time and medical aid cushion. On goods and services, 509.2 million, which is an increase of 21.4%, funding committees and house activities, public participation and educational programs, institutional events and sector parliaments, and operational and contractual obligations. On transfers and subsidies, 241.6 million rands, which is an increase of 12.6%, which is inclusive of a special allocation of 36 million rands for municipal elections-related activities such as voter education and campaigns. On payment for capital assets, 159 million rands have been allocated, which is an increase of 71.3%, earmarked for the procurement of the new GPL building, SA SAP, as well as replacement and upgrading of ICT infrastructure and software. The committee is concerned about the slow progress of the digitalization strategy and the apparent lack of clear plan for replacing older gadgets and laptops, noting that returning members have still not received new devices this term, despite the legislature's move to a paperless environment. The GPL responded that the current contract for members' mobile tools is reaching its conclusion during this financial year, anticipated around July. The legislature is operating under the RT15 contract framework, which runs until 2027, to ensure continuity to supply chain teams in sourcing quotations from MTN and evaluating 1- and 2-year contracts options to weigh cost implications. The GPL committed to formally communicate the outcome to members once the procurement decision is finalized. Allocations per program reflected that Program 3, which is Corporate Support Services, received the largest share at 749.9 million, followed by Program 4, Core Business, at 403.50 million rands. Program 1, Leadership and Governance, received 189.53 million rands. Program 5, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, received 73.20 million rands. And Program 2, Office of the Secretary, received the smallest allocation at 39.96 million rands. In response to the committee concern regarding 45 million for the purchase of trucks and whether the motive is election-driven rather than needs-driven, the GPL highlighted that the truck initiative was approved by the members during the strategic planning meeting. The rationale for this initiative was for public participation, remote area access where accommodation is challenging, and to reduce the repetition of transporting the same people across 5 regions. GPL further highlighted that the trucks are GPL assets and will not be accessible to political parties. Will focus on committee use as resolved by members. A policy for usage will be developed before trucks are deployed with controls to ensure impartiality. Procurement is delayed specifically to ensure policy and controls are in place. The GPL shared the same sentiments with the committee regarding communication gaps in terms of public participation of our committees, and indication was made that intervention measures are in place to address this challenge. A detailed communication plan will be provided to a committee on the rollout of these improvements plans. That includes improvement of notifications to committees and remote online links. With regard to the budget of 100 million rands for a new building and 6 million rands for space optimization, the committee highlighted that the empty provincial government buildings costing millions in security, and GPL should consider such building instead of buying a new building, particularly in this age of Zoom and remote work, because many offices are rarely occupied. However, the GPL justified the need for office building that key officials must be at work for institutional accountability. The GPL highlighted that a broad national study on office space requirements has been commissioned and will be shared with the committee once conceptualized. On the concerns, after consideration of the budget documentation, presentation, and evidence received, the committee identified the following concerns, findings, and recommendations. On concerns, the committee is concerned about the significant projected reduction in the GPL budget over the medium-term expenditure framework, falling from 1.44 billion rands in 26-27 to 915 million rands in 27-28. This decline may undermine the continuity of planned capital projects and key service delivery commitments. The committee is also concerned that the large allocation of transfers and subsidies amounting to 241.55 million and including a once-off 36 million rands for municipal elections-related activities may constrain funds available for operational priorities and capital maintenance if such transfers are not strictly time-bound and closely monitored. The committee is also concerned about the risk to delivery associated with the heavy dependence on self-generated revenue of 402.1 million rands, particularly where projected income streams such as city hall bookings and rental income could be volatile and affect cash flow for critical programs. On recommendations, the committee recommends that GPL develop and table a detailed risk mitigation and contingency plan that addresses the projected MTF budget decline. The committee recommends that the GPL strengthen monitoring and reporting on transfers and subsidies by introducing quarterly disclosure of utilization and outcomes for funds transferred to political parties and for election-related allocations. The committee recommends that the GPL provide the committee with a detailed implementation plan and project governance framework for capital projects. The GPL shall submit the implementation plan and governance framework to the committee by 31st, or let me say all those recommendations should be submitted by the 31st of July 2026. The committee appreciates the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Supie, the Provincial Secretary, Advocate Maluka, and senior management team. I would like to express my gratitude to all the honorable members for their hard work and dedication. I think I've already indicated the names of all the members in my previous report. I'm not going to repeat. The committee also would like to thank the group coordinator and all the support team, as I alluded to the previous report. After careful consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on vote 2 of the schedule to the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee submits this report to the House and recommends its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mechwe. Can we have a seconder for the report, please, honourable members? Honourable Mokheti, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now put the question to the House. All in favour say yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it, the report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the 8th order, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and tabling of Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mosipia, you can come in, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dalton Adams Albert. Honorable Deputy Speaker, who has tendered her apology, and the Honorable Premier as well, Honorable Chairpersons of Committees, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the Chief Whip, who has tendered his apologies, all leaders of political parties represented in the House, members of the Executive Council, honorable members, Bagolo ba rona dumelang. It is with deep humility and profound sense of responsibility and unwavering commitment to constitutional democracy that I rise before this House to table the budget of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2026-27 financial year. Today, we present a budget of 1.4 billion rands. This allocation is not merely a financial instrument. It is a strategic investment in democracy. It is an investment in accountability. It is also an investment in responsive governance. Above all, it is an investment in the people of Gauteng. So as we table this budget, we do so fully aware of the immense expectations that the people place upon government. Across our townships, our suburbs, informal settlements, villages, and inner cities, Our people continue to demand quality services. They demand reliable infrastructure, safer communities, economic opportunities, and a government that responds with urgency to their concerns. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature occupies a unique constitutional position in helping to ensure that these expectations are met. We do not build roads. We do not operate hospitals. We do not manage municipalities. Yet, our constitutional responsibility is equally important: to ensure that those who do are held accountable for the resources entrusted to them and the commitments they make to the people of Gauteng. Honorable members, the true measure of our success as a legislature is not the number of meetings we hold, it's not reports we adopt or debates we conduct. Rather, our success must be measured by whether our work contributes meaningfully to that effect, to improving the lives of the people we serve. So this budget therefore seeks to strengthen the legislature's ability to deliver on its constitutional mandate through enhanced oversight, meaningful public participation, responsive lawmaking, and institutional excellence. As we continue implementing our strategic plan 2025-2030, we remain firmly committed to building a modern, activist, and people-centered legislature that places the needs and aspirations of Gauteng residents at the center of everything we do. Baagi ba Gauteng ba boletse bagolo. They have expressed concern about the pace of service delivery. They have raised frustrations regarding deteriorating infrastructure, delayed projects, governance failures, and challenges within local government. They have called for greater accountability, improved responsiveness, and tangible results. So this budget, therefore, prioritizes the strengthening of oversight as one of the most critical instruments available to us in advancing the developmental objectives of our province. During the 26-27 financial year, we will intensify our oversight of key infrastructure projects across Gauteng. We recognize that infrastructure investment remains one of the most visible manifestations of government's commitment to improving the quality of life of its citizens. Roads, schools, clinics, hospitals, housing developments, public transport systems, and economic infrastructure are not simple projects reflected in departmental reports. They are services that directly affect people's daily lives. So accordingly, our committees will increase site visits, they will undertake more focused project inspections, and they will strengthen monitoring of implementation timelines, expenditure patterns, and project outcomes. We will seek to ensure that every rand allocated for infrastructure delivers value and translates into real benefit for communities. Honorable members, equally important will be our intensified focus on local government oversight. Local government is the sphere of government closest to the people. It is where government becomes visible. It is where service meets citizens. When refuse is not collected, when roads are not maintained, when water does not flow, when sanitation systems fail, and when local infrastructure deteriorates, it is municipalities that residents encounter first. The concerns raised by communities through Gauteng regarding local government performance therefore cannot be ignored. So as a legislature, we will strengthen our oversight of municipalities through closer engagement with provincial departments responsible for local government support and intervention. We will increase scrutiny of governance challenges, financial management concerns, and service delivery performance within municipalities. Our objective is very simple: to ensure that the executive exercises its responsibilities effectively and that the people of Gauteng receive the services to which they are entitled. So a recurring concern raised by both members and communities relates to the implementation of resolutions adopted by this legislature. Oversight cannot end with the adoption of recommendations. Accountability cannot end with the submission of reports. It is therefore imperative that resolutions of the legislature are systematically monitored, they are tracked, and they are implemented. For this reason, the 2026-27 financial year will see a significant focus on innovation and automation within our resolutions management process. I must also emphasize here that this matter was also raised by the AG, and we will be audited on this matter. So it's one area that we are going to pay a whole lot of attention to. We will continue investing in modern digital systems that allow for improved tracking of committee resolutions, enhanced monitoring of executive responses, and real-time reporting on implementation progress. Through technology-enabled oversight, we seek to strengthen accountability, improve transparency, and ensure that commitments made before this House are honored. Honorable Bloom, this is a matter that you raise a number of times. The people of Gauteng rightly expect that recommendations adopted by their legislature should not gather dust on shelves. They must translate into action. They must translate into implementation. Most importantly, they must translate into improved services and a better quality of life of our people. Through this enhanced system of tracking and accountability, we intend to close the gap between decisions taken in the House and results experienced in our communities. This initiative represents a significant step in creating a more responsive, evidence-based, and outcomes-driven oversight environment. Honorable McCoy, this is one area also that you are very concerned about. Honorable members, the modern legislature must remain connected to the people it serves. Our constitutional obligation extends beyond these chambers. It requires us to engage directly with communities, to listen to their experiences, and to create meaningful opportunities for participation in governance processes. Accordingly, this budget provides for the continued expansion and strengthening of public participation initiatives. We will intensify community engagements across the province. We will continue taking the legislature to the people through outreach programs, through public hearings, stakeholder engagements, and innovative digital participation platforms. Honorable Dr. Masuku, we will ensure that citizens have greater access to legislative processes and that their voices continue to inform our oversight, our lawmaking, and decision-making responsibilities. Democracy is strongest when citizens are active participants rather than passive observers. The legislature must therefore remain a trusted platform through which the voices of Gauteng residents are heard, they are respected, and most importantly, they are acted upon. The year ahead carries particular significance for our democracy. On the 4th of November this year, South Africans will once again exercise one of their most precious rights, secured through decades of struggle and sacrifice, the right to vote. This right was not freely given. It was earned through courage, through perseverance, and the determination of generations who envisioned a democratic South Africa founded upon equality, dignity, and freedom. So as we approach the local government elections, we call upon all eligible citizens to register to vote and to participate actively in the democratic process. Voting is not merely a constitutional right, it is a civic responsibility. It is through the ballot that citizens shape the future of their communities and hold leaders accountable. These elections are particularly important because local government is where government interacts most directly with the daily realities of the people. The quality of roads, the provision of water, sanitation services, local economic development, and community safety initiatives are all profoundly influenced by local government performance. We therefore encourage every citizen of Gauteng to participate fully in this democratic process and to make their voices count. Honorable members, as we strengthen our external impact, we must also strengthen our internal capacity. Yes. So, as I said, as we strengthen our external impact, we must also strengthen our internal capacity. A high-performing legislature requires a capable, professional, and responsive administration. This budget therefore supports ongoing efforts to modernize our internal systems, improve organizational efficiency, and enhance institutional capacity. We will continue investing in governance systems, digital transformation, human capital development, organizational effectiveness, and administrative excellence. Our objective is to ensure that the administration remains fully equipped to support the House, its committees, and all members in the execution of their constitutional responsibilities. A legislature that is administratively strong is better positioned to exercise effective oversight, to facilitate meaningful public participation, and deliver high-quality legislative services. Institutional excellence remains an essential pillar of democratic excellence. As a province and as a nation, we are strengthened by our diversity. Gauteng remains a place of opportunity, innovation, and aspiration. It is a province that has welcomed people from every corner of South Africa, the African continent, and the broader world who seek to contribute positively to our collective future within the ambit of the law. We must continue building communities founded upon mutual respect, human dignity, and social cohesion. At the same time, we remain unequivocal on our commitment to the rule of law. I just want to repeat that. At the same time, we remain unequivocal in our commitment to the rule of law. The principles of constitutional democracy require that all who live within our borders respect the laws of our republic. While our institutions discharge their responsibilities fairly, consistently, and without prejudice, social cohesion and lawful conduct are not competing ideals. They are complementary pillars of a stable and prosperous society. Together, they create the conditions necessary for peace, development, and shared progress. So as we table this budget today, let us remember that budgets are ultimately not about numbers on a page. They are about people. They are about the mother waiting for reliable health care at her local clinic. They are about the young person searching for opportunities and a pathway to a better future. They are about the commuter who wants safer roads and reliable public transport. They are about the entrepreneur striving to grow a business and create jobs. They are about communities that simply want government to work and to deliver on its promises and commitments. Every program we fund, every oversight visit we undertake, every committee meeting we convene, and every recommendation we adopt must ultimately be measured against one simple question. Are we making a positive difference in the lives of the people we serve? That is the question. That is the standard by which the Gauteng Provincial Legislature must judge itself. The year ahead presents both opportunities and challenges. It will demand hard work, difficult conversations, and unwavering commitment. Yet, it also offers us an opportunity to strengthen public trust, deepen accountability, and demonstrate that democratic institutions can indeed be a force for positive change. So, as we approach the upcoming local government elections, let us encourage our people to participate actively in our democracy. Let us remind them that the right to vote was hard-won through sacrifice and struggle. It remains one of our most important tools available to citizens to shape the future of their communities. Every vote matters, every voice matters, every citizen matters. Let us also continue to build a Gauteng that is welcoming, united and bound together by our shared commitment to dignity, mutual respect, and, very importantly, the rule of law. A Gauteng where diversity remains our strength, where differences are solved through dialogue, and where all who contribute positively to our society can feel a sense of belonging and shared purpose. This budget is a statement of intent. It is our commitment to strengthening oversight. It is our commitment to bringing the legislature closer to the people. It is our commitment to innovation, accountability, and good governance. It is our commitment to ensuring that public resources translate into public value. Above all, it is our commitment to the people of Gauteng. So let us therefore move forward together with confidence, determination, and a renewed sense of purpose. Let us continue to ask difficult questions. Let us continue to hold the executive accountable. Let us continue to listen to the voices of our communities. And let us never forget that the authority we exercise in this House is borrowed from the people and must always be exercised in their service. Ka Setswana re re dinaka re tse re di rweleng tse dinaka tse di leng mo ditlhogong tsa rona ke dinaka tsa go reeswa re nne ntse re gopola. So as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we remain guided by our vision of being the voice of our people. Let the voice continue to inspire our work, sharpen our oversight, and strengthen our resolve to build a province that works for all who call it home. With these remarks, I hereby table the 2026-27 budget of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Musupuya. Pleasure. Secretary, can you read the ninth order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature Oversight Report on the detail of the Office of the Premier, Budget Vote number 1 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mekwe, you can deliver the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chair. The Gauteng Office of the Premier received 1.6 billion, representing a 0.1% increase from the allocate 1.5 billion rands in 2026-27 financial year. This budget allocation is aimed at driving the implementation of the 2024 to 2029 MTDP with continuous focus on tackling crime, growing the economy, and investing in education and skills development. The allocation also makes the provision for provincial forensic audits, integrity building programs, the Gauteng City Region Academy, the Gauteng AIDS Council, and the filling of posts that are ready for appointments. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier's budget allocation is expected to increase by an additional 3 million rands in 2027-28 financial year and 3.1 million in 2028-2029 financial year to fund the carry-through cost of 8 advertised posts that are ready to be filled. As part of the commitment to advancing accelerated and inclusive economic growth while addressing the distress of unemployment, those of the Premier highlighted that Gauteng outperformed national trends, reaching a record of 5.24 4 million rands employed individuals and contributing almost 70% of the country's total job gains. This growth was largely driven by sectors that include construction, finance, and social services. These developments suggest that the provincial economy is gradually stabilizing and, if sustained, could place Gauteng on a stronger path toward inclusive growth and improved employment outcomes. Program 1 is allocated 189.4 million. Program 2 is allocated 279.7 million rands. The Office of the Premier reported that regional coordinators were funded through internal reprioritization over the 5-year period ending 2025-26 financial year. However, no baseline allocation was provided by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, necessitating further reprioritization to sustain the program. Accordingly, the regional coordinators continue to perform the duties that includes governance and attendance, backlog reduction and aging control, SLA compliance and service standards, escalation and high-impact case management, and continuous improvement and root cause elimination. In the outer years, the budget increases to 225.1 million rands in 2027-28 financial year and 235.3 million rands in 2028 to 2029 to accommodate wage inflation. Program 3 is allocated 332.3 million rands. Program 4 has declined by 9.3%. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier's 2026-27 allocation reflects a constrained budget with only a marginal overall increase and notable shifts in allocation across programs and economic classification. Despite the Office of the Premier's demonstration of a continued commitment to skills development, governance improvement, and youth empowerment, the declining trend in personal expenditure and the reduction in key programs' budgets may constrain its ability to fully implement its mandate. The success of the department over the MTF will depend on its ability to balance cost containment measures with the need to maintain service delivery standards, invest in critical skills, and ensure inclusive growth. The concerns by the committee: we note with concern the sharp decline in departmental receipts on the Office of the Premier State intention to recover revenue by capturing outstanding debt owed by other departments under trade and receivables. Without a formal recovery strategy, robust data reconciliation and clear timelines, this approach risks being aspirational rather than effective. On recommendations, the Premier should submit a comprehensive revenue recovery plan that addresses the marked decline in departmental receipts and sets out concrete steps to improve collection, and the plan must include a data reconciliation and recovery schedule that identifies outstanding debts owed by other departments under trade and receivables and specifies collection targets and timelines. It must also contain the revised revenue targets for 26-27 financial year and the MTF with clear assumptions and monthly monitoring indicators. There were no findings that on lawmaking. On acknowledgement, I acknowledge the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier Honorable Lesufi and the DG, Mr. Imusue, and the team of senior officials. I wish to thank all those honorable members that I've indicated on page 5, and I've already spoken about them in the previous reports. And furthermore, the committee would like to thank all the committee support staff for their dedication and support. I'm not going to also include all the names that are indicated there, as I've spoken about these names in the previous reports. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. Can I have a seconder, please, honourable members?
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honourable Msimanga. I now put the question to the House. All those in favour say yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the 10th order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Office of the Premier. Budget vote number 1 of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Acting Premier, MEC Mazibuko, you can present the budget speech, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Let me acknowledge Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and honorable members, leaders of political parties that are represented in the legislature, compatriots and fellow residents of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. 4 days after the delivery of this budget speech, our country will be celebrating 50 years of the Soweto Youth Uprising, known today as the Youth Day. This day is one of the defining moments in the history of our country. It is a Youth Day because it is a day which honors the gallant and courageous struggles waged by our country's young people in pursuit of the noble vision of freedom. Our province is at the center of this history. It all started in Soweto in June 1976, before spreading across the length and breadth of the country, where scores of young people stood up and said, "Enough is enough. Away with Bantu education." The youth of our country have taken up the baton as change agents in the history of South Africa. The Gauteng provincial government recognizes the key role of the young people in our province and continues to play building a better Gauteng and a better South Africa, ensuring inclusive development with youth empowerment fully embedded within our governance, our economic and social policy. The Gauteng provincial government continues to put the youth squarely at the center of its vision for the future. Youth empowerment is the fundamental pillar of Gauteng's development trajectory. These commitments are aligned with global, continental, and national frameworks, including the SDGs, the AU 2063, the NDP, and the National MTDP 2024 to 2029. The GNU and the GPU have reinforced these commitments, recognizing that youth and other designated groups remain disproportionately affected by poverty, unemployment, service delivery backlogs, and systematic exclusion. As the Gauteng provincial government, we are hard at work to turn around the tide. Gauteng remains committed to accelerating efforts to ensure its development planning policy are implemented and that governance structures are deliberately inclusive, ensuring that these groups are not only beneficiaries of development, but are also active agents in shaping Gauteng's future. To this, Gauteng is institutionalizing youth-focused planning, budgeting and implementation mechanisms across all the provincial departments and municipalities. Our policy interventions speak for themselves in this regard. Honourable House Chair, the 2026 MTF budget is prepared within a very tight fiscal environment that requires departments to comply with the following budgeting principles and the fiscal consolidation program. Firstly, it's the salary adjustment guided by the Treasury guideline, final adjustment to be guided by Public Service Wage Bill Management Strategy. Secondly, no additional resources are available except for unseen events. Allocation of projects that stimulate economic growth, compensation of employees, the review of the budgets to fund revised projects and own revenue. The Office of the Premier continues to prioritize its budget to ensure that the core mandates of the department are protected and effectively fulfilled. The Office has focused its budget allocation on critical items aimed at improving service delivery. Provision has been made under goods and services to support the implementation of service delivery project as outlined in the annual performance plan, and these allocations are aligned with the priorities of the province and are informed by the decisions taken by the Executive Management Committee. Furthermore, the Office of the Premier has reprioritized available funds to ensure that departmental performance indicators, the outputs and the strategic objectives are adequately funded and implemented effectively. The budget for compensation of employees has been reprioritized to ensure that it is aligned to the current structure. There has been reprioritization and movement of funds between programs and economic classifications, with the movements between programs being the realignment of functions and the organizational structure. A total of 1.5 billion has been allocated to maintain fiscal stability in the implementation of the planned activities, the operating costs, transfers to municipalities, and the provision of bursaries for the Gauteng province students. The Office of the Premier continues to prioritize its budget to ensure that the core mandates of the office are protected and effectively fulfilled. The office has focused its budget allocation on critical items aimed at improving service delivery. The office received a total budget allocation of 1.55 billion for this current financial year of 2026-2027. This represents a decrease when compared to 1.6 billion that was allocated in the previous financial year. The decrease in the budget is due to the unallocated budget for the Life Asset Mini, as well as the budget cut to cater for provincial equitable share. Honourable members of the House, Programme 4 is responsible for the coordination and implementation of the Gauteng Master Skills Plan to produce a skilled workforce, enhance employability and job creation. The programme constitutes the highest contributor to the department's allocated budget, accounting for almost 48% of the total departmental budget. The bulk of the allocation is earmarked for bursaries for external students. Following its transition to the Office of the Premier, the Gauteng City Region Academy is now classified as Programme 4, which is a special program which is the highest contributor to the budget, sitting at 48%. This is aimed to continue to implement skills development initiatives that supports the objectives of the Gauteng Master Plan and the Gauteng Master Skills Plan, which is aimed to deliver an innovative, skilled and ethical workforce for the Gauteng City Region economy and society. In the first and second quarters of 2026-2027 of this financial year, the GCRA will focus on strengthening digital capabilities, enhancing program governance and oversight, and implementing innovative youth development initiatives. These interventions are intended to improve the delivery of skills development programs, expand access to opportunities for Gauteng's youth, and support for province's broader human capital development agenda. A total of 103 million is allocated for the various activities to fund this priority. This financial year will also see the GCRA delivering a high-impact, structured coaching program which is designed and deployed for heads of department, as well as initiatives to build the capacity of the state. An amount of 572 million is allocated to provide and redress the opportunities for the youth to have access to tertiary training. These areas of studies are now also being aligned to focus areas that are aligned to the Gauteng priorities. Programme 3 supports Premier and the EXCO with policy advice, research support, and international and intergovernmental relations, integrated cooperative governance, effective management of the Executive Council cluster system. And Programme 3 constitutes almost 21% of the office's total budget allocation, mainly due to transfers that are allocated to municipalities, the University of Witwatersrand, and non-profit institutions through the GAC budget transfers. Programme 2 accounts for 18% of the allocation, and the allocation is linked to the operation of each directorate. The programme is responsible for leading, facilitating, and coordinating, supporting skilled, ethical, and performance-oriented GCR. The ICT leadership and guidance across the Gauteng provincial government, the ICT-related auxiliary support to the Office of the Premier, towards modernizing the public service and support to the Premier and to the EXCO with legal advice and support. Promoting and facilitating effective communication between government and the people of Gauteng is one of its core functions that it actually does. Programme 1 plays the overall strategic management and supportive role to the Premier and the DG in fulfilling their statutory and political mandates in the office and the province. It constitutes 12% of the allocated budget, and bulk of it is on compensation of employees. Honourable House Chair, the compensation of employees in the Office of the Premier is the second cost driver at 32% of the total budget. Personnel budget increased over the MTF period to cater for filling of critical posts, salary adjustment, pay progressions, and allowances. Transfers to households for bursaries have become the first cost driver of the department allocation, sitting at 37%. The bursaries are intended to provide financial aid making higher education more accessible, particularly to those underprivileged homes, bursaries, assist students with paying tuition, assist communities with buying, the students with buying books, housing, and other related expenditures. The goods and services budget allocation also continues to support the execution of programs and projects in line with the seventh administration. The increase in the budget is mainly to the reclassification of the Marsita program, as the budget for training was previously allocated under compensation of employees. Transfers to municipalities also constitute to 7%. It means the office does pay its rent. And also the ward-based door-to-door HIV/AIDS to local government. The budget for transfers and subsidies to higher education over the MTF remains constant and accounts for 2% of the total budget. And the budget is allocated for research projects that the institution of the higher learning in Gauteng undertake on behalf of the Gauteng provincial government. The budget for CAPEX amounts to 19 million for this financial year, and mainly it's to cater for the procurement of office furniture, computers, and as well as paying G-Fleet cars. The Office of the Premier is not a revenue-generating department. The revenue is mainly sourced from employees' parking fees. And the office anticipates to collect almost 629,000 in this financial year, which will demonstrate a decrease from the previous financial year. Over the MTF, the office estimates for the sales of goods and services other than capital assets a decrease from 552,000 to a decrease that reflects that the office has received lesser money. Honourable House Chair, I wish to conclude this budget vote with an appeal to the people of Gauteng to work with government as we address the challenges of illegal immigration. In his national address on this matter, the President of the country, Baba Cyril Ramaphosa, has said, I open quotes, like every other country in the world, we have laws that determine who can come to our country, what they can do here, and how long they can stay. The basic principle on which we all agree is that every person within the borders of South Africa should be here legally. Every person who works in our country must be legally permitted to work. Every person who runs a business here must be legally permitted to run a business. The challenge we have is that some people have migrated to our country irregularly and are here illegally. South Africa has a right to implement policies and measures that prevent irregular migration. South Africa is committed to protect, uphold, and advance the human rights of all our people in our country, whether citizens or foreign nationals, close quote. I therefore call upon all the residents of Gauteng to avoid anger or violence as we work to address this pressing matter, so said Premier. Let us work for unity and respect of laws of our country. As the President had said, open quote, let us build a South Africa that is secure, lawful, compassionate, prosperous, a South Africa in which we expand opportunities, protect people's dignity, and fulfill the promise of democracy for all, close quote. The Gauteng provincial government is committed to working within the framework to ensure that Gauteng is a law-abiding, peaceful, stable, and prosperous space in which all its people thrive and contribute to a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. As I conclude, Honourable House Chair, as we deliver this third Office of the Premier budget vote during the 7th administration, we are conscious of the work which still needs to be done to fulfill the three key priorities of the 7th administration of the Gauteng provincial government of unity. The three priorities are driving inclusive economic growth and job creation, reducing and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and development state. Gauteng is no ordinary province. Gauteng is the heartland of our country. Our responsibility to make this province work is proportional to its strategic value for our country. Yet this is the responsibility we need to fulfill, and the Office of the Premier is the driver of that vision. For this, let's thank all the parties that are constituent parts of the Gauteng Government of Provincial Unity for their continued unwavering commitment to the shared vision of our prosperous, successful Gauteng. The partnership is driven by ancient African wisdom, which I open quote, "You are because I am, and I am because you are," close quote. We would like to be remiss, we won't want to be remiss of a failed to acknowledge the sterling work of the opposition for continuing to hold our feet to the fire, ensuring our system of democracy has meaningful purpose. And I will also like, the Premier says, he would also like to conclude by thanking MECs, the ANC caucus, the DG of the province, the special advisors, and the senior management team, and the staff in the Office of the Premier for their sterling work they continue to do in pursuit of the objectives of the 7th administration. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Premier, MEC Mazibuko. The debate continues. Honourable Msemanga.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and Sanbonani Dumelang, to members of the legislature and members of the public in general. Chair of Chairs, the debate on Vote 1 is not only about the budget line. It concerns accountability and leadership. Ultimately, it is a debate about the lived reality of the people of Gauteng. While Gauteng is the center of opportunity for millions of residents, these opportunities remain out of reach for many. Crime, corruption, infrastructure failure, unemployment, homelessness, hunger, unreliable service delivery, and the failing local government has turned opportunity into despair rather than a reality delivered. The Office of the Premier exists precisely to close this gap between the promise and the reality. I wanted to engage with the Premier today, but the Premier didn't see it fit to be here while we engage on a very important aspect of what will constitute a year of government. That is the beginning where we agree on what the budget should be and where we are able to then engage on the advice and how this will be rolled out. But he didn't see it fit to be here, as a number of MECs didn't see it fit to be here. So I don't think I want to go into most of the things that I would have otherwise wanted to talk to. But here's something that I think it is important for us to talk to. It is important that the Premier understand that the budget must be judged by the impact that it has, not by the activities that are taking place. If money of this office is only to produce meetings, reports, and launches, but does not improve the department's performance across GPG, then it is failing, and is failing the people. I want to say to you, Chair of Chairs, that the Premier is at the heart of the provincial government, not simply as a political figurehead. The role has a constitutional mandate to coordinate the entire machinery of the provincial government and the interest of the people. The success or failure of the departments, the entities, and the MECs does not sit in isolation. It ultimately rests with the Premier. For several years, the Premier has announced bold commitments in successive states of the province addresses. Each year, the language has grown even more ambitious. Each year, the lived experience of many of Gauteng residents has grown more difficult. I want to then say to the people of this House here, in 2024, the Premier introduced delivery agreements with the MECs, anchored on 3 priorities: inclusive growth, economic growth and job creation, improved living conditions, health, well-being, and capable and ethical and developmental state. And MEC Mazibuko just made a profound, important point, which also was underscored by what was said earlier on by the speaker, saying that what we spend money on must have an impact on the people of Gauteng. And also, I like the quote that the speaker has actually then left us with, to then say that the budget is not about the figures, but it is about the number and the impact that it has on the services that the people are supposed to be delivering or supposed to be getting. MEC speaks about the 1976 youth and what they stood for, and we had a number of people speaking about that. But let's talk about the reality of today. More and more young people in Gauteng and in South Africa are finding themselves without jobs and without prospects of them getting jobs. More and more people are now going and becoming victims of crime. If you go to our police stations and see how many people are reporting cases of rape and not getting the help that they're supposed to be getting, and actually then becoming victims for the second time, because even when they get to those police stations, the people are not adequately trained to deal with the matters that they get to report. And while you are even there, you find that the victim empowerment rooms are not actually even adequately built to then deal with the challenges that the people are sitting with. So when you talk about access and when you talk about what the youth of 1976 was fighting for, Madam MEC, I want to then say to you that that which they were fighting for in 1976 versus what is the lived reality today are two different things. They had actually said enough is enough. They stood up and said, we are going to stand at the front, we are going to fight for access so that we have a better life. It's not only about fighting against a medium of instruction. It was not about fighting just for Africans as a medium of instruction. It was about accessibility, it was about quality of life, it was about equality. But where are we today? When you walk on the streets of Johannesburg, more and more young people are ravaged by drugs. When you go to El Dorado Park, more and more young people's lives are taken on a daily basis because of crime and because of gangsterism that is taking place. When you walk on the streets of Krugersdorp on a daily basis, more and more people are driven out of their homes because of what is happening underground, which the police have failed to then deal with. When you ask, more and more of our young ladies are raped on a daily basis, and cases are not being resolved because of a failing government that is failing to ensure that is adequate number of detectives, that is adequate number of DNA testing that are taking place, and we are able to then get an adequate response to the crimes that we're sitting with. So yes, the government has been failing and continues to then fail. But they say the measure of madness is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And this is why they wouldn't even come and sit here to then come and engage, and they would sit somewhere, not even be in the country, when the most important thing is being debated, the budget, where we are supposed to be engaging and talking on serious note about what needs to then happen. Instead, what is happening is that they know that they will get the numbers, they will pass the budget anyway. They know that they will continue to do the same thing over and over again, and nobody cares. They know that next year they will regurgitate the same, again, failed promises. They know that they will get the support that they've been getting, and they will continue to do some of the same. What has happened to Madia? What has happened to some of those that have been implicated in wrongdoing? The Premier has continued to protect those. So we can debate the numbers here, but what we should be debating and what we should be talking about is the impact. Have we really removed those that have continuously failed the department? What we have done is to then play musical chairs. Those that have failed in one department now find themselves leading in another department. Now we can come and debate numbers here, but what is the impact? That's what we must be talking about. We need to be asking. We hear that, there is those contracts, service delivery or service, what do you call it, the performance contracts. Has anybody in this house, ever asked what has actually each and every MEC signed for? What has actually been delivered? What hasn't been delivered? What has been done by those that have failed to deliver? What has been done about them? Nobody's ever asked that. Nobody's ever actually going to know that. Because why? We are just getting these things as a nice to have. We're not getting them because there is actually an answer or a commitment to then provide an answer to hold people to account. How many people have actually then been moved from departments and actually resigned? Instead of facing prosecution, have resigned and been paid their pensions in full. We can go back to the MECs. One of them we are now still talking about here today, Life Esidimeni. While they were told that this is going to be wrong, nothing was ever done. The person was allowed to leave this employment of the legislature, was paid millions in their pension, and we can go on about some of the officials as well. So why Why should then those that continue to do wrong think that this government is going to do anything different, that they are going to be caught, that the Premier's office is going to put a different approach in place where things are going to then be done a whole lot differently? I beg to then say to you, Member Mazibuko, the people of 1976 thought that much didn't march so that the nonsense can continue, so that there could be looting that is taking place, so that there could be crime that is taking place, so that they could have an MEC saying that people enjoy sleeping on the floor instead of getting beds in hospitals. The people of 1976 didn't march to hear a minister saying that you are lucky to be raped once as a woman. That's not what they stood for. And when we come here and we want to then talk about budgets, we want to then argue technicalities and about numbers, while the reality on the ground is that more and more people are facing hardships. More and more people don't even know where the next slice of bread is going to come from. Yet we're talking about billions. We're talking about new projects that we're launching. We're talking about drones. The fact of the matter is the impact on the ground is felt less and less each and every year. That's what we now need to then be talking about. There's anxiety by the residents that, the promises are now abstract, that the basic services that they're supposed to be getting are not being delivered. Can one work and feed their family? That's the question. Can their children move safely and go to school and find space in school? Can the residents rely on public hospitals when they are sick? Will water flow out of their taps in the morning when they wake up? I want you to go to Nuclear right now and tell me how many homes now don't have water. Basic thing, water. I want you to go to Midrand and tell me how many homes are now without water. I want you to go to Lodiam and tell me how many homes are now sitting without water. And what have we done? We now come up with new ideas and new polished, slogans that we want to then put out year in, year out. The quality of life in Gauteng reflects the reality of the struggle. 1 in 5 households that lives in informal settlements and live in informal dwelling. Over 32% of the households live below the upper bound poverty line, surviving on less than 1,600 rand or less, per month. While the Premier claims to prioritize economic growth and jobs, and the lived economic hardships means that families skip meals or whole households depend on grants, unemployment in Gauteng stands at about 34%, of which about 60% of those are young people. So we're going to come and sit here and debate numbers, or we're going to come here and ask critical questions. What have you done so far? Have you delivered as MECs? Have you failed to deliver as MECs? What are we going to do to then hold you to account? I want to say to the other political parties that are represented here, you have an opportunity. The opportunity to then say, until you give us a clear report of what you have been able to then deliver, until you give us a clear report of what has been done to those that had failed the people of Gauteng year in, year out, we are not going to give you our support. If you are not going to do that, I promise you, you have played into the same hands that they know that you are going to do, that you are going to do the same thing, they're going to continue doing the same thing, and the people of Gauteng are going to continue to languish in poverty. The people of Gauteng are going to continue to live a life of fear because they cannot trust that the police will do what needs to then be done. So I say to you, Madam Acting Premier, those that died in 1976, those that marched in 1976, didn't think that there would be a program called Etswada that delivers nothing. They didn't think that there would be a program called Kemoja that delivers nothing. They didn't think that there will be a TEPO 1 million that took out more money than being able to then put even more children into universities, and then we are able to not count for anything that has transpired from there. So I want to then say to you, today we will debate a number of vote items, but at the center we must address this important question. What has been the impact of the expenditure or the planned expenditure that has been there? If you are not able to then give us that, I can tell you now from this side of the House, we'll stand with the people of Gauteng who have said that this government has failed us, and we will not continue to help you to fail them even further. We will not support your budgets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Manga.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Honourable Mekwe.
I want to rise on Rule 77, and I wish to ask a question to Honorable Msimang. Is he
Would you
prepared
like
to
to,
take?
would you take a question, Honorable Msimanga? Go ahead, Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I heard him well, but I want to ask a question. If I heard you well, did you say there's a minister who said women must be raped? If yes, who is that minister? Where did he or she said that, and where? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much. This we can say because you can actually then Google it. A minister said a woman is lucky to be raped once. I didn't say a minister said that women must be raped. I said a minister said you are lucky to be raped once. So it means that you have already accepted defeat. Like what we have accepted defeat with our borders. You have removed soldiers away from our borders. And when the people are now having, no, I've been asked a question, I'm responding.
Just Honorable
Okay.
Msimanga, Honorable
We have no order here.
As per Rule 92, he is not answering the question that Member Mekwe asked. Specifically, who, when, where? Those are the questions that Member Mekwe asked, not the story that he's creating. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Msimanga.
Who?
It's your minister.
Let's listen, honorable members.
Okay.
You can Google it, the video is still there. And it was addressing your rally. You should be ashamed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable Makwala, okay, debate goes on. I don't see him on the platform. Honorable Makwala.
Greetings, Chair of Chairs. Greetings,
Okay.
Chair of Chairs. It's Member Abrams.
Honorable
I will
Makwala, you can
be
go ahead,
reading,
please. Honorable Makwala.
Greetings, Chair.
I'm calling him Honorable Abrahams, but he's not responding.
No, greetings, Chair. I will be reading his question.
No, he's debating. It's not a question.
I'm sorry, debate. I will
No,
I will be debating on behalf.
no, we'll pass. Thank you so much, Honorable Abrahams. Honorable Arif Ngobeni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chair. As the opposition this side, we will take Honorable Msimang seriously if he was not propping up the ANC in the GNU. So
Go ahead,
whatever that
Honorable
he's
Ngobeni,
asking us
please.
to do, whatever that he's asking us to do, he must start doing it at national so that we can take a cue from him. The office of the Premier is supposed to be the engine of government. It sits at the center of the provincial administration and carries the responsibility of
Honorable
making
Moriarty,
sure
let
the
him continue,
departments work together, decisions are implemented, and government delivers for the people of Gauteng. That is why the real issue before this House is not simply whether Vote 1 has been allocated 1.6 billion. The real issue is whether the people of Gauteng are seeing value from that investment. Government often talks about coordination, it talks about monitoring, it talks about strategic plans and performance frameworks. Those things are very important, Honorable Acting Premier. But residents do not live in plans and frameworks. They live with outcomes. They know whether there is water in their taps. They know whether the electricity stays on. They know whether roads are repaired, refuse is collected, and basic services are working. That is the standard by which government should be judged. The reality is that Gauteng does not suffer from the shortage of plans. We have plans. We have strategies. We have frameworks. What we continue to struggle with in Gauteng is implementation. Through our oversight work, Honorable Chair of Chair, we have repeatedly heard about efforts to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. Yet many communities across Gauteng are still facing the same problems they faced years ago. Municipalities remain under severe pressure. infrastructure continues to deteriorate, service delivery failures persist, public confidence in government remains under strain. For Action SA, the success of the Office of the Premier cannot be measured by how many meetings held, how many reports are written, or how many strategies are launched. Success must be measured by results. Are departments implementing decisions? Are municipalities functioning better? Is corruption being dealt with? Are residents seeing real improvements in their daily lives? Those are the questions that matter. We are also concerned about the programs that continue to survive through internal reprioritization instead of stable and sustainable funding.
Nkubeni, your
Honourable
time is up.
Speaker, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Honorable Ngani, you can debate. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of Chairs. As Umkhonto Wesizwe will say sometimes, thanks, Honorable Msimang, for telling the truth. The truth that you are always complaining you don't have solutions. As Umkhonto Wesizwe will say, these issues as corner in this country, there are issues that we are challenging as Umkhonto Wesizwe to say we don't have enough budget. And for us to have enough budget, some of the things within our constitutions and our policies must be changed. We have said it during the debate after the state of the province, that all these oversight issues, they are not addressing real issues. We don't have enough budget because we don't have resources as this government here in Gauteng. We can compare with Moscow, one country in BRICS. Moscow, the size of Moscow is almost the size of Gauteng. The resources they have and the resources in Gauteng, Gauteng has more resources than Moscow, if you can count long ago. But the budget that you are still using, it's still an apartheid budget. Only during the 9 progressive years, when the budget was taken from billions to trillion budget. But from now, we're still quiet, and no party will challenge that. Only Umkhonto Wesizwe will challenge that and say, we are not in a correct space, we are not in a correct environment, and this kind of a budget is very low, it's compromising each and everyone. Even any one of you, Member Msimang, even if you can lead under this kind of a crisis that you are having in this province, we will go nowhere. So bring back our land, bring back our resources, so we'll be able to challenge the situation of this country. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Nkani. Honorable Mekwe. All the others are free time. They have not opted to take their time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mushito Watswalel. I think I want to agree with Honorable Nkani to say let's ensure that we actually allocate more budget for the Office of the Premier as well as the departments to be able to implement what we think. But what is also said is that some of the issues that are raised here should have been raised in the committees. And at times, these members that are actually debating here, at times they don't even attend meetings. At times when they're in meetings, you could see that they've not even read the reports that are provided. But it's fine, we're not there. But what I want to indicate to Honorable Msimang, please don't talk about or even say what our former minister has said regarding the issue of rape, because you are actually debating that out of context. But I'm not there, Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to firmly support the Gauteng Premier's budget vote for 26-27 financial year, a budget that advances the historic mission of our movement, which is to build a just, inclusive, and prosperous society for all. Some of the issues that are raised by Honorable Msimang are the issues that must be implemented at municipal level. Can Honorable Msimang and his party go and support the budget in Ekurhuleni so that we're able to implement what it says should actually happen? Because it's not the Premier that must actually support what that must happen. the problem that I have.
You are protected,
The
honourable
problem
members.
that I have, Chair, is for when he spoke, we kept quiet and we listened. Unless he is an abusive partner, then we can take that offline. This budget is not accidental. It is a deliberate outcome of a government that understands its responsibility to confront inequality, drive transformation, and deliver meaningful change to the people of Gauteng. It is precisely for this reason that the ANC-led government continues to prioritize the township economy, SMME development, youth employment opportunities, including programs such as NASISPANI, CPSPAN, NASISPAN. These are not just slogans, they are interventions aimed at correcting the structural imbalances of our past. To those who criticize this budget, must answer a simple question. How do they propose to transform the economy without deliberate and targeted state intervention? On the question of public procurement, let us be unequivocal. Procurement in Gauteng must serve the people, not the privileged few. This budget strengthens the mechanism to ensure that public spending empowers black-owned and township enterprises, promotes fairness and transparency, delivers value for money. We reject any narrative that seeks to roll back transformation under the guise of efficiency. Transformation and efficiency are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually reinforcing when driven by ethical leadership. On infrastructure and service delivery, this ANC-led government acknowledges the challenges faced by our communities, whether in housing, healthcare, transport, or energy stability. But we must also emphasize the progress, continued investment in strategic infrastructure, expansion of public transport system, interventions to stabilize energy supply in partnership with municipalities. This budget builds on that progress with accelerated infrastructure delivery. Yes, there have been delays and weaknesses, but this government does not deny challenges. We confront them directly, we correct them, and we are moving forward. Honourable members, we must reject opportunistic criticism that ignores both the complexity of governing a rapidly urbanizing province and the progress achieved under ANC leadership. Instead, we must focus on strengthening implementation. That is the reason the Premier has prioritized improved project management capacity, stronger oversight on contractors, decisive consequence management for non-performance, because in Gauteng, failure to deliver is not acceptable. Honourable members, on the question of ethical governance, the answer remains resolute. We will not tolerate corruption, will not misuse public funds, will not tolerate officials who undermine the developmental state. This budget reinforces professionalization of the public service, strengthening of internal controls and audit systems, accountability at all levels of government. Ethical governance is not negotiable. It is the foundation upon which public trust is built. At the same time, we must guard against weaponization of governance discourse of delegitimized transformation. Ethical governance must serve the people, not become a barrier to inclusive development. The reality is that Gauteng faces immense pressure, rapid population, increasing demand for services, fiscal constraint. Yet, under these conditions, the ANC-led government has made conscious decisions to protect the poor, invest in growth, strengthen state capacity, and this is what responsible leadership looks like. Honourable members, let us also be clear. The success of this budget will depend on partnerships with municipalities, the private sector, and communities themselves. The people of Gauteng expect action, not rhetoric, like Honourable Msimang. They expect jobs, reliable services, clean and accountable governance, and this budget rises to that expectation. In conclusion, this budget vote reaffirms the ANC's commitment to radical economic transformation, improved service delivery, ethical and accountable governance, and it is a budget that speaks to both the present challenges and the future aspirations of Gauteng. Let us not be distracted by those who seek to criticize without offering solutions. Let us remain focused on delivery, transformation, and the upliftment of our people. Let us also ensure that we support, through our political parties, support municipal budgets, because that is where most of the civil self-delivery happens. The African National Congress therefore fully supports the Gauteng Premier's budget vote one for the 2026-27 financial year without any reservations. Thank you. Amandla, viva June 16, viva.
You can rise on this one. I recognize you.
Chair, I rise on Rule 775. Would member, the previous speaker, be willing to take a question?
Are you willing to take a question, Honorable Mekwe?
I'm not going to waste my time on nonsensical speeches.
I thought you can give it, but you can't take it.
Honorable Acting Premier, you may respond to the debate, please, ma'am. Acting Premier.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. And let's appreciate everyone who has contributed to the debate, and appreciating Honorable Member Ngobeni for always reminding us that the Office of the Premier is the powerhouse of the province, and that its responsibility is to ensure that the communities of Gauteng get a real service delivery, and that it continues to thrive and make sure that this province is very successful. Let me acknowledge Honorable Member Mekwe for her sterling speech, reminding us of last Puma Corner and where we are today, and that we'll continue doing the sterling work that we are doing. Let me acknowledge the speech from Honorable Member Msimang. Indeed, Honorable Member, I will have said it will be remiss if we fail to acknowledge the sterling work of the opposition for continuing to hold our feet to the fire, ensuring our system of democracy has meaning and purpose. That's exactly what we appreciate from Honorable Member Msimang for when he engaged in his speech. And we truly appreciate that there will be always somebody who holds us by our jackets, and remind us what our responsibilities are. The youth of 1976, they were fighting for a better life. They were fighting for a better education system. They were fighting for a better future, and that brighter future is without apartheid, and they've got access to education. That's why today we have Minister of Education who comes from his party, responsible for ensuring that basic education is delivered to our young people. That is why today we have most of the ministers from his organization also working with us in ensuring that this South Africa becomes a better place for all its citizens. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, I will have said the Office of the Premier during the 7th administration is conscious of the work that still needs to be done to fulfill 3 key priorities of the 7th administration, namely driving inclusive economic growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable and an ethical state. And Gauteng is no ordinary province. It is in the heartland of our country, and our responsibility is, all of us as Gauteng, as members of this August House, is to make this province work and make sure that it's proportional to its strategic value of this country, and yet make sure that we fulfill and be able to meet the needs and the demands of our communities. Siyabonga kakhulu, Somlo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Acting Premier, MEC Mazibuko.
Deputy Chief Chair. Deputy Chief Chairs.
Come again?
I rise in a point of order. Deputy Chief Chairs, it's Member Abrams.
We are finished with that debate. Once the response has been given, Honorable Abrams, there's no one can speak after that, please. Thank you.
I fully understand, Deputy Chief Chairs. I'm just raising a point of order that if we
No,
were wrongfully
no, Honorable.
declined to do the debate.
No, Honorable Member, you can't. Honorable, in fact, Secretary, read us for us the 11th order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote number 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Honorable Dr. Masuku, you can deliver the committee report, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs of Chairs, and good afternoon to the citizens of Gauteng and honorable members in the House. The Community Safety Portfolio Committee assessed the Budget 10 of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for financial year 26-27 to determine the extent to which the allocated resources support the strategic priorities and service delivery objectives. The assessment considered the department's plans, performance targets, budget allocation, and stakeholder submissions received during a public participation meeting held in Orange Farm in Johannesburg. The department received a total allocation of 2.3 billion for the financial year 26-27, reflecting a marginal decrease of approximately 0.6% from the 2.36 billion appropriated in the last year's 25-26. Despite the reduction in funding, the department plans remain aligned with the provincial and national priorities relating to crime prevention, police oversight, gender-based violence, femicide, road safety, and strengthening of criminal justice. On Programme 1, administration received allocation of 171.5 million, representing a decrease of 7% from the previous financial year. The committee welcomed the department's continued focus on governance, financial management, and audit improvement. Concerns remained regarding accruals and payable amounts to 124 million at March 31st, 2026, as a department ability to achieve procurement targets for designated groups considered previous underperformance and financial constraint. Programme 2, the Provincial Secretariat received an allocation of 261.3 million, representing a decrease of 4%. The committee welcomes the department's continued focus on police oversight, social crime prevention, community participation, and support for victims of GBVF. The committee noted the expansion of the Gauteng Integrated Police Performance System sessions, increased targets for for tracking GBVF cases within the criminal justice system, and enhanced support for victims of GBVF. The committee also emphasized the need for the department to demonstrate how research findings influence policy and service delivery interventions. Programme 3, traffic management remained the department's largest program and continued to account for the largest proportion of the budget. The program received an allocation of 1.9 billion for the year 26-27, reflecting a marginal increase of 0.5%. The committee welcomed the introduction of the new road safety outreach and school-based safety programs, as well as the ongoing professionalizing of the Gauteng traffic wardens. However, the concerns were raised regarding the reduction in several traffic law enforcement targets, the functionality and sustainability of the Gauteng traffic wardens program, and the continued reliance on the output-based performance indicators, which limited the assessment of the department's impact on road safety outcomes. The committee further noted concerns raised by the stakeholders during the public participation meeting held in Orange Farm. This included the need for greater support for community police forums and community patrollers, concerns regarding residential burglaries and police response time, the need to improve economic opportunities for young people through departmental procurement initiative. Overall, the committee found the department plans well aligned with provincial and national priorities. However, emphasized the need for a strengthened accountability, improved performance measurements, enhanced support for community safety structures, and clear demonstration of the impact of the departmental interventions to ensure that public resources contribute meaningfully to safer communities in Gauteng. The following are the recommendations that the committee requests the department to provide the report and written responses by the 31st July 2026. A detailed plan outlining the department intends to address the outstanding accruals and payable without compromising the financial resources allocated towards the achievement of its 26-27 performance targets and service delivery commitments. a comprehensive status report on the functionality of the Gauteng Traffic Wardens Program. The report should include progress regarding the certification of wardens as peace officers, their deployment, training, performance, and integration of the program into the department's approved organizational structure. A detailed rationale for the reduction in key traffic law enforcement targets and indicates the measures that will be implemented to ensure that road safety outcomes are maintained or improved despite the reduced targets. A detailed breakdown of the expenditure within the special service sub-program demonstrates how this investment will contribute to road safety, crime prevention, and broad community safety outcomes. A detailed implementation plan outlining the department intends to achieve the new road safety awareness and school safety targets, considering 5% reduction in the budget allocation. The department should consider introducing outcome-based performance indicators that measures impact of its intervention, including reduction in road fatalities, road crashes, and traffic-related offenses. The chairperson, myself, Bandile Masuku, hereby thank the Premier Lesotho HOD, Acting HOD, Mr. Roch Mukhorosi, the officials from both of the Office of the Premier and the Department of Community Safety for their cooperation during the consideration of 26-27 financial year Budget 10 vote of the Department of Community Safety. Further thank the following members of the committee who diligently worked in assessment of this budget appropriation bill. Honorable Mhlagaza Manamela, Honorable T. Gunene, Honorable Chilwane, Honorable Moody, Honorable Mulda, Honorable Chwaku, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Nkani, Honorable Bosch, and Honorable San. Furthermore, thank the following support staff of the legislature, the group committee coordinator, Zuziwe Pachwambalo, senior researcher, Sekina Nweli, committee researcher, Babalo Malisa Banda, committee coordinator, Tabile Malumane, administrator, Tabiseng Mufugeng, research intern, Asenele, Hansard recorder, Sylvester Baloi, service officer, Fezega Royo, communication officer, Tebe Kumalo, and our information officer, Azwindini, for their participation in the assessment of this financial year budget of the department. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, I recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on Budget 10 of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 26-27 be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the consent and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Can I have a seconder for this report, please? Honorable members.
Secondly, Chair.
Honorable Moody.
Moody.
Thank you so much. Honorable Moody, I recognize your second. I now put the question to the House. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read for us the 12th order, is that right? 12th order, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Thank you so much, Honorable Acting Premier, MEC Masibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me acknowledge yourself as the presiding officer. Let me acknowledge honorable members of the House and the visitors that we have here today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is great honor to present this budget vote today in this August House, and reference has already been made about the historic importance of this month, or that symbolizes the work and the journey that was undertaken by the youth 50 years ago. As we commemorate this important milestone, we are confronted by a question as to whether enough is being done to create a society worthy of the sacrifices of that generation of 1976. Of course, there is no clear answer to such an open-ended question. At most, we need to continue to intensify efforts to expand the flow of possibilities for all the young people of our province as we push back at the frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Our responsibility, therefore, is to scale up efforts to expand opportunities for our young people by strengthening access to education, creating pathways to employment, and ensuring that every resident enjoys the fundamental right to live in safety and dignity. For Gauteng, the struggle for freedom must now be meshed by a struggle for safety. The youth of 1976 fought for dignity, equality, and opportunity, and today's generation deserves communities that are free from crime, schools that are free from violence, and roads that are free from reckless driving, and public spaces where families can live, they can work, and thrive without looking over their shoulders for the impending evil that is lurking behind them. On Tuesday night, Honourable House Chair, a dark cloud descended on the people of Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. A marauding gang of men driven by bloodlust and murderous intent descended on this poor community, unleashing unbelievable terror through the barrel of their guns, which left 12 people dead and more than 17 injured. As the province of Gauteng, and on behalf of the Premier and members of the Executive and the community of large in Gauteng, we wish to express sincere condolences to the bereaved families for this wanton tragic loss of their loved ones. But more than that, we wish to assure families of the victims and the people of the province that the Gauteng provincial government will spare no effort to bring justice to those who committed this disdained act. And Gauteng is not a jungle. We will not allow our province to be reduced to lawlessness or anarchy. We shall be working together with the law enforcement agencies in ensuring that all those that will have committed this heinous crime are actually brought to book. This budget vote today, therefore, is not merely about allocating financial resources. It is about protecting the constitutional promise of freedom. It is about creating safe communities. It is about strengthening social cohesion. It is about supporting economic growth and restoring public confidence in the ability of the state to protect its own citizens. Honourable House Chair, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety's mission is to ensure that there is public safety and contribute towards building a safer, more prosperous, and a more inclusive province. Crime remains one of the greatest threats to social instability, economic development, investor confidence in Gauteng. It undermines livelihoods, it weakens communities, and erodes trust in public institutions. Guided by the priorities of the Gauteng provincial government and the medium-term development plan, the department continues to implement targeted interventions aimed at preventing crime, improving policing oversight, enhancing law enforcement visibility, protecting vulnerable groups, and building safer societies. Honourable House Chair, on monitoring police conduct and strengthening police accountability, a capable and professional and accountable police service remains one of the most important pillars of a safe and secure society. The Constitution places the responsibility on the provincial government to promote good relations between police and communities, monitor police conduct, and assess the effectiveness and efficiency of policing services through the Provincial Secretariat. The department continues to discharge this responsibility diligently and without compromise. To this end, the department has continued to do unannounced visits to all the police stations in the province, and it continues to strengthen police accountability through the Gauteng Information on Policing Performance Systems, which is called GIPS. And through these engagements, the management teams from priority police stations have been called upon to account for crime trends, operational performance, measures that have been taken in ensuring that crime hotspots and their respective precincts are actually attended to. Honourable House Chair, on strengthening police visibility, the significant milestone that has been taken in the previous under review, the year under review, the Gauteng traffic wardens were formally designated as peace officers by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. This designation provides a greater clarity regarding their role, their powers and responsibilities within the broader law enforcement environment and marks an important step in strengthening the province's crime-fighting capabilities. The department will continue to work closely with the Road Traffic Management and the South African Police Service and other relevant stakeholders to finalize the certification process, which is expected to be concluded by the end of the second quarter of 2026-2027. And the value of increased visibility is much more important because it makes the crime prevention wardens to be part and parcel of the force multiplier. The latest crime statistics, they have actually demonstrated progress in our collective efforts to reduce crime and restore public confidence in law enforcement. The progress so far that has been noted is that all the law enforcement agencies continue to fight very hard in ensuring that we have a better Gauteng and a safer Gauteng. And investing in technology also will continue making Gauteng to be committed in ensuring that we are leveraging on the technology to strengthen and be able to fight crime and ensure that law enforcement, they do have these capabilities. On advancing social crime prevention, the department will continue to ensure that the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy that is coordinated through our social crime prevention programs will continue to be implemented and ensure that it is done effectively and it does produce good results, especially for the communities of Gauteng. In strengthening the implementation of the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan on GPV, we all know that GPV remains one of the most pressing social and human rights challenges facing our province, and research indicates that Gauteng almost accounted for approximately 20.07% of reported sexual offences nationally, and during this year, we shall be demonstrating and making sure that the victims of GPVF are actually taken care of and they are assisted through the Tutuzela care centers and make sure that those that will have committed this crime are brought to book. On improving road safety, as the department, they'll continue with awareness programs of ensuring that there's a reduction of road crashes and fatalities. Road safety remains one of the most important public safety priorities facing our province. Every road facility represents more than a statistics, and it represents a life lost, a family devastated, and a community affected. The social and economic cost of road crashes are significant, making road safety an issue that requires the collective attention of government, law enforcement agencies, and road users, and all the society. Honourable House Chair, as I conclude, I wish to indicate that the department has been allocated a budget of 2.349 for this financial year, which demonstrates the commitment that the provincial government has in ensuring that Gauteng remains safe. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you so much, Honourable Acting Premier MEC Mazibuko. Before I call the next speaker, honourable members, may I remind you that please, if there is a honourable member on the platform and speaking, there's too many crosstalks walking next to the speaker, behind the speaker. You know the rules, that cannot take place. So please, if somebody is on the floor, maybe sit at the back like Honourable Mamabola did now. Thank you so much, honourable members. Honourable Bosch, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Last Thursday, I looked into the eyes of a mother in Winterveld whose 10-year-old daughter was kidnapped more than a year ago. Since then, she has not received a single meaningful update from the investigating officer handling that case. Every day, she wakes up hoping her child will return home. Every day, she wakes up living with the trauma of not knowing where her daughter is, whether her daughter is alive, and what she may be enduring. Sadly, this is not an isolated case, and although the acting premier referred to some crime reductions, the latest crime statistics also shows that Gauteng remains the epicenter of crime in South Africa. Our province accounts for almost 55% of all kidnappings in the country nationally. And despite government's claims of progress, kidnappings have increased in the most recent crime statistics. For the past 2 State of the Province addresses, Premier Lesufi has made ambitious promises about fighting crime through technology, surveillance systems, CCTV networks, helicopters, panic buttons, and traffic wardens. Yet promises alone do not make communities safer. Promises require funding, implementation, and measurable outcomes. The budget fails that test, if we have to be honest. The Department of Community Safety faces a reduction of 6.8%. Most concerning is the 133 million cut to traffic management, the very program responsible for traffic law enforcement, road safety, air wing support, traffic wardens, and visible crime prevention initiatives. At a time when Gauteng continues to dominate the national crime statistics, government is reducing investment in the very programs expected to strengthen safety and law enforcement. The Democratic Alliance believes budgets should be driven by outcomes. We would have considered supporting this budget that reflected proven best practice, evidence-based policing, data-driven allocation of resources, properly trained peace officers, strong partnerships with SAPS, Metro Police communities and the private sector, and transparent public reporting on these results. The Western Cape has demonstrated that when resources are directed to crime hotspots, supported by accurate data and clear accountabilities, communities does become safer. Instead, this budget cuts goods and services. It cuts capital assets. It reduces the resources available for vehicles, technology, equipment, cameras, drones, and operational support. The unavoidable conclusion is that many of the promises made during SOPA are simply not matched by the budget required to achieve it. Chair of Chairs, until mothers no longer fear that their children will disappear without a trace, until victims of gender-based violence are treated with dignity and protected from secondary trauma, until women can walk freely in their communities without fear, and until Gauteng no longer leads the country in so many serious crime categories, the DA will continue to scrutinise every rand spent on community safety. We will judge this government not by the promises it makes, but by the outcomes it delivers. Gauteng residents deserve to feel safe. For that reason, the Democratic Alliance cannot and will not support this budget that asks communities to believe in safety promises while quietly removing the resources needed to make those promises a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bosch. Honourable M. Maloka. Honourable M. Maloka. You are, for the last time, Honourable M. Maloka. Thank you. Honourable Nkani.
Thanks, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to all honourable members again. Chair of Chairs, as Umkhonto Wesizwe, we can't appreciate the issue of the safety and security staff around Gauteng, because we're counting are almost around 11,000 peace officers who look for crime in Gauteng, and so many security companies that are not even accounted for. We don't even know the number. Some, they are even foreigners. They are securing our country with heavy guns. And we are quiet as this administration. The law is not being followed properly in this country. You can't secure more than 15 million people living in this city with 11,000 people and say, no, at least something has been done, or half a loaf is better than nothing. There can't be half a loaf in this province, where crime stats are too high. Worldwide, we are being ranked there very high. And we are busy saying half a loaf is better than nothing. I will tell my friends next door who are promoting one bread, one family. to say, no, this thing it can't be done in this country. We need to treat the issue of safety and security very serious. And again, can we change the way we are functioning, and can we increase on the budget that we are working on? 11,000 peace officers for Gauteng, it's a small number, so it's meaning we are not even trying to combat crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkani. Honorable J.C. Moody.
Honorable Presiding Officer, I'm not here to oppose safety, but to demand better budgeting for it. Because right now, this 2026-2027 budget tells Gauteng residents that they are less safe today than what they were last year. The numbers don't lie. We are going backwards. The community safety budget allocation dropped from 2.4 billion last year to 2.3 billion for this year. That's a cut. At the same time, crime stats, such as gender-based violence and taxi violence in this province, are not dropping. The Gauteng City Region Observatory analysis shows community safety faces a projected minus 6.2% decline over the MTF. You cannot fight a rising crime wave with a shrinking budget. It's simple maths. The Crime Prevention Wardens Program is a gamble. Last year, we saw a 44.8% spike in this department's budget to hire crime prevention wardens. It was a PR project, not a plan. Now that project is under review and the budget falls off a cliff. We spend billions on short-term foot soldiers with no exit strategy, no integration into SAPs, no career path. That's not oversight, that's waste. Where's the accountability for that 68.5 million reallocation? There's a mismatch between oversight and operations. This department's core mandate is oversight over SAPs and traffic policing. But 2.3 billion for 15 million people in Gauteng, not counting the unknown millions of illegal immigrants, that's 153 rand per resident per year to monitor police conduct, assess visibility policing, run school safety, road safety, and fight GBV. Meanwhile, we're paying 9.3 billion on e-toll debt. We're funding past mistakes while underfunding present protection. There is no real plan for capacity. The department has 1,997 approved posts, but only 1,677 are filled. That is 320 vacancies. Irregular expenditure was 54.2 million in the 24-25 financial year. We're cutting the budget whilst we can't even spend properly what we have. How will you strengthen road safety and provide 24/7 law enforcement shifts with fewer hands and empty posts? In conclusion, Honourable Presiding Officer, safety is not a line item when e-tolls and fiscal strain bite. Safety is the foundation. You cannot have growth, investment, and credibility if people don't feel safe leaving their homes or even whilst living in their homes. So I ask the question, where is the plan to turn this decline around? Where is the ring-fence funding for GBV and school safety? And how will the department fix oversight if their own house has vacancies and irregular expenditure? In conclusion, we need a budget that protects people, not one that protects the fiscus from people. Until then...
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Your time is up, sir.
Of community safety, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable F.J. Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. The Freedom Front Plus acknowledge the work of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee in scrutinising Budget Vote 10 for the 2026-27 financial year. Oversight is essential, but oversight alone does not keep Gauteng communities safe. Results do. Our province continues to face an unacceptable crisis of violent crime, lawlessness and public fear. Residents do not experience safety in statistics or reports, they experience it in their streets, businesses, schools and homes. Unfortunately, this budget does not yet inspire confidence that government is matching the scale of the crisis. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Freedom Front Plus has the following key concerns. The Department of Community Safety and its entities continue to miss critical targets related to crime prevention, response times, and oversight of law enforcement agencies. The Freedom Front Plus believes that measurable consequences must follow repeated failure. Communities are crying out for more visible policing, functioning patrols, and rapid response capacity. The Freedom Front Plus believes provincial resources should prioritize practical frontline safety interventions rather than administrative expansion. Crime is not contained by departmental silos. At present, cooperation is inconsistent and fragmented. Modern crime fighting depends on intelligence LED policing, CCTV integration analytics, and real-time information sharing. Investments in technology must translate into operational capability, not procurement headlines. The Chair of Chairs, residents increasingly feel abandoned by the state. Delays in emergency responses, corruption allegations, and inconsistent law enforcement erode confidence in public institutions. Without trust, cooperation with police declines and criminals become bolder. The Freedom Front Plus proposes to redirect spending toward visible policing, patrols, support and rapid response capacity, strengthen oversight of SAPS and Metropolitan Police through transparent performance dashboards, to expand partnerships with community policing forums, neighbourhood watches and rural safety structures, and to accelerate the integration of CCTV networks and crime intelligence systems across municipalities. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, Gauteng cannot afford another year of budgets without meaningful improvement in public safety. The people of this province deserve more than compliance and reports and unfulfilled plans. They deserve a government that acts decisively against crime and restores confidence in the rule of law. The Freedom Front Plus will continue to support effective oversight. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Soon.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Premier in abstention, rather, MECs and honourable members, Mr. Acting Speaker, today I rise with a simple message. Catch the criminals, convict the criminals, clean up our communities. Catch, convict, and clean up. This is what the people of Gauteng expect from us. Let me begin by recognizing the men and women of the South African Police Services, our Metro Police Departments, SAPS reservists, community patrollers, neighbourhood watchers, private security guards, and every law-abiding resident who plays a role in making our communities safer. They often work under difficult circumstances with limited resources and immense pressure. Their efforts have contributed to the encouraging reduction in certain crime categories, and they deserve our appreciation. I also acknowledge the efforts by the Premier and the provincial government in seeking solutions to the crime crisis facing our province. But while we recognize progress where it exists, we must never lose sight of reality, because statistics mean very little to a mother whose child never came home. Statistics mean very little to a family that is forced to pay ransom for the safe return of their loved ones. Statistics means nothing to residents who hear gunshots outside their homes every single night. The reality is that Gauteng residents continue to live under a shadow of violent crime. Recently, a 9-year-old girl, she was kidnapped, held hostage for 56 days. Then another 11-year-old girl was abducted outside her school and only released after a ransom was reportedly paid by the family. Gauteng remains the country's capital for violent crime, gun violence, kidnapping, and gender-based violence. Our police officers continue to serve communities from police stations that are crumbling, neglected, and unfit for purpose. During a recent Community Safety Committee engagement, POP Crew presented to the committee with shocking conditions of police infrastructure across the province. This merely confirms what the Democratic Alliance has repeatedly raised after conducting oversight visits to dozens of police stations through Gauteng. We cannot expect excellence from our law enforcement officers who are asked them to work in facilities that are falling apart around them. Honourable members, government must also account for how taxpayers' monies are spent. Nearly 500 million has already been spent on Gauteng Traffic Wardens Programme. An additional 65 million rand is budgeted for the further training during the 2026 and 27 financial year. The DA supports professional training and upskilling. We support placing these wardens under stricter SAPS-led command structures. We support clear operational mandates, accountability, mechanisms and effective disciplinary procedures. But the fundamental question remains: what returns are Gauteng residents and taxpayers receiving for this investment? The people of Gauteng deserve answers before another 65 million rand is spent. We have also learned that the Gauteng Air Wing unit has effectively had its wings clipped following the termination of the helicopter service contract due to alleged irregularities. This is deeply concerning. And to the Premier in absentia, I would be looking forward to engaging with the Premier further on this matter. I know the Premier will give me a transparent and honest account how this situation arose, and more importantly, Acting Speaker, how it will be resolved. If we are serious about reducing violent crime, we must focus our efforts where they have greatest impact. And the DA proposes two practical
Thank you, Honourable
interventions.
Son. Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Kunene.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs and members. I rise in support of budget vote for the Committee Safety for the 2026-2027 financial year. This budget vote is considered at a significant moment in our democracy, as the people of Gauteng join all other South Africans in commemorating the 30th anniversary of our Constitution. Chair of Chairs, it is this Constitution that guides the work of this House and its committees. The oversight undertaken by the Community Safety Portfolio Committee when we visit police stations, engage with communities, and hold the Department of Community Safety accountable is not a matter of choice. It is a constitutional obligation. The legislature and its committees serve as the eyes and ears of the people, ensuring that public institutions perform their functions effectively, lawfully, and in the best interest of our communities. It is within this constitutional framework that we consider this budget vote today. This budget vote supports the growing Gauteng Together 2030 vision and seeks to strengthen the capabilities of our law enforcement agencies to improve safety across the province. Creating a safer Gauteng remains a priority of the Gauteng provincial government because credibility in government depends on disciplined implementation, measurable progress, and visible results. As the ANC, we remain committed to building a Gauteng that works for all its people, a Gauteng that cares for victims of gender-based violence and femicides, a Gauteng that protects the elderly and the vulnerable and ensures that all citizens feel safe in their communities. The Department of Community Safety is entrusted with implementing critical programs covering policing oversight, GBVF interventions, community safety initiatives, and traffic law enforcement. Its mandate is captured in Outcome 3 of government that all people should feel safe. To achieve these objectives, the department has prioritized reducing priority crimes, crimes against women and children, social crime prevention, crime perception management, and the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, anti-corruption measures, and road safety interventions. Chair of Chairs, it is pleasing to note a consistent decline in several crime categories. Gauteng recorded a 5.2 decrease in overall community reported serious crimes during the fourth quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. It is equally encouraging that murders in Gauteng declined from 1,439 to 1,123 during the reporting period. Obviously, Chair, we would like that there will be no person who was killed. We hope that one day we'll reach a zero report that no one has been killed. This reduction demonstrates that the Gauteng Safety Plan and integrated law enforcement operations, particularly Operation Chanela, are producing positive results. However, Chair, one of the most worrying findings is that vigilantism remains a major contributor to murder. 340 murders recorded in Gauteng during the fourth quarter were linked to people taking the law into their own hands. This means over 300 people lost their lives because people took their law into their own hands. We understand that communities may be frustrated by crime, drug trafficking. However, taking the law into their own hands does not make our communities safer. It creates more victims, it creates more criminals, it fuels retaliation, and undermines the rule of law. Chair of Chairs, the fight against crime must be led by effective policing, successful prosecutions, and a criminal justice team that communities can trust, not by mob justice. We therefore call for stronger policing, improved investigations, higher conviction rates, which will likely increase public confidence in our justice system. Chair of Chairs, the positive work that is being done to reduce crime is attributable to collaboration between SAPS, all the metropolis departments, Home Affairs, community policing, forums, and other stakeholders. These integrated operations continue to enhance law enforcement visibility and improve public safety throughout Gauteng. Over the past year, the Community Safety Portfolio Committee has conducted numerous oversight visits to police stations across the province. These engagements, both unannounced and announced, have enabled us to assess compliance levels, inspect victim-friendly facilities, and engage directly with communities regarding their safety concerns. I think now we all know that police alone cannot solve crime. Crime is driven by deep social and economic challenges that require a whole government and whole society response. The integrated crime and violence prevention strategy therefore remains central to government's efforts to combat crime, violence, and lawlessness. We therefore, Chair, welcome the allocation of 2.3 billion to the Department of Community Safety for the 2026-2027 financial year, which is rising over the medium-term expenditure framework. These resources, we hope, will strengthen policing oversight, school safety programs, road safety initiatives, and community-based crime prevention interventions. We note the contribution by the Gauteng Civilian Oversight Committee and the Community Policing Forums. We know their work that they've been doing. These structures continue to play a vital role in strengthening accountability and building trust between communities and law enforcement agencies. While progress has been made, significant challenges remain. Resource constraints at police station level continue to affect service delivery. Greater attention must be given to evaluating sector policing, community participation levels, and effectiveness of local crime prevention initiatives. Gauteng remains the economic heartland of South Africa, and because of its size and population, continues to face challenges associated with violent crime, infrastructure vandalism, economic crime, and gender-based violence. Besides all those, we note that the Department of Community Safety remains steadfast in coordinating integrated responses to these challenges. Chair of Chairs, it is for these reasons, and because we believe that every resident of Gauteng deserves to live in safety and dignity, that we support this budget vote for the community safety for the 2026-2027 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs Kunene. Honourable Acting Premier, MEC Mazibuko, you may respond to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and let's appreciate all the members who have participated in the debate. And indeed, it is an eye-opener to that ensures that the communities of Gauteng are safe and that they are protected. Honourable Member Son, we thank you for your contribution, and we shall endeavour in ensuring that the communities of Gauteng are protected and that we improve on service delivery. Honourable Member Mulder, yes, indeed, technology is one of the important things that will make fighting crime to be more efficient. That is why in Gauteng we procured drones. We are drone-driven now, and including the air wing, Snama helicopter, Agwazukata, and respond very, very fast. And the panic buttons that we will have procured are to ensure that our communities are able to call the police very fast and get help. Honourable Member Kani, indeed we are not meeting the UN standards of 1 police officer to 450 people. And you know, communities of Gauteng, they are growing every day. Abanye bafika badlule, abanye bashalala, will continue in ensuring that we protect the communities of Gauteng. But we all know that this department is labor intensive, such that 77% of its budget that it has been allocated goes toward the compensation of employees in ensuring that the retention of critical frontline capacity that is required to be delivered by the department's mandate is actually achieved. And we shall endeavour, Honourable House Chair, in ensuring that all the recommendations that were made by the Portfolio Committee are actually implemented, and what members will have suggested is not taken light, but is taken very seriously in ensuring that our partnership is strengthened, and that through stronger partnership and innovation approaches, and also discipline implementation and active community participation, we remain confident that our ability to make a meaningful progress towards a safer Gauteng shall be achieved. As I conclude, Honourable House Chair, despite these fiscal constraints, the department has secured additional funding during the MTF, and we shall make sure that the traffic officers and the Gauteng traffic wardens, they get a new uniform, they don't kotola or wear old worn-out uniform, that the training and capacitation of the Gauteng traffic wardens shall be strengthened, and the production and distribution of rail safety awareness material shall be available, and that we shall demonstrate progress on many fronts and several challenges. We shall fight together in ensuring that Gauteng remains a safe environment, and wish to call upon all our communities to work hand in glove in ensuring that they report crime and they do not harbor criminals in their homes, and the department will continue doing oversight work and ensure that they hold the police accountable. Let me thank you, Honourable House Chair, and thank the members for their participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Premier. MEC Mazibuko. Secretary, can you read the 13th order, please?
On Rule 77.
No, the debate is finished, Honorable Kani. Thanks. Can you read the 13th order, please, sir?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 13 is the consideration of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Health budget, vote 4, of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Honorable Advocate Cholo, you can deliver the committee report, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me once more to express our greetings to honorable members who have already greeted you, but we want to greet in the main the residents of Gauteng. Special greetings from the ANC caucus. But allow me, I think in reading this report, to present it summatively because of its length. But I think we must also encourage the residents of Gauteng to go through these reports. And that's the only way in which you will complement our efforts to hold the department accountable. Chair, just on the summative overview, is that the Gauteng Department of Health as well as Wellness has been allocated a total budget of 70 billion, 321 million plus 124,000 for the 2026-27 financial year, representing an increase of 4.9 from the 67 billion allocated in the 2025-2026 financial year. So, baholo setšhaba se sotlhe sa Gauteng ke ona matlotlo a fileng department e lebanang le lenaneo la tsa maphelo. The committee knows that the increased allocation was intended or is intended to support the department's efforts to improve access to healthcare services which are qualitative, to strengthen health systems, enhance infrastructure development, and address the growing demand for healthcare services within our province. Of the total allocation, the equitable share has increased from 52 billion 285 million in the 2025-2026 financial year to a whopping 54 billion 826 in the 2026-2027 financial year. Furthermore, conditional grants amount to 15 billion 495 million, reflecting an increase from 14 billion 664 allocated in the previous financial year. The committee notes that these allocations are intended to support the department's core service delivery functions and priority programs aimed at improving health outcomes across the province. So, tšhelete tse ke di buang tse ke tse di filweng department gore di thusane le lona go ditleliniking go dipetlele tse to ensure that we have got better and efficient health outcomes. Notwithstanding the increased allocation, the committee observes that the department continues to face significant expenditure pressures arising from historical accruals, increasing demand for healthcare services, rising compensation of employees, costs, medical legal liabilities, and infrastructure maintenance requirements. So, MEC Treasury, from wherever you are, if you are listening, we want more money in this department, we must tell you. These pressures present ongoing risks to the department's financial sustainability and its ability to fully realize planned service delivery outcomes. The committee therefore emphasizes, MEC, the importance of sound financial management, effective expenditure controls, and the efficient utilization of available resources. Continued monitoring of expenditure patterns, strengthen accountability mechanisms, and the implementation of cost containment measures will be critical to ensuring that the department achieves value for money and that budget allocations translate into measurable improvements in health care service delivery and health outcomes for the people of Gauteng. I want to move swiftly. When we're doing the stakeholder engagements, there's a number of issues that were surfaced, raised by yourselves as the community. So this is not us. It is you saying to us, as your public representatives, you want us to represent these issues in this August House. Community members call for strengthened mental health care interventions, including the deployment of caregiver social support programs and community-based mental health services to support individuals affected by mental illness and substance abuse. So community go zirbe ko mo garangua ko Boloratong, ko Western, they've all raised this issue. Secondly, stakeholders expressed concerns regarding overcrowding healthcare facilities and challenges relating to access to healthcare services. So there is that need to fast track the additional infrastructure stock so that we've got more facilities. Thirdly, the committee notes that staffing shortages, so HR, remain one of the most significant concerns raised by stakeholders during the public participation process. So the public is suggesting that there is a need to strengthen human resourcing for the department because it affects waiting times in our facilities, but also immediacy of access to our facilities. Fourthly, the committee notes numerous concerns regarding healthcare infrastructure and facility conditions. Despite the noticeable improvements in some of the facilities, stakeholders highlighted overcrowding, inadequate space, deteriorating infrastructure, and delays, especially in old and aging health facilities. And therefore are calling that we fast track maintenance as well as project improvement, infrastructure projects and maintenance across the board. So in all of the facilities that are there. And I know batho ba go Khutso South Clinic ba lla ko bo Simonye ko bo Motlhakeng ko Garang ko Apidison Zone 6 Mamelodi Shushanguve, all of those. So we have captured those here. Fifthly, MEC, stakeholders have also requested that we represent that there is a need for additional mobile healthcare services so that they can easily access health services. Sixthly, concerns about administrative inefficiencies within healthcare facilities, particular concerns related to missing patient files, poor record management practices, and lengthy administrative processes that negatively affect the service delivered. And then the seventh concern that is raised, inconsistencies in patient transport services. So lots of the coordination in the ambulance, EMS, we need strengthening there. And then Yabo Fellow, feedback regarding investigations. And then there's a concern where we need to look into some of these continuous investigations which have been heralded, either by the department or any other law enforcement agencies. Committee recommendations, which are linked and associated with committee concerns. Number one, committee recommends that the department submit a comprehensive accrual management plan detailing the value and nature of accrual, settled outstanding liabilities, and measures to prevent the recurrence of accruals. CFO Ngurwile. Number two, the committee recommends that the department and Gauteng Provincial Treasury jointly implement the time-bound remedial plan to expedite budget allocations, address challenges relating to locked facility accounts, and accelerate the implementation of health infrastructure projects. Let's not frustrate service providers. There's a thing, a very funny thing called budget locking. It's messing up the ecosystem across the board. Thirdly, the committee recommends that the department submit the comprehensive mental health service expansion plan outlining measures to increase bed capacity, strengthen community-based mental health care services, and address shortages of specialized mental health professionals. This is an area where we need to move swiftly because we have got a scourge of mental health representation in almost all of our facilities because of substance abuse. I think we also need to run campaigns there as part of our wellness initiatives. Fourthly, committee recommends that the department strengthen procurement planning, stock monitoring, inventory management systems to ensure the consistent availability of essential medicines and medical supplies across all the facilities. Fifthly, committee recommends that the department submit a targeted workforce plan for specialized and critical service areas, including mental health care and emergency medical services, outlining staffing gaps, recruitment and retention strategies, and measures to align training outputs with service delivery needs. And the Nabu Fellow Committee recommends that the department submit the comprehensive EMS improvement plan outlining measures to address fleet and personnel shortages, strengthen operational capacity, and improve response timelines. Health, you can summarize. You can't summarize health. Yeah. On acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge MEC. I want to acknowledge the MEC, Member Bloom. I must acknowledge the management that is here, leadership. HOD, you are also acknowledged, members. But Lastly, with the same degree of significance, let's acknowledge the residents who are giving us this feedback, because this feedback must guide the content and depth of the programs and planning of the department. On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, proviso C, read together with Rule 164, I therefore present and recommend to the House the adoption of the Health and Wellness Budget Vote 4 report for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Honorable Letsoalo. Is there a seconder for this report?
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to second. We, the others of the committee.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mfikwe. I put the question to the House. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read for us the 14th order, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 14.
Hold on, Secretary. Hold on. Are we together? Thank you. Go ahead, Secretary.
Order number 14 is the budget speech and debate on the detail of the health budget, vote 4, of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Honorable MEC Faith Mazibuko, you can present the budget speech, ma'am. Yeah, no, she's working very hard. She's working very hard, I can see.
Super MEC today.
Super, yeah.
Sibonga kakhulu Somlomo. You can all bring your speeches, member Mutara and member Ramokhupa. Yes, and member Porter, you can bring yours. You can deliver all your speeches today. Let's thank you, Honorable House Chair and honorable members, and thank the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Advocate Letsoalo, and members of the Portfolio Committee. But they will clarify us. This budget is presented at a time when our healthcare system is facing growing pressure as Gauteng's population continues to increase and demand for healthcare services also rises.
MEC.
This pressure is...
Hold on, please. Honorable Moody, can you please mute your mic?
Please, I hope my time is paused.
Honorable Moody, can you mute Honorable Moody, please?
Do you manage to get that information from here?
Yeah.
Teams people.
They are there on top. Go ahead, MEC.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Honorable MEC. He's muted. Thank you. My apologies, MEC.
PBTs. Thank you very much, thank you, Honorable House Chair. Our priorities for this financial year are clear. We are on improving access to healthcare, completing critical infrastructure projects and addressing staffing challenges, and strengthening service delivery. Our focus is to ensure that patients receive quality care through a health system that is efficient, responsive, and able to meet the growing demands. The priorities and interventions are reflected in this budget and are therefore informed not only by policy consideration, but also by what we have seen, heard, and experienced firsthand in our healthcare facilities and through our engagements with various stakeholders across the province. This commitment is not distant. It is felt daily as part of the daily realities that our people are facing in our facilities. And these are not abstract planning positions, but lived experiences in overcrowded wards, busy emergency rooms, healthcare workers that continue to serve under significant pressure, and often where demands exceed capacity, yet they respond with dedication and professionalism. Kulezinkathi kulapho isinqumo sibalekile somlomo futhi umzuzu ngamunye yilapho sibona khona ukuthi isimo sangempela kwezohlelo lwezempilo luyadinga ukuthi sithwale sonke umthwalo siqiniseke ukuthi sisebenzisana sonke ngezimo zokuphuthuma nangenhloso nangozwelo. Lana eGauteng sidinga isidingo sethu siyakhula and futhi siyezwakala. I can see that you don't hear me. Put your headphones in, House Chair. And futhi sibhekana nazo nsuku zonke. Uyambona umuntu nakaqolozela. Ngazo zonke inkathi kuyo yonke imitholampilo kanye naseyibhedlela zethu. Kudingeka uhlelo lezempilo oluphendulayo futhi olukwaziyo ukuthi luncede yona imiphakathi yethu. Let me revert to English. In line with this, a key priorities for this year, Honourable House Chair, is the completion and strengthening of healthcare infrastructure across the province and ensuring that all the delayed capital projects are taken care of, such as your Johannesburg Forensic Pathology, the Khutsong South Clinic, the Ranfontein Community Healthcare Center, and the Charlotte Maxeke Fire Remedial Works, amongst others, are actually completed. These projects have been ring-fenced, and during the MTF, they will ensure that they'll be completed. We are equally addressing long-standing infrastructure-related challenges that continue to constrain service delivery. A number of capital projects remain incomplete, and while others require urgent revitalization, well, like police stations, most of our infrastructure is old. So we're working extra hard in ensuring that we sort out the infrastructure. Our fellow citizens, we started this journey of digitizing health records to improve the way patients experience care in our healthcare system. In phase one, we put the building blocks in place, ensure that this is possible and change is possible. We are now in phase two, where we are strengthening and expanding what we have already started in hospitals such as OD Mamelodi, Helen Joseph, Leratong, Jubilee hospitals. From there, we're extending this system to more hospitals, and soon clinics across the province will also be taken care of or will be digitized. What this means is simple. When patients visit the healthcare facility, their medical information will be available more quickly and more safely to the healthcare workers who are treating them. This helps to reduce waiting time, and it means patients will not have to repeat their story every time they seek help. We're also making sure that when patients move between facilities, their care moves with them, their information follows them, so treatment is better and connected, more coordinated, and this reduces delay and avoids duplication. It is known fact that Gauteng Public Health System serves millions of residents, as well as those that come from other provinces, those that are migrant workers, those that are commuters, students, vulnerable communities, and those who depend on public healthcare system. Access is not only about facilities being open, but about patients being seen, diagnosed, referred, and treated without unnecessary delays. And through stronger primary health care, improved referral system, digital transformation, laboratory support, and evidence-based governance, we are building a better system where no patient is invisible and no community is left behind. At the same time, we're putting strong measures in place to protect patients' health information. We're also strengthening systems to ensure that their data remains safe and secure at all times. At the heart of this work, it's a simple idea: one patient, one record, available wherever and available whenever. At the same time, we must ensure that our facilities have the right people in the right places to meet the growing demand for healthcare services. We'll also be filling most of the vacant posts that are there in the department in ensuring that most of the patients are taken care of. All the chief executive officers will now be on a full-time basis, providing stable leadership and ensuring continuity in our institution. Honourable House Chair and honourable members, the introduction of the Lenacapavir in Gauteng marks an important step towards strengthening HIV prevention and bringing us closer to ending HIV and AIDS as public health threat. This long-acting injectable given twice a year makes prevention simpler, more reliable, and more accessible to the people of here in Gauteng. We are placing strong focus on young people and other vulnerable and key populations in Gauteng who remain most at risk. Healthcare workers have been trained and facilities are ready to ensure safe implementation of the program across the province. This intervention strengthens existing prevention methods such as testing, condoms, treatment services, while giving people more choice in protecting their health. Through this rollout, we are taking a real and hopeful step towards ensuring that we are reducing new infections in Gauteng and more steadily towards ending HIV and AIDS. The department received an allocation of 70.3 billion for this financial year, which is money that is meant to strengthen our public health system and ensure that there's equitable access to quality health care and services are available to all our people, modernize healthcare infrastructure with a particular focus on digital transformation. Through an integrated maternal and child health programs, receive 15.3 billion. Through the Ideal Clinic and Ideal Hospital programs, the department will further improve service delivery. Hospitals will be receiving 39.9 billion, and for this purpose, 357 million will also be provided in ensuring that the hospitals are actually able to offer that care, especially on infrastructure. Emergency medical services also remain a priority. They've been allocated 2.1 billion. 6.5 billion over MTF will be for the emergency services. 505.5 million for this financial year has been allocated for mental health and rehabilitation services. As I conclude, Honourable House Chair, we shall endeavour to make sure that our communities are attended to, they have access to healthcare, and continue to encourage our communities. First, start at a clinic. It does not go straight to the hospital without referral. Strengthening primary healthcare is one of our key points in ensuring that our communities are served at the local level, and they'll only go to hospital when the need arises. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC Masibuk. The debate continues. Honourable Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, this is the 33rd health budget that I am speaking on. There have been 11 different health MECs in this province since 1994. This is about 3 years on average. That's how long they last, with many departures due to scandals. The pattern is that every new MEC comes in to clean up the mess of her or his predecessor. You know, we once had a health MEC called Hope Papa, but as they say, hope on its own is not a strategy, and neither is faith. There has been even more chopping and changing with heads of department and chief financial officers. Currently, the HOD is suspended because he failed his lifestyle audit, and we haven't had a permanent CFO since the last one was suspended because of the Tembisa looting, and then she left after receiving a secret payoff. The former MEC, let's be honest, presided over several disasters while proclaiming a fantasy of real progress. So, Madam MEC, I'm going to give you a chance. You can make a real difference if you embrace honesty about what is wrong with the Gauteng public health system and what it will take to fix it. You know, the budget says the right things. You've said the right things. They just have to be implemented. Let's take priority 5. It talks about improving the quality of public health services. An important promise is made that all critical and SMS positions will be filled in all institutions, including all hospital CEO positions. You know, I really hope the Honourable MEC delivers on this. As 13 out of our 37 hospitals are currently run by acting CEOs, 1 in 3 hospitals. In the case of Polisong, wait for it, it's not had a permanent CEO for 5 years. Can you imagine a hospital without CEO for 5 years? And this is another broken promise by Premier Panyaza Lesufi, because he pledged 5 years ago to fill all hospital CEO posts by December 2021. Another broken promise to the detriment of the patients of our province. You know, leadership is key, Madam MEC. If you had crooked or incompetent CEOs, you get a Tembisa looting disaster and hospital horror stories. 2 years ago, the Auditor General notified the department that the CEO appointments to Chris Hani Baragwanath, Steve Biko and George Bukhari hospitals were irregular. These CEOs control a total annual budget of more than 10 billion rand. The department justified 2 of these appointments because they were women, even though one of them did not meet the academic and experience requirements for the job. Honourable MEC is about to get the Public Service Commission report. Shortly, it's going to report on these appointments that I suspect is going to be damning. I disagree with the department's target of 55% women in senior management, and I'll tell you why. It is way more important for thousands of women patients that the best possible CEO is appointed to provide them with quality care. And you saw this with the Health Ombuds report on the deplorable CEO of Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, where pregnant women were sleeping on the floor. Now, Honourable MEC, I've said I'm going to give you a chance. Please make sure that another incompetent crony is not appointed to be the new CEO of the Charles Muteke Johannesburg Hospital, which suffered so much from the previous CEO. You're not playing around with that appointment. It's R4 billion budget. You've got to put a real, serious, competent person there. And this is why I cannot stress enough the importance of leadership being honest and competent. Otherwise, even the best budget will be spent badly. Let's take priority 7. It's to strengthen health system governance and leadership. I commend the goal to achieve a clean audit by the end of the current term. That really would be an achievement for you, as well as eliminating fraud and corruption and paying 100% of invoices within 30 days. You know, Honourable MEC, this will not happen without tip-top management. You've got to get the best people at all levels. If it's not in place, then you will fail like all previous MECs who made big promises. I've seen all of them make these promises and they've all failed. The Auditor General, wait for this, has warned that this is the only department with non-compliance in all areas due to a lack of an effective control environment. And that's the reason why the 70 billion rand budget, so a huge amount of money, will not significantly alleviate crises like the 30,000 patients waiting for surgery. According to an official reply to questions that I've asked, this can be as long as 10 years for surgery at certain hospitals. Now, I've got a date. One patient showed me the date that Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital gave her for a knee operation. Just wait for it. She's been told to come back on the 13th of July, 2032. 13th, I can't even, conceive of being told to come back, in July 2032, and then you'll probably be told that it's been cancelled and you have to come back in another few years' time. This is the scandal that we're dealing with here. So, Madam MEC, one area you can make an immediate difference is to withdraw the department's court case against the Cancer Alliance, TAC, and Section 27. Unlike the former MEC, you don't need to defend the indefensible, such as the failure to spend 250 million rand budgeted for radiation treatment. You can disclose the hundreds of cancer patients who suffered and lost their lives because of this. I found it refreshing in a recent official reply. You admitted that various delays seriously compromise cancer care. Official reply at Charles Muteke Johannesburg Hospital, including reduced chances of survival. This honest recognition of deficiencies in cancer treatment should lead to better management of the budget to include quality care for cancer patients. Now, Madam MEC, you also need to get a grip on disastrous building projects with ludicrous delays and budget overruns. And I'm glad you listed them, actually. Because the Honourable Premier promised that the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Centre would be complete in December 2024, note, and this year he again promised it would be done. Can you believe that this forensic pathology laboratory was supposed to be finished 7 years ago? 7 years ago, at a cost of 588 million rand. And you know what the story is now? It's about 800 million rand. And it's a similar story with the fire-damaged areas at Charles Muteke and the Tembisa Hospital, as well as the Randfontein and Kutsong clinics. Now, Madam MEC, this budget also needs to ensure the following: emergency ambulances that arrive speedily, no equipment and supply shortages at hospitals and clinics, a health information system that eliminates paper files and long queues, as you said, one patient, one record. If you achieve that, you would be my hero, to be honest. I've heard for so long, going back to the first MEC, Honourable Amos Masondo, who said that he was going to have a health information system. And then you need enough beds for mental health patients to be treated with dignity, and the child vaccination rate should be close to 100% instead of 75%. Now, I hate to tell you, the DA opposes the Gauteng Health budget, as we have little confidence it will be spent effectively and efficiently to maximise the health outcomes of patients. We're talking about people who want to be free of pain. They want to regain their sight, their hearing, and they want to live to enjoy their grandchildren. If the DA was in power, we would follow the model of the Western Cape Health Department, which has had 7 clean audits in a row. They managed to do it, you can do it as well. So we cannot support a budget that is so poorly utilised despite the immense need for quality
Dr.
public
Bloom.
health care in
Thank
our
you
province.
very much.
Everyone.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Member Poho.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and the citizens of Gauteng. A budget is not merely a statement of expenditure. The statement of priorities, and unfortunately this budget demonstrates that Gauteng Department of Health has learned very little from its own failures. The EFF is convinced that if we continue in this direction, we might not arrive where we need to go. Once again, we find ourselves disappointed by a budget that fails to confront the realities facing our healthcare system. Frans Fanon, the Algerian medical doctor and revolutionary thinker, reminds us that the wealth of a nation is its people. And if the wealth of Gauteng is its people, then the true measure of this budget is not how many billions are allocated on paper. The true measure is whether our mothers can find a bed when they need one. It's whether victims of informal settlements can receive urgent medical assistance this winter. It's whether patients can walk into a hospital with the confidence that they will live healthier than when they arrived. Whether people will not die in places where they are supposed to be saved. And the painful truth is, in far too many of our hospitals and clinics, this is not guaranteed. This department has a long history of receiving substantial allocations without adequately accounting for wastage, inefficiency, and systemic failures. Year after year, budgets increase while governance deteriorates. The problem is not so much a question of resources. It's a question, our people pay their taxes, but the problem is governance. 70 billion budget cannot coexist with collapsing hospitals. Yet this is precisely the contradiction before us today. Facilities are crumbling, supplies remain unpaid, equipment shortages persist, critical staff vacancies remain unfilled. The tragedy is not that Gauteng lacks money. Despite the billions allocated to this department, and Speaker, one of the clearest indications of systemic failure is the growing burden of medical legal claims. Billions of rands continue to be directed towards the courts, settling claims arising from negligence, avoidable harm, and failures within the healthcare system. These claims are not simply figures in a financial statement. Behind every claim is a patient who has failed, harmed, or neglected by the system. What this budget effectively tells us is that the people of Gauteng must celebrate new allocations, while substantial portions of those resources is already committed to settling izikweleti zakudala. We are not funding transformation or development. It's just consequences of a government that repeatedly fails to learn from its mistakes. The department speaks of health facilities management, a program tasked with construction, refurbishment, and upgrading healthcare facilities throughout the province. Yet the reality on the ground tells a very different story. How do you speak of infrastructure development when Randfontein Community Health Care Center remains abandoned? How do you speak of progress when Kutsong South Clinic remains abandoned? How do you justify spending 145 million at Kopanong Clinic in Vereeniging on ICU facilities that don't even exist? How do you explain Johannesburg Pathology Laboratory that has remained approximately 96% nearly 3 years? The people of Gauteng don't experience health through program descriptions and glossy presentation. They experience healthcare through the conditions that they find in our hospitals. They experience healthcare through the broken infrastructure, delayed projects. We must not hide behind administrative jargon in conditions that continue to deteriorate. At Bara, boilers continue to break down with alarming regularity. At George Mkari, roller irons have been purchased but remain uninstalled. These are not complicated policy changes. These are basic management failures. We are compelled to ask why the department continues to carry responsibility for infrastructure when there is DID. That is specifically for that purpose. Year after year, projects stall, costs escalate, accountability disappears into the gap between those two departments. When projects fail, health blames infrastructure blames health.
Thank you, Member Poho. Thank you, Member Poho. Your time is up. Members Kosana, Honorable.
Greetings, Deputy Chair. Greetings to the House at large. The Umkhonto weSizwe party rise today to engage seriously and honestly with regards to the 2026 Gauteng Health Budget and the allocation of 70 billion rands that represent the largest single budget vote in this province. It's a number that should inspire confidence. It is a number that should tell the people of Gauteng that their government is serious about their health, their safety and their dignity. But Honorable Deputy Chair, large number means nothing. The system it funds is not working. The first indictment of this budget is governance. About 45 billion rands, nearly 2/3 of this budget is allocated to compensation of employees. Yet when members of this legislature conducted oversight visits in February this year, we could not obtain a single approved organogram. There is no confirmed document telling us who is deployed where, who is accountable to whom, and which critical clinical posts across our hospitals and clinics remain vacant. Honorable Deputy Chair, you cannot spend 45 billion rands on people and be unable to account for those people. The second indictment is infrastructure. I'm glad I see the DG here. This budget allocates about 1.88 billion for buildings and equipment, less than 3% of the total allocation in the fastest growing, most densely populated province in South Africa. Dr. George Mkari is one of the largest public hospitals in the country. It serves Garankuwa, Soshanguve, Mabopane, Lebanon, and all the other areas surrounding communities where unemployment is very high, where private healthcare is not an option, where public system is the only system. Ward 9 in George Mkari Hospital has been incomplete for years. And those who need beds in that area are not waiting in private rooms, they are waiting in corridors. They are waiting at home. Some have stopped waiting altogether. My Weir Clinic is still in the planning stage. Mutlakeng Community Health Care Center and Mirafong are still incomplete, while the communities in these clinics were designed to serve, when these clinics were designed to serve these communities, the people continue to travel by taxi, by any means available to reach these clinics that should have been built by now. Every kilometer that a sick person travels to reach the care center they should have in their doorstep is a failure of planning and a failure of priority, and the failure of political will on the side of the government. The people waiting for these facilities have already waited for long enough.
Siyabonga members Khosana nibozikala manikhuluma isikhathi siphelile.
Hlala ungcindezela.
Member More ngicela nawe uzikale please ngingakukhathi.
The MEC for Finance, money is needed in the health. That message must evaporate.
Hayi members Khosana musukuba out of order. Member More ungishana kwaya how members Khosana wamutlwela. Tsanzu umkhole into order.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Greetings, everyone. As Action SA, we stand before the House with a heavy heart, but a firm resolve. While we acknowledge the department's mandate, we're not going to support the budget vote. We cannot, in good conscience, vote for a budget that continues to overlook the staffing crisis that we have. Our healthcare system is at the brink of collapse because of the staffing issues. Irrespective, we do see the effort and we will definitely recognize the effort. Statistically, there are pockets of achievements, but however, the successes are so thin that they are overlooked. The primary reason for our no vote is the human resource disaster that this administration refuses to solve, and as Action SA for the past 2 years, we have asked for plans to resolve this mess. The damning statistics in this report is that there are 11,463 vacant positions in the department. While this budget allocates 45 billion for compensation of employees, there is no immediate credible plan to fill these vacancies. It is a betrayal of our people that thousands of young doctors, nurses, skilled youth are sitting home unemployed while the department moves at a snail's pace. The math simply does not add up. In the last period, we saw 12,618 terminations, but only 8,317 new appointments. We are hemorrhaging skilled professionals faster than we can replace them. Because of these 11,000 empty chairs, our current doctors and nurses are severely overworked, and overwhelmed. At Kutsong and Motlakeng Clinic, residents are reporting frustrating long waiting times. We don't have staff. At Zibrecom Clinic, communities pleading for a 24-hour service. How do we do it? We don't have staff. At Michael Maponya Clinic in Soweto, the community started off complaining and now planning protest. On the 11th of May, Bupilong Clinic in Snake Park was closed because the only 2 nurses that they have reported sick that morning. Tertiary and regional hospitals are operating beyond capacity. Foreigners are coming in, the illegal one, the criminals, and when they are here, they've got the right to access health care. We don't have staff. The use of 2006 staff establishment in 2026, 20 years later, is an insult to our hardworking health workers. The staffing crisis is compounded by the administrative failure. The target for hospitals implementing integrated health information system was 100%, but guess what? Only 8.1% achieved. Charlotte Mateke continues to be the monument of mismanagement. An 18-month delay in the fire repairs, it compromises patient care, while 40 million in medical goods left to rot in storerooms. The most alarming is that while our facilities are breaking up, the budget slashes funding for buildings and fixed structures from 839 million to 530 million, putting current overworked staff, understaffed workers in more dangerous situations. I thank you, Deputy House Chair.
Member Hlophe.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honourable Premier in his absence, honourable members of Council, honourable members of the House, and the Gauteng people at large. Today I rise in support of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness budget vote for 2026-2027 financial year. As we approach the 2026 local government elections, the people of Gauteng will not judge the department by the eloquent speeches that are given here today, or by the sharpness of our debates. They will be judged by the lived reality of daily experiences. They will ask whether clinics function, whether medicine is available, whether ambulance arrive on time, and whether hospitals are safe. These are the standards by which our people will judge us, and they will be right to do so. Chair of Chairs, let us begin with an honest debate, and that begins with the truth. The DA and opposition parties will undoubtedly rise in the House and point out to the challenges facing healthcare. They will speak about the overcrowded facilities, the surgical backlogs, infrastructure maintenance. They will speak about medicine availability, vacancies, supplier payments, and waiting times. And on many of these, they might be correct. But because leadership is demonstrated not by denying reality, but by fixing it, in this regard, we must reject any convenient fiction that these challenges are uniquely Gauteng, because the evidence suggests otherwise. The facts, Chair of Chairs, are as. In Western Cape, where the DA has been leading for nearly 2 decades, the healthcare department faces many of the same challenges. The Western Cape Department has repeatedly reported pressures arising from staff shortages, increasing patient loads, overcrowding in emergency centres, infrastructure constraints, delayed maintenance projects, and growing medical legal liabilities. The province continues to battle long waiting periods for certain specific services and surgeries, and in facilities faces increasing demand driven by migration and urbanization. Similarly, its healthcare workers face burnout and resource pressures. In other words, these challenges confronting Gauteng are not uniquely Gauteng challenges. They are challenges confronting the public healthcare system across South Africa in its totality. The difference, Chair of Chairs, is that Gauteng carries the burden unlike any other province. Gauteng is home to approximately 16 million people, accounting for a quarter of South Africa's population while occupying less than 2% of the country's landmass. Every day, our hospitals and clinics serve not only Gautengers, they serve patients from neighboring provinces across the Southern Africa and serve those who travel from afar, seeking opportunity in healthcare. Our tertiary hospitals carry referral burdens that extend far beyond their provincial boundaries. Our healthcare system is not merely serving Gauteng, it is serving South Africa. That reality does not excuse the shortcomings, but it does explain why the pressure in Gauteng often appear larger and more visible than anywhere else. When the economic heartbeat of the nation beats, people come. And when people come, demand rises. And yes, Chair of Chairs, indeed, this pressure does create problems for us. However, in the midst of all these challenges, progress has been made. The department achieved an unqualified audit with findings. The performance against the annual performance report targets has improved to 68%, following from the 60% in the previous year, and governance systems are being strengthened. We further note the continued reduction in medical legal claims. While they remain high, the downward trajectory reflects improvements in patient safety, clinical governance, and risk management. The ANC has always maintained that the strongest healthcare system is not the one that merely treats disease, it is the one that prevents disease. And that is why we welcome the continued investment in community healthcare, school health programs, and preventative interventions. Healthcare must begin long before a patient enters the hospital ward. It must begin in communities, in schools, in households, because prevention is more effective. Deliveries among girls aged 10 to 14 years have declined to 22%. Deaths associated with severe acute malnutrition have declined to 38%. And mostly, mother-to-child HIV transmission has been reduced by approximately 0.5%. These are not merely statistics on a departmental dashboard. These are children healed, families spared unimaginable grief, and young lives given the opportunity to flourish. Chair of Chairs, healthcare workers remain the backbone of our healthcare system, and we therefore welcome the enrollment of 1,917 undergraduate nursing students, more than double the department's target. Every nurse trained today strengthens the healthcare delivery tomorrow. And every day, healthcare professional developed today becomes part of the solution for years to come. And we must continue to invest in healthcare because ultimately, healthcare is delivered by individuals and not by buildings. Honourable members, we also welcome the progress on the implementation of the One Patient, One File system. The future of healthcare must be integrated, digital, and patient-centered. Whilst technology cannot replace compassion, but it can reduce duplication and improve efficiency. Let us return to the challenges. Supply payments must improve. Medicine availability must improve. Critical vacancies must be filled. Infrastructure maintenance must be accelerated. Waiting times must be reduced. But these are indeed legitimate concerns. However, they also raise the very debate for why these arguments must actually support the budget, because they are precisely the reasons why the budget must be adopted so that these things can be implemented on. One cannot demand improved infrastructure while opposing infrastructure funding. One cannot demand nurses to be there while opposing the investment that must be made. One cannot demand services to be given while withholding the resources that are required for that. The challenge identified by the opposition is not evidence that investment should stop, but is rather the opposite. Indeed, the evidence is that investment must be deepened. And Madam Chair, it is in that regard that we support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Klope. MEC Mazibuko.
Yeah, it's because I'm in Ngudu. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Let's also appreciate the inputs that were made by members. We take them very serious. Our healthcare system needs all of us to be able to sort it out. It's not about, you said MEC number 17, and all the MECs that have come through, each and every one of them had a vision to make sure that healthcare is provided for the communities of Gauteng. And I noted that Member Bloom is always talking about Charlotte Maxeke. Nyasola saka nomkhukhu laphayana e Charlotte Maxeke. Ulala khona. Jalo nje uzokutshela nge Charlotte Maxeke. akaye e-Odi Hospital, akaye eJubilee, akaye kwezinye uzokutshela ngeCharlotte Maceke. Kusho ukuthi ingakho ngisho ngithi ngiyasola mhlawumbe usenomkhukhu lapha yana uselala khona. Ngelinye ilanga uke wabelala ema-ambulensini. Namhlanje uselala eCharlotte. Kusho ukuthi akana khaya. Uhlala lapha nesibhedlela ilunga uBloom. But we appreciate he's now Dr. Bloom. These questions that you continuously ask, maybe he uses them to compile his thesis so that then he'll be getting a second doctorate based on the answers that. But let's appreciate what your input, Member Bloom. We take it very serious. Me and you have served in this legislature since 1994, and we've been in the same committee. Try other committees, Member Bloom. Yes, that's why he's a doctor today. We've long been serving with him. Yes, he's the doctor of philosophy when it comes to. We have never had a system that is okay. He knows that. And of course, on the issues of the acting CEOs, Member Bloom, I'll be advertising those posts. Watch the space. Yeah, and they're not only going to be on contract, they are going to be permanent. Permanent CEOs of hospitals. That's one tick. So come second quarter, when we debate, me and you must give me one big right with a red pen. On the issue of the organogram, we've almost finalized it. It's being signed off and being sent to the Public Service Commission, and to the DPSA. Minister Buthelezi will have received by now. So we're on track. Soon we'll have an organogram that will be able to match. I think it's other members that will have raised, or members Kosana that raised the issue of the organogram. So soon we'll be knowing who is a healthcare worker in our facility and how many more posts do we need. And like members have been calling Honorable House Chair, that Treasury must give us more money, Member Mure. We don't decide on money. We get allocated money. Father Sfundi said, ngicabanga ukuthi lama workshop enivamisa ukwenza azobatshela sihlalo wesihlalo ukuthi imali ukwesukasukela kwemali isukaphi uma izawugcina seyifike la kusishaya mthetho njengoba simile namhlanje sikhuluma ngayo. Masifundiseni amalunga wethu ukuthi indaba zemali zenziwa njani. Asisukele sivuke ekseni sithi sino 5 rand noma 10 rand. Siyanikwa imali ukuze sikwazi ukusebenza. The issue of George Mkhari, Honorable Member Bloom, we take it very seriously. In fact, we're sorting it out. Watch the space, Wena. You can go to Ward 9 anytime. You'll see it has been sorted out. All the incomplete infrastructures, the team is working extra hard in ensuring that they complete all of them. Achieving clean audit is not even in the pipeline. It's on its way coming. Watch the space, Member Bloom. My problems, of course, will always remain DIT. But DIT's MEC, Mamabulu, is working very good with us. We hope that will solve our problem. Sibonga kakhulu sihlalo wesihlalo amalunga kakhongolo sona ayayivuma ibudget. Yilabo abanye bakandlebe zikhanyilanga abangavumelani nayo. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga MEC Ndunankulu wezempilo siyabonga. Member, okay, may we read please read the next order, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair.
It's the 15th order.
Consideration of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027. Why is everybody talking?
Member Mokhechi, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the honorable members. As well as making noise. Ezra.
Can those please who are walking outside, having side caucuses, please do it outside?
Deputy Chair of Chairs, they are encroaching on my time.
Yes, no, your time is paused. Don't worry. We have paused your time. Cela baphuma baphume ngokuthula bangaphumi ngodlame. Okay, we now unpause your time. I'm sure I'm using correct English.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chair of Chairs, greetings to the honorable members and to our people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm going to present the Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Department of Human Settlements 2026-2027 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework Allocation. Deputy Chair of Chairs, please note that this will be a summary as the report was discussed in the committee and was adopted, and the report was also circulated to the House. The department's 2026-2027 financial allocation amounts to 5.5 billion, of which includes a once-off additional funding amounting to 252 million, which was made available by the province for the provision of interim sanitation in the informal settlement. And I really want to appreciate MEC Mutara for that, and the community of Sebokeng, Bophelong in Sidibeng, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think they are also appreciating that. As well as an amount of 287 million that was made under the conditional grants, 283.8 million under the ISUPG, and 3.2 million under the EPWP grant. The department service delivery is implemented through 4 key programs and allocated the budget as follows. Program 1 was allocated 533 million 399,000 for the year under review, which shows a decrease in the as compared to the previous financial year allocation, which was 592,956,000. Program 2 was allocated 381,983,000 for the 2026-2027 financial year. This is an increase of about 183% when compared to the previous financial year allocation of 134,639,000. Program 3 received an allocation of 4.3 billion for the year under review, which is the biggest share of the budget allocated of the department. Program 4 was allocated 215,760,000 for the year under review, which is a decrease of 21% when compared to the previous financial year budget allocation. The Gauteng Partnership Fund is the only entity under the Department of Human Settlements. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department will not make any transfer in favor of the GPF over the 2026 MTEF as pre-payments are no longer permissible. In terms of treasury regulation, that cannot be allowed. However, the department will continue to pay GPF management fees for the projects it is implementing on behalf of the department. This process will be facilitated as a normal service provider payment for the service rendered. The committee will ensure that there is prudent and accountability in relation to utilization of government resources and monitor the department on quarterly basis. On the concerns of the committee, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the first one, the committee remains concerned that the budget allocation provided by the National Department to the Gauteng Department is insufficient to meet the growing housing demands and service delivery needs of the residents of Gauteng. On program 2, the concern is the committee is concerned that the budget forecasts for future years are not consistent, especially very large increase in goods and services spending in 2026-2027, which is not clearly explained and may not be realistic. On program 3, the committee is concerned that spending on building and infrastructure for housing has dropped sharply, which means the province is doing less direct housing development and investing less in long-term housing assets. On program 4, which is the last one, the committee is concerned that maintenance spending is going down, MEC, and is not consistent with, which may lead to deterioration of government housing assets over time. The input that was made by the stakeholders of Sidibeng are as follows. The committee noted that young people in Sidibeng are required, they require support and access to opportunities from the department to improve the socio-economic conditions. The second one, the committee noted ongoing concern raised by various communities regarding allegations that housing units are being allocated to individuals who do not qualify or are not in the rightful beneficiaries, resulting in dissatisfaction and lack of confidence in the housing allocation process. The portfolio committee noted with concern that at George Koch Hostel, there is a dilapidated hostel block comprising of 16 units that has not yet been renovated. On proposed recommendations, the department should provide responses to the following as raised by the 31st of July 2026. The department should engage with the national department and relevant stakeholders to advocate for increased budget allocation that are aligned with the province housing demands and population growth. The department should also provide the committee with a report outlining the funding shortfall and its impact on service delivery and housing programs. On program 2, the department should review and resubmit the goods and services budget estimates, particularly for the 2026-2027 spike, to confirm whether the increase is due to a once-off, a cost, a classification issue, or incorrect budgeting assumptions. On program 3, the department should submit a plan to restore and stabilize spending on housing infrastructure by strengthening multi-year planning, protecting funding for capital projects, and ensuring project readiness for implementation so that housing delivery and assets investment are sustained on a consistent basis. On program 4, which is the last one, that the department should develop and submit a clear multi-year maintenance plan with protected funding to ensure regular upkeep and prevent housing assets from falling into disrepair. Recommendations on the stakeholder inputs. The department should develop and implement targeted youth support programs, including skills development, employment opportunities, entrepreneurship support, and access to housing-related opportunities, and provide the committee with a progress report on interventions aimed at employing youth. The second one, the department should investigate the allegations relating to the allocation of housing in an eligible manner where beneficiaries who are not supposed to benefit are benefiting, strengthen the verification and allocation process, and provide the committee with a report
We can move for adoption. Time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. On acknowledgement, as stated in the report,
Please move there for adoption.
on the
Please.
adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the Department Human Settlement for the 2026-2027 financial year for adoption, considering the proposed recommendations and issues raised by the stakeholders made in this report. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Is there a
this not
seconder? Your time was restored. We never ate your time, Member Mkhiti. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I rise to second.
Okay. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the 16th order.
Thank you, Chair. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
MEC Mutara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and to the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Premier in absentia, to members of the Executive Council, members of this House, and the Head of Department and Senior Management, the leadership of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, our guests in the gallery, members of the media, and residents of Gauteng. It is an honor to table the budget vote for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2026-2027 financial year. This budget vote comes before this House at a time when the demand for housing, land, basic services, and secure tenure continues to place pressure on our government and society. In Gauteng, this pressure is felt every day by families waiting for a house, residents living in informal settlements, communities asking for services, and beneficiaries who have waited for years to receive a title deed to their home. For this reason, the work of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements cannot be reduced to figures on a page. When we talk about allocations, we are talking about families. A title deed means a household can finally claim ownership, and a service site means a person can start building a future with great certainty. The budget we table today is therefore not only about expenditure, it is about how we take limited resources and respond to real human needs. It asks a simple question: how do we keep delivering when demands keep growing? Allocations keep shrinking, and the spatial legacy of apartheid still shapes where our people live and work. Our work for the 2026-27 financial year is guided by the priorities of the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan, which states inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These priorities speak directly to the mandate of this department. Human settlements restores dignity, they expand access to opportunity, and when done right, they build communities that are better planned, better serviced, and more secure. Honourable members, this budget vote sets out what the department has done, what we have learned, where we must improve, and what we intend to deliver in the financial year ahead. Gauteng remains the economic centre of our country. Every year, people continue to move into the province in search of employment, education, business opportunities, and a better quality life. While this speaks to the importance of Gauteng within the national economy, it also places increasing pressure on housing delivery, infrastructure, basic services, and available land. The demand for housing opportunities continues to grow faster than the resources available to meet that demand. Communities expect government to respond to the challenges they experience daily, and rightly so. Residents want access to housing, functioning services, safer living conditions, and communities that are connected to social and economic opportunities. The growth of informal settlements is still one of the clearest indicators of this pressure. Gauteng continues to carry the largest concentration of informal settlements in the country. At the same time, the province must address historical spatial patterns that continue to separate many residents from places of work, education, and economic activity. These realities require more than the delivery of housing units alone. They require a coordinated approach that includes land acquisition, township formalization, title deed restoration and infrastructure investment, informal settlement upgrading, hostel redevelopment, and partnerships across all spheres of government. For our department, the challenge is therefore not simply to keep pace with the demand. The challenge is to continue expanding access to housing opportunities while improving the quality of environments in which people live. This responsibility becomes even greater during a period of fiscal constraint. Yet despite these pressures, the department remains focused on ensuring that available resources are directed towards programs that have the greatest impact on communities across Gauteng. Honourable members, before outlining our plans for the year ahead, it is important to reflect on the progress made during our previous financial year. We spent 97% of our final adjusted budget, amounting to 6.06 billion rand. This amounted to 5.826 billion. Conditional grant expenditure reached 100% of the adjusted allocation, ensuring that resources intended for service delivery were utilized for the intended purpose. Beyond expenditure, the department continued to make progress across several key areas of delivery. During the year under review, 7,975 housing units were completed and constructed across the province, with a further 5,439 quality-assured housing opportunities, which were allocated to approved and deserving beneficiaries, allowing more families to access formal housing opportunities. The department also installed municipal engineering services for 5,029 planned walk-up units and completed 139 service sites, supporting the development of sustainable communities and preparing land for future settlement opportunities. Ownership stays a central part of the department's mandate. During the financial year, 4,609 title deeds were transferred to beneficiaries. And to support future development, the department acquired 279,000 hectares of land for human settlement development and continued implementing interventions aimed at improving long-term planning and spatial transformation. Human settlements delivery also contributes to economic activity and employment. During the 25-26 financial year, the departmental programs created 3,176 work opportunities and 1,547 jobs through construction and related development initiatives. These achievements not suggest that every challenge has been resolved. They do, however, demonstrate continued progress in expanding access to housing opportunities, strengthening ownership, improving living conditions, and supporting economic participation across Gauteng. It is important to remember that the progress achieved during our past financial year does not lessen the scale of the task that lies ahead. Every week, the department is faced with the realities of a province that continues to grow as people are in search of opportunity. We see it in communities such as Diepsloot, Tembisa, Orange Farm, and in rapidly growing informal settlements across Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Johannesburg. As these communities expand, the demand for housing services and supporting infrastructure grows alongside them, often at a pace that places significant pressure on the state's ability to respond. These realities require sustained investment and careful planning if we are to meet the expectations of our community. Our challenges are further compounded by a constrained fiscal environment, and as resources become increasingly limited, every allocation must be directed towards programs that deliver meaningful outcomes for the people of Gauteng. It is against this backdrop that I now present the department's budget for the 26-27 financial year. The department is allocated a total budget of 5.521 billion rand for the 26-27 financial year, and over the medium-term expenditure framework, the department's allocation amounts to 16.6 billion rand, comprising of 5.521 in the current financial year, decreasing slightly to 5.55 billion in the next financial year, and again increasing slightly to 5.597 billion in 28-29. Our budget is funded through two primary sources. The first is the provincial equitable share, which amounts to 1.188 billion in the current financial year, and included within this allocation is 252 million earmarked for interim sanitation interventions. The second and largest source of funding is conditional grants, amounting to 4.333 billion in the 26-27 financial year. We remain committed to expanding access to housing opportunities, and this budget reflects the financial pressures facing government across all spheres. Compared to previous allocations, available resources have reduced, even as demand for housing services and supporting infrastructure continues to increase. This reality requires careful planning, stronger project management, and a continued focus on ensuring that public funds are directed towards programs that deliver the greatest benefit to communities. The budget before this House is therefore directed towards sustaining housing delivery, accelerated title deed registration, upgrading informal settlements, maintaining and redeveloping hostels, expanding access to service sites, and supporting long-term spatial transformation in our province. The budget is towards programs and interventions that expand access to housing opportunities, strengthen ownership, improve living conditions, and support the long-term development of sustainable human settlements. Housing delivery is a central focus of the department's work, and in this year, we want to build 8,448 housing units and deliver 300 service sites. In addition, 4,706 engineering services will be installed for planned walk-ups, supporting future housing opportunities and improving access to basic infrastructure. Alongside this, the department will allocate 4,500 quality-assured housing opportunities to approved beneficiaries in accordance with the applicable policies and legislative requirements. We have a target of registering 5,681 title deeds. While the title deed restoration is complex in some areas, this work remains essential in ensuring that beneficiaries are able to enjoy the full benefits of home ownership. During the year, 1,300 service stands will be released to beneficiaries, creating opportunities for households to participate more actively in their own housing development. Informal settlement upgrades is also a critical area of intervention. 3 informal settlements will benefit from temporary municipal services, while 2 will undergo phase 1 upgrades, 2 settlements will undergo phase 2 upgrades, and 1 settlement will benefit from a phase 3 upgrade. Work will also continue within the hostel redevelopment program. 5 municipal-owned hostels are targeted for renovation. The department will continue supporting access to housing finance and economic participation, and during the year ahead, 44 subsidies will be dispersed through the First Home Finance Program, through departmental projects and the Expanded Public Works Program. 2,837 work opportunities and 1,496 jobs are expected to be created. And my time up? Okay. I wish to dedicate my speech, Chair, to the youth of 1976, many of whom sacrificed their formative years.
Thank you, MEC. When I stand up, I'm giving you a warning. When I stand up, you must know it's 30 seconds left. I'm not going to disrupt your speech. When I stand up, it's a sign that you're left with 30 seconds. Member Shirota, you can come in. Member Shirota?
Thank you, Acting Speaker.
She'll come back.
Thank you, Speaker.
Your time starts now.
Thank you very much. The budget debate presents us with the opportunity to assess the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements performance over the past financial year. I want to compliment our Housing Committee. The chair of the committee has just indicated how clearly and very succinctly we need to delve into the huge problems that we have. MEC, unfortunately, you dealt with none of them. You simply made a speech and you didn't give us any solutions, no implementation strategy, and 8,000 units are not going to solve the problem. We continue to go further and further behind with our citizens being unable to have proper housing. And if we analyse the financials and determine the practices with the way we spend our grants, we are simply not winning. And despite some minor successes, we still have a huge problem. And the shortfall will continue to be widened unless something is done about it. Now, MEC, you've said a number of times in meetings that we've had that there's a problem between the National Treasury and the department. Nothing ever seems to be done about that. I pose the question to you, what are you as MEC doing about it? We don't work in a vacuum. Do you in any way link with Treasury? And what is Treasury doing about it? Because as you know, the budget has been cut by 10%, and I presume again because we're not spending the funds that are allocated to us. So the problem continues, MEC. Is it not time to admit that there's a problem and that the committee together makes necessary representations to sort out the problem? Of particular concern is that budget cuts the main delivery program while raising expectations for outputs. Most notably, housing development is cut by a huge 14%, 761 million, even as the annual performance plan lifts the housing number from 7,900 to 8,400. There are major risks around unfunded maintenance, weak title deed performance, procurement failures, bulk infrastructure dependency, and ongoing audit and irregular expenditure concerns. There is an inadequate supply of land. The allocated service sites are not occupied, and delayed construction is happening under the Rapid Land Release Program. There's inadequate bulk infrastructure, there's community unrest, there's lack of security during allocation, infrastructure vandalism, and land invasions. We have a huge problem which we seem not be able to sort out, and that is to stop illegal migration into those areas that can be serviced. The hostel redevelopment plan remains problematic, with some attempts to service 9 of the 65 hostels in the province. The DA reiterates its call to incorporate all these hostels into the hostel redevelopment plan under the umbrella of the Gauteng Department. The metros are too small and are incapacitated to deal with the problem, and our citizens in these hostels continue to live in squalor and in unacceptable living conditions. The Premier, in his State of the Province address, made bold claims of how an initiative was underway to bring a stop to the mushrooming of informal settlements. We'd be interested to know the progress in that program. What is clear is that the dismantling of few informal settlements will not solve the problem. While all new housing developments are welcome, it is concerning that the department is not building enough to meet the required needs. What we need is an effective monitoring mechanism to set measurable and realistic developmental targets, implement a centralized performance management system, conduct a skills and lifestyle audit, review and reinforce financial and operational governance, accelerate the completion of incomplete mega projects and abandoned housing projects, professionalize the title deed process, rehabilitate inner-city abandonment and decay, and hold those derailing the process accountable. This is not a wish list. They are practical, achievable interventions aimed at restoring accountability and proving delivery. This is to ensure that the department fulfills its mandate to the people of Gauteng, who are not asking for miracles, but a government that does its job. We are unable to support this budget.
Okay, you were within time. Member Masilela. You can't see me because you are online. Member Masilela, ukona. 1, 2, 3. Siyadlula. Member Masabe.
Bengacabanga ukuthi uyobiza mina Chair. Angithi boku isikhathi sakala and it's fine. I'm ready. Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this legislature, the people of Gauteng. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises today to engage with budget vote of the Department of Human Settlements, a department whose mandate is the most tangible expression of government's promise to its people. A home is not a policy objective, it is dignity, safety, it is the foundation upon which a family builds its future. It is the difference between a child, there is a difference between a child who does homework at a table and a child who does homework in a shack by candlelight. We acknowledge the inherited backlogs, fiscal pressures, and the logistical challenges of delivering in a rapidly urbanizing province. The numbers in this budget and the lived reality of hundreds of thousands of Gauteng families demand honest engagements. The first challenge is the budget trajectory. The total department allocation has been declined to approximately 87% of its 2022-23 baseline, a 13% reduction in real resources, while Gauteng population and housing demand continue to grow in the opposite direction. More damaging still, the incremental interventions program, the primary vehicle through which homes are delivered to families on the waiting list, has seen its funding cut by nearly 14% over the same period. The MEC speaks of accelerated delivery, but you cannot accelerate delivery with a shrinking engine. The second challenge is the collapse of capital investment. The budget for land acquisition and bulk infrastructure, the foundational investment without which no house can ever be built, has declined to a fraction of its 2022-23 level. You cannot build houses without land. You cannot develop land without infrastructure. And you cannot retain contractors on projects that have no serviced ground to build on. This is not politics. This is construction logic. It explains why projects stall. It explains why land release targets are missed. It explains why families wait for years on projects that exist on paper but not on the ground. The third challenge concerns the people this system has failed most directly. Lofering Housing Project, Region C, over a decade of promises, funds released, progress minimal, families still waiting. And we cannot leave this podium without speaking about C-form holders, citizens who registered on the housing waiting list between 1996 and 1999. Nearly 30 years ago, a commitment was made that 20% of new housing opportunities would be reserved for them. That commitment has not been honored. Thank you.
That's an abuse. Well, no, that's not fair. What's wrong with 1 second?
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings. As we deliberate on this, we must ask ourselves, is this budget a tool for progress or a testament for persistent mismanagement? While the department boasts a 97% overall expenditure rate for this financial year, for the previous financial year, a closer look reveals a worrying trend of fiscal instability. The total budget is set to decrease from 6 billion to 5.5 billion in the current financial year. This is not just a number, it represents a shrinking capacity to provide homes for our people. Even worse, in a country where the borders are porous, where migration is very high and putting more pressure on the department. As Action SA, we're deeply concerned by the following bad indicators found in the budget vote. The department admitted it could not spend 100% of its equitable budget because of a negative cash position created by previous financial year surrenders and unpaid debts. This mismanagement has directly resulted in inability to pay equitable share money. We are seeing significant budget cuts across the board. The budget for capital assets the very equipment and land we need to build is projected to crash from 64.6 million to a pathetic 8 million by 2028-2029. It is unacceptable that 15 million went unspent on compensation of employees due to high vacancy rates, and 36 million intended for security service to prevent illegal occupants was left unattached. While the department blames legal processes, the result is the same. Our project remains vulnerable and our department remains understaffed. The Human Settlements Development Grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership grants are both seen decrease in the current financial year compared to previous allocation. As Action SA, we must acknowledge where progress is attempted, though we remain cautious. We know that the department achieved 100% spend on its 4.67 billion conditional grant allocation. Well done, department. We welcome the 252 million earmarked for interim sanitation in the current year. The Gauteng Partnership Fund committed a 30% local expenditure target for labor and materials. It's a step in the right direction. The collaboration with the University of Johannesburg to establish a research center is a positive long-term investment, provided it leads to actual technological advancements in building, rather than just more paperwork. Action SA demands a department that manages its cash flow effectively, pays its SMMEs on time, prioritize the delivery of houses over administrative excuses. Gauteng deserves a government that builds, not one that balances its failures on the back of the poor. We support the budget.
Siyabonga. Member du Plessis. Member du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Chair. More than 3 decades ago, our democracy, hundreds of thousands of Gauteng residents still do not have a place to call home. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, whose budget we are debating today, was given one clear mandate at the dawn of democracy: to provide residents with access to safe, dignified and sustainable housing. For many South Africans, a house represents far more than bricks and mortar. It's a symbol of freedom, dignity, security and the opportunity to build wealth that can be passed on to future generations. Yet, for too many Gauteng residents, a place to call home remains out of reach. More than 1.2 million people in Gauteng have applied for housing opportunities at various stages since 1994. Many have spent years, and in some cases decades, waiting for assistance. Some have sadly passed away before ever receiving the homes they were promised. At the same time, informal settlements continue to expand across the province, placing enormous pressure on service delivery and exposing residents to unsafe and undignified living conditions. Mega developments are built, but where schools, clinics and the relevant infrastructure only follow, in some cases, years later. To top that all off, we are seeing an ever-decreasing financial allocation from the national government. With a budget of more than 5.5 billion, one would expect the department to address several of its shortcomings, but that does not seem to be the case. Put simply, the Department of Human Settlements has failed to fulfill the mandate entrusted to it by the residents of Gauteng. These failures cannot be pinned on history. They are the result of poor planning, weak oversight, and a government that is big on grand announcements but short on delivery. The DA has consistently raised concerns about mega developments being built without the necessary supporting infrastructure. We have further warned that mega housing developments should not be approved unless schools, clinics, roads, public transport and bulk infrastructure are planned and funded from the outset. These cautions have been ignored by a government that keeps doing the same things while expecting different results. What's worse is that each new MEC inherits not only the portfolio, but also a culture of failure, choosing to follow the path of poor planning and inadequate delivery, rather than pursuing meaningful reforms to address Gauteng's housing crisis. Is there hope? Yes, the Democratic Alliance has a plan to end the housing crisis. When we take the reins, we'll ensure that the housing list is thoroughly audited and disclosed to all beneficiaries. We will prioritise the formalisation of informal settlements to enable the department to maintain an accurate record of who resides in these settlements, improving planning, oversight and service delivery. This will be made transparent to all beneficiaries. We will also end the practice of constructing mega developments in areas with very few economic opportunities.
Thank you, Member Duplessis. Unfortunately, the time malfunctioned. I need to rely on my clock. So, in terms of my clock, the time is finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Shiniman, we're trying to fix the. Can we fix the timer there? Okay, let's start.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Chairs. On Tuesday, the 16th of June next week, it will be 50 years since students took to the streets of Soweto in a peaceful protest march, protesting against the apartheid regime's education system and the forced instruction of Afrikaans in schools. The events of 16 June 1976 played a big role in shaping my personal thinking, even though I was in Standard 3 at the time. At that young age, I followed what was happening and realized that there was something seriously wrong with the system in South Africa. And I remain deeply grateful for the role that so many played in ensuring that the evil apartheid system could be defeated. Each of us must continue to ensure that the dreams of the generation of 1976 are achieved. Today, as we debate the budget of the Department of Human Settlements for the 2026-27 financial year, the outcomes and outputs of the allocated budget will continue to ensure that their dreams, the generation of 1976, become a reality through the provision of integrated human settlements across Gauteng, through the acceleration of the delivery of housing opportunities, through ensuring equal access to socio-economic amenities and the empowerment of all, including the various designated groups. Housing is not a luxury, it's a constitutional commitment. A home is where life begins, where families grow, where children dream, and where dignity takes root. When a family receives a title deed, it is not just a document, it's about ownership, it's about security of tenure. All of the processes that are followed and result in title deeds being handed over to beneficiaries need to be reviewed to determine how the process can be speeded up to allow for an increased number of title deeds to be handed over to the various beneficiaries. The ANC's 2024 election manifesto commitments on human settlements provides a clear direction for the road that human settlements must travel and how the budget allocations should be used. And these include continuing to build subsidised housing for vulnerable groups, upgrading of informal settlements and the provision of basic services, strengthening of rental prices and the protection of consumers, expanding sanitation across access through alternative technologies. Since the 2024 elections, we have seen progress and the realisation of the ANC's manifesto commitments to the citizens of Gauteng. 15,212 housing units have been constructed and completed, 10,081 housing units have been allocated, 14 informal settlements have benefited from temporary municipal engineering services, 10,853 title deeds have been handed to beneficiaries, and these are just a few. There is still a long list below that. In the 25-26 financial year, the department spent 97% of the final adjusted budget. In the coming financial year, we would really want to urge the department to take all necessary steps to ensure it further reduces its underspending by increasing the spending of the budget. Here in Gauteng, the budget for the 26-27 financial year gives effect and visible meaning to the ANC's commitments to the electorate. A total of 5.5 billion has been allocated to the Department of Human Settlements for the 26-27 financial year, and a once-off provision of 252 million has been made available for the provision of interim sanitation in informal settlements, which is very much welcomed, and there are some who seem to have missed this. Key focus areas in this budget include the following areas: accelerating housing delivery, issuing of title deeds, upgrading of informal settlements, releasing of strategically located land, revitalization of hostels, and expanding access to basic services. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has set the following targets for the 26-27 financial year, which include the following, but not all of them: 8,448 housing units to be completed or constructed, 300 service stands to be completed, 1,300 serviced urban to be released, 5,681 title deeds to be registered, 2,837 work opportunities to be created, and 1,496 jobs to be created on construction projects, and so the list continues. As the African National Congress, we welcome both the budget allocation and the target set, and implore the department to meet all its targets and to spend its budget allocation efficiently and effectively. Equally, we ask the department, where possible, to exceed the targets that they have set. Whilst we welcome the budget allocation, additional funding is needed to be able to reduce the housing backlog substantially. And we ask the MEC and the department to engage the National Department to consider allocating additional funding to Gauteng. And Member Sarota, we discussed this in the Portfolio Committee just this past week. Recently, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements visited the 6 hostels which fall under the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, and not the number that you have referred to, Member Sarota. The condition of 5 of the hostels have significantly improved following extensive upgrades since the last visit of the Portfolio Committee in the 6th legislature. The ANC welcomes the improvement in the living conditions of these hostels and calls for the outstanding hostel to be upgraded as soon as possible. And when we were there, we actually witnessed that work was taking place on that 6th hostel. The ANC also wishes to welcome the allocation and completion of the first 70 housing units at the Dr. Sefularo housing project in Hekpoort in the West Rand. The ANC welcomes, the Dr. Sefularo project had been standing incomplete for a number of years, together with other incomplete or blocked housing projects, and the department's commitment to prioritise the completion and allocation of units in incomplete and blocked housing projects is welcomed, as each completed housing project will reduce the number of people on the housing waiting list and provide a home for the beneficiary and their dependents. The upgrading of the urban renewal projects of Alexandra, Everton and Bakersdale, in line with the approved business plans, needs to be prioritised, and we need to try and speed it up as quickly as possible. Improved coordination is needed between the department and sector departments and municipalities to ensure that early planning and financial allocations take place in mega developments, so that social amenities such as schools, health facilities, community halls, libraries and sports and cultural facilities are provided as mega developments are being built. And that's something that we really need to see an improvement on. Whilst work is being undertaken to conditions in informal settlements, which we must say we do appreciate. Much more needs to be done. In particular, the use of microgrids to generate electricity for households needs to be considered, together with other alternative forms of power. The introduction and use of alternative forms of energy would help to reduce the high levels of illegal connections, which are extremely dangerous and often result in serious injury and deaths of residents who are involved in those illegal connections. Adequate water supply and alternative forms of sanitation need to be prioritised, as well as regular refuse collection services in informal settlements. Vacant posts, which have a direct bearing on service delivery through project management, need to be prioritised. In fact, all funded vacant posts really need to be filled as quickly as possible. The efficient and effective spending of the budget and the outcomes thereof rests on the shoulders of the men and women who are employed by the Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng. To them, we would like to pass the following message. Please deliver to those who rely on the Department of Human Settlements for their housing needs. Go the extra mile. Come to work as early as possible. Leave as late as possible. And do as much work as possible every day. And this request goes to those contractors, subcontractors, and all of those who are involved in projects of the department. We ask the same from you. The ANC supports the budget vote 8, or supports budget vote 8 for the Department of Human Settlements. And I just want to say to members of the opposition that have indicated their support, we appreciate that. To those of you who say that you are not going to support this budget, I think what we would like to say to you is we really want to hear a bit more from you in the portfolio committees. We don't hear much from you. You don't come with constructive inputs. You don't come with constructive engagements. You don't come with constructive suggestions as to how the housing program in the province can be changed. So we really want to implore on you, use the portfolio committee, use the opportunities that we have with the MEC and the department to raise these suggestions, to raise these ideas. I personally find it a problem that we come to these debates and grandstand, but in portfolio committees we hardly say a thing. So on that note, I'd like to express appreciation to the MEC and the department for the work that you are doing. We will hold you to account as the portfolio committee, but we want to implore upon you, use the money wisely, and also hopefully we can try as a committee working with you to also get additional resources for housing in the province. Thank you very much.
Gregory.
Thank you, Member Shinman. Member MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I want to say to Member Mahlabe that thank you very much for your contribution. However, the department plays a support function to the provision of bulk services. It remains that primary responsibility of municipalities. But what we need to do is assist municipalities to be able to carry out their primary function. You mentioned Lufereng, etc. If the city of Joburg puts in bulk infrastructure, we are ready to build more top structures. Member More, thank you very much for your contribution and as well as your support to the budget. But I just want to indicate that as of now, equitable share that we receive is not used on our capital projects. It's only funded by the grant funding. And I'm sure as provincial treasury increases its income, we could stand as a consideration for funding for capital projects. But project owners, the developers, the contractors have the legal responsibility to provide security during construction. Member Shirota. Hi. Okay. So, first of all, all you can say to me is that you and Member Du Plessis, we must learn from the Western Cape. I had the displeasure of going during the NCOP week to the Western Cape. Fortunately, first-hand experience of what the DA does in relation to human settlements delivery. Your informal settlements, you say, no thank you. First of all, you speak about accountability. Almost every DA-led member of government was not there and didn't fully participate. They just didn't come to answer for their sins of what they do and don't do in informal settlements in the Western Cape. I can tell you our informal settlements, our mega projects in Gauteng are far better than what happens in the Western Cape. So what I learned from the DA in the Western Cape during the NCOP was no accountability, service delivery doesn't exist, and the fact that you do not prioritize informal settlements. I think the issue around, we could definitely agree, we do agree that the requirement of schools, clinics, other social and economic infrastructure is very important in our mega projects, and we are working together with our sister departments. I want to just clarify one thing, Member Shirota. Irregular expenditure in the last financial year was 0. Our new land invasions this year is 0. You can ask Member Mamabolo. We do not have any new land invasions since the beginning of this year. And your comment about professionalizing title deed processes, are you insinuating that conveyances in the deeds office is unprofessional? I want to, as I go back to my speech, say that I want to dedicate my speech to the youth of 1976, many of whom sacrificed their formative years in the pursuit of freedom and quality education. Many from that heroic generation are actually beneficiaries of our human settlements delivery today. The environment in which they lived in at the time created the perfect crisis we have, which is what we have to turn back today. Spatial planning that leaves so many of our citizens displaced and away from economic and other social opportunities. Member du Plessis, you say we mustn't go back. We have to go back because it's from that history that creates the situation that we have today. We owe it to this generation and many others to create an environment that is demonstrably different to that within which they lived. I want to conclude and say, I am absolutely gobsmacked, Member Shirota, that you, of all people, today speak about what must happen in hostels. When you and your forefathers were the architects of hostels. And you stand today to tell us what must happen in a hostel. I think you must thank democracy for giving you an opportunity to even enter a hostel to see what black families, black men, laborers had to endure and live in because of your spatial planning and housing, what you call housing, which is so degenerative. But thank the democracy that for the first time you can walk freely in a hostel. I grew up across the road from a hostel. I know exactly what happens in hostels. At your very young age, you want to really tell, I'm shocked that you can speak about hostels today. It is the most contradictory arrangement that I have ever seen. And I don't think you can have any authority to tell us what must happen in hostels. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, MEC. Will the Secretary please read the next order?
Thank you, Chair. Budget speech and debate. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
MEC Ramokgopa.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and esteemed citizens of Gauteng, economic opportunity remains uneven in Gauteng, despite our central role in driving the national economic output. The country, as we know, continues to face persistent unemployment, especially among youth. We have persistent inequality and rising cost of living pressures, all of which reinforce one another and limit inclusive participation in the economy. This budget, therefore, is not only about expenditure, but it is about a deliberate structural response through the implementation of the Gauteng City Region Economic Growth and Development Plan, the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan 2030. And for the 26-27 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Group has been allocated 1.798 billion rand, including 1.34 billion rand, which is transferred to the key entities to implement and strengthen delivery. This is broken down as follows: 777 million to GGTA for investment promotion, trade and infrastructure, 197 million to GEP, 195 million for the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, 90 million rand for GTA, Gauteng Tourism Authority, 80 million rand for the Liquor Board for regulation and governance, and 458 million rand for the department's coordination and strategic role. In 2026-27, the department will focus on 6 key priorities: sector and industry development, tourism growth, economic infrastructure, trade and investment, MSME support and entrepreneurship, and regulation and revenue enhancement. Together, these will drive the inclusive growth, investment, competitiveness, enterprise development, and job creation across the Gauteng city region. The future competitiveness of Gauteng depends on our ability to strengthen productive sectors and support industrial innovation. In the coming financial year, we will implement the 12 action labs to unlock economic growth opportunities and improve competitiveness across key sectors of the provincial economy, working closely with the private sector. We will also develop an implementation roadmap for the Gauteng Green Hydrogen Strategy. It's a pity Member Letswalo is not here. I know this is something he's very interested in. Furthermore, we will support 5 sector hubs to strengthen industrial ecosystems and promote innovation-driven growth. These interventions will help diversify our economy, improve productivity, and create new opportunities for investment and employment. Tourism remains one of Gauteng's most important economic sectors, supporting businesses, creating jobs, and attracting investment. During the 2026-7 financial year, we will intensify efforts to position Gauteng as Africa's leading destination for business tourism, leisure tourism, and events. We will submit 20 international business event bids and target 31 billion rand in foreign direct tourism spending and work towards attracting 3 million international tourist arrivals. We also are looking to support the growth of domestic tourism by targeting 7.5 million domestic trips within Gauteng and facilitating the introduction of 5 new international air routes to strengthen Gauteng's connectivity to global markets. Now, these initiatives will stimulate demand across the hospitality sector, transport, retail, and the cultural industries, while creating opportunities for local industries. Honourable members, economic infrastructure remains one of the most important enablers of growth, investment, and job creation. The department will continue to implement strategic infrastructure programs aimed at unlocking the economic potential of all development corridors across the Gauteng city region. In the Vaal Special Economic Zone, we are aiming to complete 50% of bulk infrastructure installation at the Heidelberg site and secure funding for bulk designs and installations at the Rietsspruit site. For the West Rand Special Economic Zone, we will finalize environmental impact assessments and township establishment processes to prepare the precinct for designation and development. At the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone, we will achieve practical completion of bulk infrastructure installation for Precinct 2. And we will also advance the Lanseria High-Tech Special Economic Zone, Member Moriarty, by securing approval of its feasibility study, business case, and funding for detailed designs. In support of township industrialization, our objective is to secure funding for the refurbishment and expansion of township automotive hubs and develop a township enterprise zone operationalization framework to drive economic activity in township hubs. We will continue with the refurbishment of our industrial parks across Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, the West Rand, and others. Now, attracting investment and expanding market access for Gauteng businesses remains central to our growth strategy. In 2026-27, we will continue to build on the successes from the Gauteng Investment Conference, where we are showcasing investment opportunities across all of our strategic corridors. We are targeting the facilitation of 5.9 billion rand in trade deals, while also supporting 300 Gauteng firms with sector-specific export readiness training to improve access to regional and international markets. Through these efforts, Gauteng continues to strengthen its position as the economic gateway to Africa. Honourable Acting Speaker, small, medium and micro enterprises remain an important source of employment and innovation in our province. In the 2026-27 financial year, we will provide non-financial support to over 5,000 MSMEs and enhance access to finance and business development to support at least 3,000 enterprises. And through our various high-impact sector development programs, we are targeting to support 600 MSMEs, while a minimum of 100 cooperatives will benefit from capacity building. We are continuing also to advance on our key legislative reforms, including the Gauteng Township Economic Development Amendment Bill and the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller Amendment Bill, to strengthen the policy and institutional environment supporting enterprise development. Honourable members, a well-regulated economy is essential for investor confidence, consumer protection and sustainable growth. So during the year, we will strengthen our regulatory oversight and compliance across all sectors. The Gauteng Liquor Board is expected to generate 75 million rand in revenue, while a comprehensive liquor trading environment research study will be undertaken to inform future policy and regulatory decisions. We will conduct, and we are targeting 26,000 compliance inspections, implementing consumer education and awareness programs, and undertaking business compliance across the province. The Gauteng Gambling Board is targeting to collect 1.2 billion rand in taxes and levies and continue conducting enforcement raids with law enforcement agencies. And of course, at the heart of this is to ensure that we curb the risks that arise from gambling, and specifically online gambling, by driving responsible gambling programs. We also continue to process the legislative reforms as mentioned earlier. Honourable Acting Speaker, the Gauteng City Region Economic Growth and Development Plan, launched on the 19th of March 2026, marks a decisive shift towards a more coordinated and implementation-focused growth agenda for the province. During this financial year, we will prioritise refining the execution plan, rolling out action labs, strengthening alignment with departments and municipalities, and mainstreaming the plan into government provincial planning systems and implementing a robust monitoring and evaluation dashboard. When it is effectively implemented, the plan seeks to raise economic growth from the current average of about 1% to between 3 and 5% by 2030, and reduce unemployment from the current unacceptable level of 35% to between 20 and 25%. And these outcomes depend on strong collaboration across government and social partners, as well as the private sector. In closing, the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan provides a clear pathway to a more inclusive, competitive and job-creating Gauteng economy. I therefore call on this House to support Budget Vote 3 in advancing this shared vision for growth and transformation. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. You saved us some time. Thank you very much. Member Machene. Member Machene, one. Oh, sorry. Eish, I'm looking at the wrong order. Sorry. Member Matsibatela, are you online? Oh, you are here. You just arrived.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, let me greet you and greet the House, those of us who are still here and all those online. Speaker, maybe let's start here as to why are we here. And remember, our leader, Member Msimanga, indicated about the absence of the Premier. We are here today at this late hour because the MEC has other appointments on the day we are supposed to be here. And we are forced to come and debate this budget vote today because her appointments are more important than the people of this province. Now, Speaker, Acting Speaker, this is an indication of how this executive takes this department. They take it as a sideshow, as an afterthought, while they should be concentrating and focusing on this department. That is why the Premier himself had to add onto Honourable MEC's job. Already she's failing on one, they add another department, and that creates a problem. But Speaker, let's discuss the budget at hand and in front of us. 90% of this budget is meant to be spent on trade and sector development. But when we look deep into the budget itself, only 10% is meant to be spent around sector development. And Speaker, this is very appalling. While 90% of the budget of the 90% is meant to be spent on investment facilitation, actually what it means is that it's meant to be spent on talk shops and nothing concrete that will ever come out of these summits that they're always having. Investment facilitation, whatever that means, but where it is mattered the most around the issue of sector development, only 10% of the 90% is going to be spent there. Speaker, there is a 30% reduction on TIDA, and all of us understand the role that TIDA plays in supporting small businesses in the most vulnerable areas of our society. If you reduce its budget by 30%, which is 89 million rands, you are then saying to people like Lerato, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, who we met recently in Ekangala when we did our public participation, who said to us that for the last 10 years she's been trying to get funding from TIDA, and she's unable to get funding. And her plea was, as much as I am not being funded, can you respond as to what is it that I need to do for me to get funding? Ntate Ngobeni, who also addressed us on the very same day, he said that the last time he got any funding from this department was about 4 years ago, and he was donated a gazebo. Speaker, while we reduce spending on the most vulnerable and the most impactful agencies such as TIDA, we continue to increase money on things such as talk shops and meetings and summits that never yield anything. Speaker, therefore, we cannot in any good conscience support this budget because it fails to meet the needs of the very vulnerable on the ground who needs it the most, especially small businesses in townships who are supposed to facilitate and grow the economy of this province and ensure that young people are in jobs. Speaker, you see this department celebrates 1,000 young people being skilled. This financial year, they are promising to skill 1,500. It's an increase by 500. Congratulations, MEC. But we are not happy about that, Honorable Speaker. When you look at it, the 1,500 out of 2.1 million who are unemployed, that is 0.005%. That's half a drop. Those who are scientists will understand. It's half a drop in an ocean, Honorable MEC, and it does not dent or even bring any improvement to the sector that we are trying to improve and create jobs and bring people out of the squalor that they find themselves in. Therefore, Speaker, anyone who supports this budget is an enemy of the people, is the enemy of young people in this province, and therefore will not be party to that. The DA rejects this budget, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. Member Ngobeni. Okay. I take it EFF members are not available. Sengizoba jumpa manje. Member Alibet. Are you online? Is he online? Okay. I pass. Member Mulder, you want to speak on his behalf? You have the speech. Okay. Member Ngobeni, we pass.
Can I have their minutes? Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, I think we all agree that economic growth remains one of the biggest challenges facing our province today. Our province contributes more than a third of South Africa's economy, yet for more than a decade, economic growth has remained sluggish, averaging below 1%. At the same time, unemployment remains stubbornly high, with more than a third of Gauteng residents unable to find work. Young people continue to bear the brunt of this crisis. What is encouraging, though, MEC, is that the department's budget recognizes these challenges. We have heard about industrialization, township economic development, special economic zones, industrial parks, innovation hubs, and new economic corridors across the province. These are important priorities, and that they are the right conversations to be having. The problem, however, is not that Gauteng lacks plans. The problem is that Gauteng struggles to turn those plans into reality. The Economic Growth and Development Plan that was presented to us yesterday presents an impressive and ambitious vision for the future. The annual performance plans themselves contains a range of programs and initiatives. And as the MEC articulated earlier, the budget allocates significant resources to entities tasked with driving economic development. Yet when we look at the projects that are supposed to bring this vision to life, a different picture begins to emerge, one that is quite depressing. Industrial parks have been stuck for years because planning and approval processes remain unresolved. Some are now reportedly at risk of being abandoned altogether. The West Rand Special Economic Zone continues to face regulatory delays. The Val SEZ is still battling approvals and coordination challenges. What stands out is that many of these delays are not being caused by lack of money. They are being caused by government processes themselves. One part of government is slowing down another part of government. Simply put, government is delaying government. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, Action SA supports efforts to attract investment, to grow industries, support entrepreneurs, and create jobs. We support initiatives aimed at strengthening township economies and bringing new economic opportunities to our communities. But we cannot measure success by the number of plans written, meetings held, forums convened, and strategies launched. The real test is whether people can see the results. Are factories being built? Are businesses expanding? Are investors putting money into Gauteng? Are jobs being created? This is what matters to the people of the province. The question before this House is therefore straightforward. Can the department and the MEC turn the plans into projects, projects into investment, and investment into jobs? If that can happen, MEC, which I think it is possible and can be done under your leadership, we'll really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I leave and member, the Chair of Chairs, I first want to greet and welcome Member Honorable Stoltenkamp. I hope I've called your name very well. Can you greet us just to give a chance to say something? Say hello, Stoltenkamp. You can press there. Just press the button there. Member Porter, please show her how the press out. Take it through a quick. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for welcoming and making me feel very welcomed. I am new, and please have patience with me. Thank
you very much. You see, with the house vested in me, I can do these things. Member Dilebu, you can come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Today we debate a budget that carries the hopes of millions of Gauteng residents who are unemployed, underemployed, or struggling to keep small businesses alive. As the Umkhonto we Sizwe Party, we believe that economic development must be measured not by presentations, reports, or investment announcements, but by whether people can find work, whether business can grow, and whether communities can participate meaningfully in the economy. The Department of Economic Development and its entities have been allocated close to 1.8 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year. This is substantial investment by the people of Gauteng. The question is, will our people see the return on that investment in their daily lives? Chair of Chairs, we acknowledge the efforts being made through agencies such as GP, GGDA, TAZES, and Gauteng Tourism Authority. We know the investments being attracted and the support programs that have been implemented. However, our responsibility as public representatives is to ask whether these interventions are reaching the scale required to confront the unemployment crisis facing our province. When we visit communities in Mamelodi, Amanskraal, Katlehong, Soweto, and Kutong, young people are not asking for another strategy document. They're asking for jobs. Township entrepreneurs are not asking for another workshop. They're asking for access to markets, funding, and procurement opportunities. Our people are tired of hearing that economic growth is coming. They want to feel it, Chair of Chairs. The MK Party believes that economic transformation must place township economies, local manufacturing, youth entrepreneurship, and job creation at the center of government spending. Every rand allocated to economic development must produce measurable outcomes. It must create opportunities. It must support businesses. It must put people to work. Chair of Chairs, Gauteng remains the economic heart of South Africa. Yet far too many of our people remain spectators in the economy that belongs to them. MK Party will continue to support initiatives that genuinely empower communities, create jobs, and stimulate economic activity. At the same time, we will continue to hold the department and its entities accountable for ensuring that public funds translate into meaningful change in the lives of our people. The people of Gauteng deserve more than promises. They deserve opportunities. They deserve participation.
The time is
and
up,
they
Honourable
deserve economic
Dilebo.
justice. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
I don't stand up, I walk out if you take too long. Honourable Moriarty.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, it's actually quite refreshing to have an MEC that listens. So thank you very much, MEC, for that bit on the Lanseria SEZ. The budget is, among other things, a financial expression of the strategic direction of the provincial government and its Premier Panyaza Lesufi. In this budget vote, you should also see expressed the government's intentions regarding the economy of the province. In his SOPA, the Premier said, our approach to economic growth is firmly grounded in the reindustrialization of Gauteng and the deliberate inclusion of township and local enterprises in the mainstream economy. Good vision. We support that vision. But here's the thing. Does the budget support that vision? As regards the latter, the township and local enterprises, the original purposes of JEP was exactly that, to deliberately include townships and local enterprises, but their performance has been deplorable. And even worse, their budget has been cut. The Honourable Madza Patela spoke about the Township Development, Economic Development Act. Of course, this has effectively been stalled because the state law advisors have still not certified the amendment of the Act. So, we have absolutely no confidence that the Premier Lesufi's goal of deliberate inclusion of township and local enterprises, which we support, will be met. As regards reindustrialization, this relies on Programme 3. Here the budget places reliance on SEZs and industrial park. But government efforts have largely resulted in failure regarding these industrial parks. We invite anybody to go around and visit them. But facilities run by private sector have been much more successful. We would do better by providing incentives to private sector operators rather than doing it ourselves. And, Madam MEC, I commend to you the analysis done by Gibbs regarding the performance of SEZs. Of these, only TASES, in their opinion, has been successful. I will leave aside arguments that your predecessor and I used to have about SEZs. Safe to say that the Vaal Special Economic Zone is not a zone in the proper sense. And with footprints in 3 different municipalities, scores of kilometres apart, that SEZ rather looks like Maputo, Tswana, the dark days of apartheid. But the fact is, as has been expressed by colleagues, it is well behind in what it was supposed to deliver. And the service delivery measures in the budget do not align with the APP's or the Premier's vision. This vision, therefore, will not be realised by this budget. Success should be measured by an increase in the gross domestic product and a reduction in unemployment. But recently published GDP numbers were bleak, and it's because the South African GDP is largely held back by a sluggish economic growth in our province. There were also more people without jobs in our province than less. In fact, Stats SA reported 67,000 more people without jobs. And I heard our colleagues talk about how you should measure the performance of the Department of Economic Development. It's definitely about jobs, definitely about economic growth, not about events and stuff like that. However, the DA-led municipality has been an economic success. We all know this. The people of Everton West know this. That's why they elected a DA councillor in the most recent by-election. Secrets of economic success are simple. Get the service delivery basics right, tackle crime. We heard the Premier talk about that. We support that. But this budget does not support the above, so we will not support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC, it was on time. Honourable Ramakgopa, you may reply to the debate, please. Thank you so much. Oh, Mfikwe. So my apology. Honourable Mfikwe. Aye. It's Honourable Mambabolo that distracted me. You must call him to order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I imagine all of us are very exhausted. It's been a long day. Greetings to you, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MECs, and the Chief Whip in absentia also, We just learned that he's lost his uncle. Condolences to the family. Honorable members and the people of Gauteng. Honorable Chair, President Nelson Mandela taught us that, open quote, economic freedom is not a luxury. It is a precondition for political freedom to have real meaning, close quote. These words have guided our movement from the darkest days of apartheid to the democratic era. As the ANC, we believe we cannot claim to have liberated our people while the economy remains in the hands of the few and the majority still waits at the gate. As President Ramaphosa has also said, open quote, economic growth without transformation entrenches exclusion, close quote. When the ANC-led government assumed office, Chair of Chairs, in 1994, we inherited an economy structured to benefit a white minority, a special and industrial system rooted in exclusion. Over the past 3 decades, it has worked to dismantle the system. Today, we stand on the shoulders of giants, like our President, O.R. Tambo, who said, open quote, the struggle for freedom is not only against apartheid, but also against the legacy of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment that has been left behind, close quote. Therefore, the task remains unfinished, but the direction is clear. In his February 2026 State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa affirmed that South Africa is turning the corner. He declared, open quote, our economy is growing again. This growth is gathering pace, close quote. He emphasized 3 priorities for the government of national unity. One being inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the cost of living. Lastly, being building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Allow me, Chair of Chairs, to repeat this context by demonstrating the clear alignment of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development's work with the national agenda as outlined by our President. Honourable members, this budget vote is presented almost 4 months after the financial year has started. This means that programs have already started to be rolled out according to our annual performance plan. The provincial priorities outlined in the State of a Province remain the guiding focus for the department's work and continues to shape the areas of focus for the department. Ooh. Chair of Chairs, the ANC knows that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development only received 1.8 billion in the 26-27 financial year, raising it to about 4.9 billion over the midterm expenditure framework to drive inclusive growth and create jobs through economic development and investment promotion. The budget continues to aid the implementation of the priorities that the former MEC Maile outlined whilst in office. According to the department's allocation, the funds will support the work of the Growth and Development Agency, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, to focus on the special economic zones, also township automotive hubs, and the VAL Special Economic Zone, as well as trade facilitation under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These initiatives are far more than ordinary projects. They are instruments with which the department delivers on the government's electoral mandate. We note, however, that the department's strategy rests on 4 interlinked pillars, as reported in its annual performance plan. The department is driving a bold reindustrialization program. This includes investing in the special economic zones as growth engines. The budget allocates funds for bulk infrastructure in phase 2 of the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, a flagship initiative that is strengthening the automotive value chain and creating jobs. Planning is advanced for the VAL SEZ, which will also focus on green industries, food processing, energy and logistics. These projects, Chair of Chairs, aim to expand manufacturing, increase exports, and integrate local businesses into regional value chains under the AFCFTA. We also note that the department is revitalizing township economies and industrial parks. This involves developing township automotive hubs, rehabilitating industrial parks to bring economic opportunities closer to our communities, also supporting small businesses and boosting local employment. The ANC welcomes the department's focus on investment attraction and trade facilitation. We appreciate the Gauteng Investment Conference that has significant impact as over 1,800 people participated and 312.5 billion investment pledges were secured with the expectation that these pledges collectively will support the creation of over 114 jobs and create significant economic opportunities for our people. The aim of the investment conferences was to secure further commitments and move forward 800 billion investment target for the current administration. At the same time, Chair of Chairs, the department is preparing Gauteng businesses to leverage opportunities on the African space. The ANC also notes, Chair of Chairs, the work of the department in strengthening support for small, medium and micro enterprises through the Growth and Development Agency and the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. We must acknowledge that the path ahead is not without difficulty, Chair of Chairs. Youth unemployment in our province remains persistently high, while crime and corruption continues to erode business confidence. The lingering effects of state capture, which we have worked tirelessly to dismantle and we continue to dismantle, left our public finances weakened. The ANC is closely monitoring through the Portfolio Committee how the department responds to these challenges. We acknowledge the department's commitment to working tirelessly to tackle these challenges. It continues to partner with municipalities to secure reliable energy supply and working with law enforcement to establish safe investment corridors. As our Premier has rightly noted, no investor will commit resources in an area plagued by crime. That is why the budget prioritizes integrated safety measures around our economic zones. The ANC supports this approach. Honourable members, the department cannot succeed alone. Building a resilient and inclusive economy requires collective commitment from all social partners. The department, we have also been informed, is exploring the expanded use of public-private partnerships to unlock private capital at a large scale. At a large scale for infrastructure projects that the department cannot fund alone. Projects under consideration, Chair of Church, include the Gauteng Provincial Network, a provincial data center, and school transport infrastructure. We will be watching these developments, MEC, closely to ensure they benefit the peoples of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, as I close, the budget is a clear statement of intent. It funds what is credible and deliverable. The department's economic promise to the people of Gauteng is to ensure that these funds are not left as intentions, but are converted into funded programs, clear responsibilities, and measurable results. The ANC therefore stands ready to hold our MEC and the department accountable for that promise. As President Ramaphosa said in his SONA open quote, our task is not simply to grow the economy. It is to ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and capable of transforming the lives of ordinary South Africans, I close quote. In this government of provincial unity, Chair of Chairs, we are all called upon to embrace change. Our collective success will only be defined by our ability to adapt to changed circumstances, but also by our ability to work together across party lines, across sectors, across communities, to build a Gauteng that works for all who live in it, to build a Gauteng that all who work in it feel safe and protected. As the ANC, we have the audacity to hope, we have the collective commitment to act, and we do support the budget to deliver on the highlighted commitments. I thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Ramakgopa, you may reply to the debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Let me thank the honourable members for the inputs and the recommendations and support of the work that we are doing in DED. Let me begin, Honourable Mazibatela, to respond to the accusation or allegation that investment facilitation through the work of the Gauteng Investment Conference is nothing but a talk shop. We have an obligation in this forum, members, to speak truth. We are under oath here. So please let us not misrepresent the facts, colleagues. To date, the Gauteng Investment Conference has secured 312 billion rand in investment pledges, of which 30% have already been implemented. That means there are shovels in the ground. There is work happening now. For your reference, member, that amounts to close on 100 billion rand that is already in motion. And it's important to note that these are private sector projects, mostly. So the job of us as the department is to facilitate those investments, ensure that they are fast-tracked and ensure that they can be turned around and delivered. So in criticizing the delivery, Honourable Member, you're not criticizing us, quite frankly. You are criticizing your favourite private sector for slow delivery. Furthermore, we have created 8,000 jobs through these projects, and we have been able to facilitate a further round of investments in the recent investment conference. So there's no talk shops here. And I think we must just be clear about what we are aiming to do and how we are doing it. Secondly, with regards to the industrial parks, Member Ngobeni, I think you raised some very valid points about the need to strengthen intergovernmental relations and our engagements with municipalities. You are 100% right, and that's why unblocking red tape, strengthening those forums is key to how we are able to execute. We have implemented this model already in the Tshwane Special Economic Zones, which is a facility that is currently jointly owned and managed by Tshwane, national government and provincial government. And in doing so, we've actually come with a model that has delivered and been able to execute on the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. And Member Moriarty, the Tshwane Special Economic Zone is hailed as the most successful and effective special economic zone in the country. No, in the country. So it's very important that we are also, again, able to recognize where there have been successes and say, how do we then replicate those successes? With regards to the TIDA amendment bill and the Tshwane economic development, this remains high priority for us. In fact, we have already submitted the recent amendments to the State Law Advisor as of February. We are on track with that process and looking forward to having the amendment bill effected this side of the year. And that speaks to the broader priorities of reindustrialization and township economic development that you correctly raised. And it's important also to note regarding the Vaal Special Economic Zone, we recently concluded the public participation process with regards to the Vaal SEZs. You took issue with the fact that the SEZ is a multi-site SEZ. I believe that's the word you were looking for. So in doing that, we are able to then generate economic opportunities and spread the economic benefits of the SEZs across a broader geography and across multiple communities. And in fact, on the Vaal SEZ, we have already committed and had commitments of 32.8 billion rand that is already committed to the Vaal SEZs, and construction has started on that side. So I think we also, again, let us just speak facts and numbers here, colleagues. And the Tshwane SEZ alone generated over 3,000 jobs, and we are looking for the similar, if not more, momentum from the other SEZs. I think it's important also, colleagues, in closing, to say we don't see a conflict between the private sector and the public sector. We understand the role that each of these participants play in an economy. But it's important to say that no private sector single-handedly has ever built a nation. It is through a capable, ethical, and functional state that is able to develop policy and implement on its policy that creates an enabling environment for different participants in an economy to be able to thrive. That is our vision. We are not in conflict with the private sector. We're not pitting ourselves against them, but we recognize our role and we are playing it. And it's important to note that through forums like the investment conferences, through the action labs that I spoke about as our key implementing mechanism for the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan, we are bringing all role players in the economy to the table, including academia, who includes the tertiary institutions and those who are conducting research to ensure that we have a data-driven and a data-informed approach. Lastly, I just want to say that in terms of attendance in this particular forum, 100% of Rise Mzansi's caucus is here. I'm not sure that we can say the same for the DA, that currently has a minority of its members present, and some of them might need to be checked for a pulse, because we are not sure if some are okay right now. I think we must just check for medical attention there, colleagues. But that being said, Honourable Chair of Chairs, we thank you very much for the opportunity and for the valuable inputs from members of the House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ramakgopa. MEC. Secretary, can you read the last order 18, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
MEC Ramakgopa.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, I greet you once again and members of this House. I also greet the new head of department of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Andi Swajas, who is with us today. Colleagues, food security, economic inclusion and sustainable livelihoods remain the most pressing challenges facing our province. Rising food costs, persistent unemployment and climate variability and the increasing threat of animal diseases continues to place pressure on households, producers and the broader provincial economy. Now, while Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa, it is also home to millions of people who rely on affordable, safe and accessible food systems. Strengthening local agricultural production and supporting a modern, resilient agricultural sector is therefore not simply a rural development priority, it is an economic and social imperative. This budget vote, therefore, is not only about expenditure, rands and cents, but about building a food-secure, economically resilient and inclusive Gauteng through targeted investment in agriculture, rural development and biosecurity. For the 2026-2027 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has been allocated 742.5 million rand, representing an increase of approximately 60 million or 11% compared to the previous financial year. This allocation includes an additional 24.8 million dedicated to strengthening governance and institutional capacity, and is also largely driven by an additional allocation of 63.9 million to strengthen the province's response to foot and mouth disease. This investment will enable us to bolster disease surveillance, veterinary interventions, outbreak management and stakeholder coordination, protecting the provincial livestock economy while safeguarding food security and economic stability. Honourable members, the department enters the 2026-7 financial year guided by 4 strategic objectives that will shape our work over the medium-term expenditure framework. Firstly, we will continue our efforts to end hunger by strengthening local food production and improving food security across the province. Food security remains a challenge for many households, and as government, we fully recognise our responsibility to support practical interventions that build resilience at a community level. So we will continue working with communities, municipalities and strategic partners to strengthen school and community gardens, improve access to productive resources and promote sustainable agricultural practices that contribute to long-term food resilience. Secondly, we will intensify our efforts to commercialise small-scale and emerging farmers. The future of Gauteng's agricultural sector depends on ensuring that emerging producers are able to move beyond subsistence production and participate meaningfully in formal value chains. So during the financial year, the department will continue to provide integrated support through farmer development programs, extension and advisory services, market access initiatives and agro-processing opportunities. These interventions are aimed at strengthening productivity, improving competitiveness and enabling farmers to build sustainable and commercially viable enterprises. We also, through the Agricultural Economic Services Unit, continue to provide specialised support that improves market access and agri-business development, while research and technology development services will drive innovation and the adoption of technologies that improve productivity and sustainability. Thirdly, we will leverage agriculture as a driver of sustainable job creation and inclusive economic growth. Agriculture and agro-processing, as we have repeatedly said, have the potential to unlock economic opportunities across the value chain, from production and logistics to processing, distribution and retail. And it should be said that as of the recent quarter economic statistics that have come out of Stats SA, the agricultural sector is one of the best performing sectors, currently growing at 12% in the Gauteng province. How? You can clap, colleagues. How? The department will continue. The department will continue working to strengthen agricultural value chains, support agro-processing initiatives, and create an enabling environment for investment and enterprise development. We have strengthened our collaboration with organized agricultural research institutions, municipalities, and the private sector, and we continue to seek to expand opportunities for entrepreneurs. Fourthly, we continue to strengthen biosecurity and animal health systems to protect livelihoods, food security, and the agricultural economy. Animal health is fundamental to a productive and competitive agricultural sector. Disease outbreaks not only threaten livestock production, but also place jobs, market access, and trade opportunities at risk. So the dedicated allocation of 63.9 million rand towards fighting the foot and mouth disease will support intensified disease surveillance, coordinated outbreak response mechanisms, veterinary interventions, and enhanced stakeholder collaboration. The department will continue working closely with national government, industry stakeholders, and farming communities to strengthen biosecurity and mitigate the risks. This investment will also support the broader objective of protecting public confidence in Gauteng's food systems while safeguarding the long-term sustainability of the livestock sector. Honourable Chair of Chairs, to deliver on these strategic objectives, the department has been allocated across 7 programs that collectively support a modern, inclusive, and resilient agricultural sector. Administration receives 157 million towards strengthening governance systems and ensuring that we fill key vacancies. Sustainable resource use and management receives 20 million to promote responsible natural resource management. Agricultural producer support and development receives the largest allocation of 277 million rand, reflecting government's continued commitment to food security, farmer support, and the commercialization of small-scale producers. Veterinary services is allocated 174 million rand to strengthen disease prevention, surveillance and animal health interventions, including the province's ongoing response to foot and mouth disease. Research and technology development services receive 66 million rand to drive innovation, scientific research, and the development of technologies that support agricultural productivity and resilience. Agricultural economic services receives 35.6 million to expand market access, strengthen agribusiness development, and support the growth of agro-processing. Rural development receives 11 million rand to coordinate integrated rural development initiatives and strengthen collaboration between stakeholders working to improve the quality of life in rural communities, of which we have many in Gauteng. Together, these investments will strengthen food security, support enterprise development, and contribute to the long-term sustainability of the sector. Honourable members, the department recognises that the challenges facing agriculture cannot be addressed by government acting alone. Lasting progress depends on strong partnerships with farmers, with organised agriculture, research institutions, the private sector, municipalities, and communities themselves. So during the year ahead, we will continue to strengthen these partnerships and improve coordination. The 2026-27 budget vote reflects a clear commitment to building a modern agricultural sector that supports inclusive economic growth and contributes meaningfully to the province's developmental agenda. It is a commitment to ending hunger through stronger local food systems. It is a commitment to supporting the commercialization of small-scale farmers and creating pathways into the mainstream economy. It is a commitment to creating sustainable jobs through agricultural development and agro-processing. And it is a commitment to strengthening biosecurity and protecting the health of our livestock sector through dedicated investment in veterinary services and disease prevention. And in closing, honourable members, this budget vote provides a practical framework for advancing a more resilient, food secure and economically inclusive Gauteng. I wish to thank the Honourable Premier, my colleagues in the Executive Council, the Portfolio Committee, organised industry that we've been working very closely with, strategic partners and the dedicated officials of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for their continued support and commitment. I therefore call on this House to support this budget vote in advancing our shared vision of a prosperous, food secure and resilient Gauteng. I thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Ramakgopa. Honourable McKenna.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Chair, when this administration established the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development as a standalone department, Gauteng residents were promised that a dedicated institution would strengthen food security, drive agricultural development, and contribute meaningfully to the fight against hunger. For the 2026-2027 financial year, the department has been allocated approximately 1.9 billion, an increase from the previous financial year. Yet, despite this increased investment, food affordability remains a growing concern. Key agricultural projects continue to experience delays, and many rural communities remain trapped in poverty and economic exclusion. Chair, during the previous financial year, the department underspent approximately 79 million, while conditional grants expenditure reached only 77%. At the same time, the department enters the current financial year without an allocation for the Letsema grant, historically one of government's most important agricultural support instruments. The department reports supporting 8,013 households through food production initiatives and establishing 80 school food gardens. While these interventions are welcome, they remain modest when measured against the needs of a province of more than 16 million people. Honourable Chair, a significant portion of the department's budget is directed towards agricultural support and infrastructure development. However, the department's own reports reveal delays affecting several strategic projects. The Tabani Egg project in the West Rand, the B3 project in Cullinan, the Pistis project in Bronkhorstspruit, Fresh Map in Cullinan and the Rooftop Gardens project in Johannesburg have all experienced implementation delays linked to the funding, approvals or administrative processes. The department further indicates that some capital projects may only be completed during the 2028-29 financial year. The recent foot and mouth disease outbreak exposed vulnerabilities within Gauteng's agricultural economy. The department confirms that export certification declined significantly following the outbreak and acknowledges that it has not conducted a formal assessment of jobs potentially affected. Honourable Chair, in Midvaal, where the EFF has conducted community engagement, we continue to encounter families living on agricultural plots under conditions that bear little resemblance of the promise of rural development and transformation. Many have spent generations working within the agricultural economy, yet remain excluded from ownership, productive assets, and meaningful participation in agricultural value chains. Chair, the budget should ultimately be judged against the promise made when department was established: food security, agricultural development, and meaningful rural transformation. An increased allocation means little if food becomes less affordable, if projects remain incomplete, if rural communities continue to experience poverty and exclusion. The true measure of this budget will be whether more Gauteng residents can afford food, whether more farmers can gain access to productive assets and markets, and whether rural communities experience measurable improvements in their quality of life. Until expenditure translates into tangible outcomes, food security, agricultural development, and rural transformation will remain promises on paper rather than realities on the ground. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Makene. Honourable Mesu.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Speaker, Chair of Chairs. Today we debate a budget that... Yeah?
Not Acting Speaker.
Chair of Chairs.
Yeah.
Today we debate a budget that should strengthen food security, support farmers, and create jobs. Unfortunately, this budget fails to address the real challenges facing Gauteng agricultural sector. The Department of Agriculture continues to struggle with poor planning, delay procurement processes, and underspending year after year. Funds intended for development remain unused, while farmers and communities continue to wait for support. The Auditor General has repeatedly said concern about the department's inability to fully utilize its budget, resulting in missed opportunities for growth, job creation, and service delivery. Chair of Chairs, we are also deeply concerned about the continued threat of foot and mouth disease. Livestock farmers face serious losses. Market access is affected and food security is placed at risk. Yet the government intervention remains slow and insufficient. Effective disease control, veterinary support, and monitoring systems should be a priority. Equally worrying is the lack of meaningful support for small-scale and emerging farmers. Many continue to struggle to access finance, equipment, markets, and extension service. These farmers have this potential to contribute significantly to food production and economic growth, yet they are often left behind. This budget also fails to adequately prioritize women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Agriculture can be a powerful tool for economic inclusion, but this group continues to face barriers to participate and access to opportunities in government. If government is serious about transformation, it must back its commitment with targeted programs and resources. Furthermore, agriculture depends on reliable water, energy, and infrastructure. Farmers cannot be expected to increase production while facing water shortages and ongoing energy challenges. Chair of Chairs, the people of Gauteng deserve a department that spend its budget effectively, support farmers, protect livestock, and create sustainable jobs. This budget does not provide confidence that these goals will be achieved. Chair of Chairs, we appreciate the presentation that has just been made by the MEC.
Your time is
and
up,
we are looking forward to
Thank
witness that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mesu. Honorable Moody.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Presiding Officer, I enter this budget debate not with hostility, but with urgency, because when it comes to food, jobs, and rural dignity, we cannot afford polite silence. The budget reflects small cuts with big consequences. In other words, food security on a shoestring budget. Gauteng Agriculture and Rural Development gets 742.6 million for this 2026-2027 financial year. That's barely 0.4% of the province's 79.2 billion rand budget. At the national level, the Department of Agriculture's budget allocation too has decreased. So while food inflation and input costs rise, the budget shrinks. You cannot grow food security with a smaller plate. The budget to effectively address the foot and mouth disease is unfunded or underfunded, while figuratively speaking, the farms are burning. 63.9 million is allocated to contain foot and mouth disease through vaccination and surveillance. That's just 8.6% of the department's budget. Especially subsistence farmers across the province face movement restrictions causing collapsing markets and rising feed costs. This funding does not show that government grasps that foot and mouth disease can devastate livestock farming and destroy jobs. Biodiversity is not a line item. It's a wall between us and hunger. And that wall right now is too thin. Targets are missing and money spent is unclear. The Portfolio Committee noted the lack of measurable targets for grant utilization and food security outcomes. We also flagged 924 million rand allocated to cooperative development without clear targets for cooperative or agro-processing support. Honourable Chair of Chairs, 924 million without targets is not investment, it's a gamble. Farmers don't need promises. They need tractors, cold storage facilities, market access, etc. The budget for admin is increased, yet budget for support decreases. National trends also show admin budgets rising while sector capacity development and plant production and health declines. We're funding the office, but starving the field. That is, in fact, a regression. I will acknowledge that the department is forced to operate within a strained provincial fiscus, further burdened by e-toll debt. That only 2.6 billion is set aside nationally for animal production and health to fight foot and mouth disease. Chair, this budget asks Gauteng farmers and food security.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Your time is up.
To do more with less. That is not transformation.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Your time is up.
I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair of Chairs, I think it should be Honourable Mulder first.
Where's Mulder? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I marked him. All right, you get your chance. Honourable Mulder? Sorry.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Well, Chair of Chairs, Honourable MECs, members, HOD. Today we are unfortunately not debating the report as well, which is unfortunate because they speak to each other, the report and the budget. But nevertheless, while Gauteng is South Africa's smallest province by land area, it remains the economic powerhouse of the country. We've heard it a lot today. This places an even greater responsibility on the province to utilize every hectare of productive agricultural land efficiently and strategically. Unfortunately, the department's performance and priorities do not yet reflect the urgency required. The Freedom Front Plus believe that Gauteng can and should do much more to increase agricultural production, strengthen food security, and create sustainable employment opportunities. Too much fertile land remains underutilized, while farmers continue to face challenges relating to infrastructure, rising input costs, water security, stock theft, and inadequate support services. A particular concern is that continued loss of productive agricultural land to uncontrolled urban expansion and poor planning. Once agricultural land is lost, it is seldom recovered. The province needs a clear strategy to protect high-potential agricultural land and support commercial, emerging and small-scale farmers alike. The department must also improve the effectiveness of its farmer support programs. Success should be measured by number of projects launched, but not by the number of projects launched, but by the number of farmers who became commercially viable, create jobs and contribute to the provincial economy. The Freedom Front Plus further believes that agriculture should be viewed as a key economic growth sector, not merely as a social development tool. By investing in agriculture infrastructure, market access, biosecurity measures, agricultural technology and skills development, Gauteng can significantly increase local food production and reduce dependence on other provinces for essential agricultural products. Food security remains a critical concern. Recent outbreaks of animal disease have demonstrated the importance of effective biosecurity systems, animal traceability, and agricultural risk management. These areas require far greater attention and investment. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Freedom Front Plus wants to see Gauteng where agriculture is recognised as a strategic economic asset, where productive land is protected and where farmers are empowered to expand production. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Now, Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair of Chairs, I'm ready. Thank you. Chair of Chairs, this House is being asked to support a budget of about 742 million to protect livestock, to support farmers, improve food security, build agricultural infrastructure, and strengthen rural development. Now, a budget is a promise of things to come, but always needs to be evaluated, and this we do on past performance. So we look at Quarter 4's past performance to look for the truth. And the truth is sadly deeply concerning. Only 8% of the adjusted budget was spent. Conditional grants were not spent. Capital projects were delayed. Rollovers of more than 58 million have been requested. The administration achieved only 42% of its indicators, which does not sound much, but this is the engine room of the department and drives the systems that allow farmers to receive their much-needed support. Not a single of the 6 targeted agricultural infrastructure projects were achieved. Chair of Chairs, I'd like to repeat, 0 out of 6. Only 11 out of the target of 200 hectares under conservation was achieved. Only 2 out of the target of 150 hectares was rehabilitated. And not a single disaster relief scheme was targeted in spite of the FMD crisis. And only 85 green jobs out of a target of 200 was achieved. Chair of Chairs, let us be clear. This is not a budget problem, but this is clearly a leadership problem. Now let us turn to foot and mouth disease. The 26-27 budget allocates a very welcome additional 63.9 million for the fight against foot and mouth disease. But every rand must be traceable. So now I ask, where is the detailed breakdown? How much has gone to vaccine distribution, to cold chain management, to vaccination teams, to roadblocks, to laboratory testing, to farmer communication, to quarantine support? How many farms have been reached? How many farmers are still waiting? Chair of Chairs, the Animal Diseases Act for provinces exists to provide for the control of animal diseases and for measures to promote animal health within the province. It gives provincial government the legal framework to act decisively, MEC. Now, this is not optional, MEC. It is not a favour. It is a legislative duty of this province, of this House, and this department. In the 2026 State of the Province address, our Premier, unfortunately not here, told Gauteng that this province was facing the severest and most prolonged foot and mouth disease outbreak in recent history. And he promised the following: a coordinated intergovernmental strategy, strict livestock movement controls, quarantine and vaccination measures, intensified roadblocks, and a unified communication campaign. Now, does that sound familiar? Yes. Yet during our foot and mouth disease debate, when the DA requested this House to enforce those very promises the Premier made, this House did not support this critical motion. The MEC arrogantly stated in this House that 405,000 animals had been vaccinated. Yet, both national and the department's own reports state that only around 275,000 animals had been vaccinated by the end of March. By the end of March. However, National has provided this province with vaccines. They have provided over 643,000 vaccines to this province and this department. Now, let me make it clear. I used my calculator so I don't make a mistake. This means, MEC, 368,725 doses are somewhere, not in animals and not in the farmers' hands. These are animals that desperately need those vaccines. This means we have more unused vaccines than vaccinated animals. Let that sink in. More unused vaccines than vaccinated animals. From the MEC's department. So MEC, your public statements in this House are an embarrassment to this House and to the people of Gauteng. And that is why the rejection of the DA's FMD motion was so shameful. In an election year, every farmer, every farm worker, every family dependent on agriculture, every voter who cares about food security must remember this. When the DA asked this House to stand with the farming community, you all turned away. Chair of Chairs, a budget is not just about money, but it's about a moral compass. It tells us who government prioritizes. It tells us who government protects. It tells us whether promises are backed by delivery. So what would the DA do? We would publish a transparent FMD dashboard, report on every rand of the 63.9 million FMD allocation, work directly with municipalities and organised agriculture, protect conditional grants, publish every capital project with its budget and its completion date. And we would make direct farmer support the heart of this budget. Chair of Chairs, agriculture is about dignity. It's about food. It's about jobs. It's about livelihood. Premier Lesufi made the promises. The Quarter 4 report told the truth. And for these reasons, the DA cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chair, our Acting Speaker. A greeting to our Acting Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honourable members of this legislature, and the people of Gauteng. I'm humbled today, Honourable Chair of Chair, to debate this budget vote of the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and I'm doing this during the month of June, where we are commemorating the brave young men who sacrificed their lives for the good cause of our democracy and advancing the struggle of our liberation for black people and Africans in particular. Honourable Chair of Chairs, this department is one of the departments that was flagged by AG's report on performance and financial spending burden in the last financial year. Noting that this department has a clear mandate of providing comprehensive agricultural and food security support services across the boundaries of our province to the poor and vulnerable people in our society at large, and with the intention of achieving the National Development Plan Vision 2030 to reignite Gauteng province and its economy to take the lead in our country as an economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as Africa's industrialization agenda. Honourable Chair of Chair, the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development responded to the clarion call of the Premier of Gauteng to grow Gauteng together, our roadmap to 2030, with intention to address provincial growth and development strategy of Gauteng City Region as it is intact and as it advances the stage of socio-economic transformation agenda to improve food security and agricultural opportunity to the people of Gauteng. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC has consistently been the creation of a better life for all South Africans, with a greater focus to those who cannot afford to provide for themselves and build a better community. This translates into the development of our 2030 Gauteng Growth Plan, popularly known as the GGT 2030, which set the strategic agenda for our province and our government and informed the development of the department's 5-year strategic plan. And this plan anchors around some of these pillars that I will read. 1, to provide access and to inclusive participation in commercial, agricultural, food value chain and agro-processing. Stimulating sustainable and integrated rural and urban development, maximizing food security, promoting animal health, and ensuring food security. Honorable members, our ongoing goal is to ensure food security and to strengthen vibrant agricultural industrial development. This effort will enable all residents of Gauteng, particularly those in impoverished and working-class community, to uphold their dignity and well-being by improving access to agricultural opportunities through small and emerging agricultural transformation processes to push back the frontiers of poverty within the community. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this department has established information and technology transfer platform and channeled towards the implementation of its strategies in contributing to the assistance and development of agri-food sector, particularly smallholder farmers. It is crucial to create an environment that facilitates the identification and selection of sustainable technology for smallholder farmers and the agri-food sector. This is essential for generating jobs and enhancing agriculture's contribution to the GDP. The focus is on community-based food garden, our smallholder and agricultural cooperatives, with department dedicated to providing excellent services to empower township, informal settlement, and hostels area. Still our mandate. The increase in water scarcity competition among water users, population growth necessitate effective and sustainable management of water for agriculture, aiming to meet prospective food demand. The ever-expanding need of industry have also made great demands on our limited water supplies. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the initiative for supporting agricultural producers and development programs are crucial for expanding access to opportunities within agri-food value chain. This initiative promotes agricultural development in line with land and agrarian reform efforts in the province and aim to maximize the important food security. Honorable members, this is achieved by providing sustainable agricultural support to subsistence farmers, smallholder farmers, and commercial farmers. Additionally, we focus on enhancing agricultural infrastructure, coordinating support services, and offering training and capacity building for farmers to further their economic empowerment. The ANC-led government of this province of unity reaffirms its commitment to collaborate with all subsistence farmers and emerging farmers as well as commercial farmers to transform the commercial agricultural sector for sustainable food security and fight against the undesired famine that lives within our community. Honorable members, the country is navigating itself through the different stages of the pandemic of this food and mouth disease. The role of the agricultural sector in the economy become more crucial. Agriculture is widely recognized as the key economic sector and job driver that can create millions of jobs we believe by 2030, and facilitated food security for a while contributing towards creating a better life for all those that live in our province. Honorable Chair of Chair, we have recently debated the motion on food and mouth disease outbreaks, and we've given clear recommendation as the ANC sharply indicating to the department that our interest is on job creation. So this 1.9 billion budget and the stated 63 million that has been dedicated to the food and mouth seek to clarify the potential of attracting young agricultural graduates from different fields of agricultural sector to be employed by this department with intention to disseminate the agricultural expertise and skills development to combat the critical areas of the outbreak and other diseases that can create a huge damage to the agricultural product and manufacturing of the whole agricultural value chain in our province. Honourable members, in terms of measurements of service delivery, impact and achievement of the department, it is noted that partnership with collaborative implementation of key departmental programs, the game changer, remain the priority of the Department of Agriculture for mobilization of strategic partners to continue with the work of transformation. We appreciate that. Honourable Chair of Chair, at one of our ANC Lekgotla resolution in Gauteng is to aggressively support improved access to agricultural education and training. This program seeks to encourage communities and educational institutions of higher learning to see agriculture as a critical issue for enhancing social and economic food security in our province, particularly among the province's most vulnerable citizens. The 7th administration is committed to the department's integrity and accountability in leading our transformation agenda. We aim to assist our provincial government in addressing the critical challenges recently identified by the ANC Provincial Lekgotla based on their extensive research. All departments need to respond effectively to all challenges so that they can become a thing of the past. The ANC would like to emphasize that agriculture and rural development are essential components of our society. They play a crucial role in addressing the needs of community to combat poverty and hunger. At the same time, we aim to create supportive environment for this department. I commend the effort of the Department of Agriculture in promoting economic growth and tackling the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. We hope that this budget vote number 11, will effectively address the issue facing Gauteng province related to the concern mentioned above as we move the city and as we move the Gauteng province forward, and radical transformation for agricultural development and job creation in our province. I thank you, Honourable Chair of Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chokwe. Honourable Emisa Ramakgopa, you may reply to the debate, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Honourable Botha is trying to suppress me and tell me to keep it short.
You are protected.
Thank you to the members for the inputs. I want to zoom through some of them. Member Makane, I think it's important, let me clarify, the Ilimalizima fund that you are speaking about is an allocation that is given to us by national government as part of the national government allocation. It has not been disbursed this year, but it is something that we still continue to do agricultural producer support programs, and we are still continuing to fund food security and agricultural support through the CASP grant and other such initiatives. I accept, and I think it's important to concede that there have been numerous administrative delays insofar as the implementation of some of the infrastructure projects, and to this effect we have resolved to strengthen our infrastructure delivery capabilities. We are currently in the process of appointing a project manager and project management capabilities to assist us with expediting that, and we also have since been able to clarify some of the relationships and challenges we've had with our implementing agencies to be able to expedite. So I think that is something that is a work in progress and certainly not something that we shy away from. When we speak, Member Meso, you raised the issue about the inadequate level of farmer support, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, you've heard our budget being, just less than $1.7 billion or so million, and And in fact, one of the members raised the fact, and it was Member Moody, I believe, who said, this is 0.2% of the provincial budget. It's nowhere near enough to fulfill the need of every single aspirant farmer in this province. But with the bit that we have, our objective is to make sure that we are actually able to deliver that impact and fund entities, businesses, communities that are actually going to deliver success and hopefully projects that will have a multiplier effect. So I agree with you, and one of the things that we are looking at is actually strengthening that collaboration with municipalities who themselves are also engaged in this industry and are custodians of quite significant land parcels. These are the land parcels, for example, that Honourable Mulder raised, that a lot of that land that you speak about that's lying fallow is sitting in the hands of municipalities, and we want to work closer with municipalities to unlock some of that land. I think that's something that we support, and you raised, Member Mulder, the need to measure impact. I've said it repeatedly, I couldn't agree more. Impact measurement has to be at the core of what we do. It's not just about how much we fund, but it's actually about what comes out of that funding and how sustainable are those projects over time. How many jobs are they creating, and are those jobs sustainable? And that certainly is our approach. Member Engelbrecht, there's a phenomenon in statistics called selection bias. It's where people present statistics simply to support a narrative whilst conveniently ignoring others. So let me also practice a form of selection bias and share with you some important statistics. You speak about Q4 in the previous Q4. So in Q4, GDAD achieved 86% of the agricultural and farmer support targets, and we had a 79% achievement overall. Is this amazing? Are we shooting the lights out? No, of course we could do better. But that is far from the picture that you've presented. We supported 4,807 subsistence farmers, 4,807. 70 school gardens, which have an impact, of course, in the broader community that they are in. And we facilitated 4.6 billion rand in exports from this province. So that breakdown that you speak about also of the 63 million rand for foot and mouth disease, it's been given many times. I think it might have been in one of the many meetings that you've missed, but certainly that information has been given a number of times. In terms of the number of vaccines, in Gauteng, colleagues, let me educate you, let me assist you.
Honourable Engelbrecht,
we
the
have
MEC complete.
We have a total cattle population in Gauteng of 475,000 cattle. Right, Member Engelbrecht. Now, we have 600 or so vaccines. We cannot vaccinate more cattle than we have. Point number one. Our goal is to vaccinate 80% of the provincial herd by the end of the financial year. We are currently at 60% of the provincial herd, and we are tracking along. We're cruising nicely according to our targets. So we will be fine, and I assure you, there's a thing, Member Engelbrecht, you must listen so that you can be informed. There's a thing called booster shots. There's a thing called booster shots. We have more vaccines so that we can administer booster shots.
Thank you, Honourable
you to
MEC.
do the first one.
Your time is up.
So anyway,
your time
thank
is
you,
up,
Chair of
Honourable
Chairs.
MEC.
Let me thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
And I hope that Member Engelbrecht will scrutinize some of the documents that have been shared. Thank you.
Honourable members, that are on the platform, honourable members in the House, thank you so much. That concludes the business of the day. The next House sitting will take place on Tuesday, the 23rd of June at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. House is adjourned.